defined a generation, celebrating a major milestone today as hip-hop turns 50. We'll go old school with a look back at some of the genre's biggest names and greatest moments. And Kelsea Ballerini live. The country music sensation is here, taking over our plaza for the very first time. A performance you will not want to miss today, Friday, August 11th, 2023.
Kicking off the weekend with Kelsea Ballerini. Travel from Charleston, South Carolina, Langhorne, Pennsylvania, Cleveland, Ohio, St. Louis, Missouri, and Carroll County, Maryland. On a mother-daughter trip from Dalton, Georgia, for Kelsea Ballerini. Celebrating my 35th birthday. Today is Greg Carter's first concert. Ready for Kelsea Ballerini!
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. The crowd is ready. Lots of smiles on those faces out there, and we are so happy to have you with us. We've got Kelsea Ballerini. She is ready.
Yes.
Ready to come out onto that concert stage and let's show us how it's done.
Coming up on 8:17 with an amazing full circle moment for a patient and the doctor who helped save her life as a baby.
16 years later, that patient now works with that same doctor who treated her life-threatening heart condition, and she is even considering a career in pediatric cardiology. She's well on her way. We're going to talk to them both right here in just a moment, but first, their story. 17-year-old Ariana Aziz was born with a hole in her heart. The condition, called atrial septal defect, or ASD, is usually not discovered until much later in life. But for Ariana, only a few months after she was born, her heart was struggling. At just 11 months old, she needed surgery to keep her alive. Pediatric cardiologist Eric Fettke helped treat Ariana after surgery. Now, more than a decade later, the rising high school senior is now working alongside him.
I think the relationship you have with your pediatric cardiologist is a pretty intense relationship.
That intense bond is what inspired Ariana to also pursue a career in pediatrics. And she says cardiology is at the top of her list, all thanks to Dr. Fettke.
He's my favorite. This is my second year doing my internship with him, and it's been really great to see not only from patient perspective, but as learning under him.
Ariana and Dr. Eric Fettke are with us right now. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning. Thank you.
How fun. I don't know where to start here, but Doctor, real quickly, what's it like when you have a little girl that you cared for since she was a baby, as we just saw in those pictures, now wanting to follow in your footsteps?
It's incredibly uplifting. You do all these things in your career, but there's nothing more rewarding than, as we were saying, seeing the future.
Yeah.
You've talked about where we are today and where we may be tomorrow, and the best way is to go back and see where we've been from, and now to see this legacy is very uplifting.
What was it about your experience that inspired you to want to work alongside the doctor who helped save your life?
Well, I just found it interesting that visiting Dr. Fettke for checkups and everything throughout the years. I really like the way that he interacts with patients, and I got to experience that not only from a patient experience, but now through my internship with him. So overall, the love just grew.
Oh.
So you planning to go into a career in medicine, right?
Yes.
What do you want to do?
Pediatric cardiology right now.
I mean, that will be so remarkable because you know what it's like to be a patient and then to become a doctor. So what do you do in the office? What are you learning from Dr. Fettke?
So I get to see different patients with him. I shadow him. I've gotten to see the different tests, like echocardiograms, EKGs. So I've seen those. I've also gotten to actually listen to patients' hearts as well. So I do some examining. And I hear about the history of the patient, and I watch how he explains what the condition is and explains how to treat it and go about treatment from there on. So it's a really great experience.
Dr. Fettke, I mean, listen, it sounds like she's learning a whole heck of a lot.
And you're beaming with pride.
Absolutely. It's interesting to see somebody turn it from the other side, to be the recipient of the care and then think about delivering it and know you had a role in that. And really say to yourself, well, maybe what I did have an impact, not just enough to help care for them as they grow up, but also to see them go on and perhaps take that forward. It's, there's very few things that are as rewarding as watching a patient become a student, become a colleague, pretend someday.
Well, you clearly imparted more than just medical knowledge. A lot of heart in what you do, quite literally and figuratively. Ariana and Dr. Fetke, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Keep going.
Thank you.
Yes.
Way to
You've got
go,
a great
Mom. Your
mentor
mom and
here.
your brother over there.
Yeah.
So, way to go,
Lots to be
Mom.
proud of.
Thank you
great to have
very
a
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We're back. We're back. It is 8:30 on a Friday morning. And as you can see, this place is packed. Y'all ready? I think they're ready.
Guys, we got country royalty right here. Kelsey Ballerini. Hi, sweetie. This is your first time on our plaza.
How?
I don't know, but how do you like it?
I'm never leaving.
Yes.
Never leaving. This is amazing.
Stretches all the way from 48th Street
And back here.
all the way over to in front of Rockefeller Center.
Yeah, we're excited. It's early and we're excited.
You have an incredible crowd who cannot wait to hear you. We'll do that in a moment.
We're excited to have you. Member of the Grand Ole Opry. That's
Yes.
fantastic.
I know.
Lots to talk to you about, but first, before we get to the music, let's get a quick check of the weather, Uncle. All right, it's a Friday. Let's do that State Fair forecast for you. Take a look. Get your corn dogs ready. We're first starting. Everybody likes a good corn dog, don't they? Sedalia, Missouri. We're looking at Saturday and Sunday. Some morning storms on Sunday. Going to be hot. Springfield, Illinois. The Illinois State Fair looking pretty good. Then Des Moines, Iowa. Some showers and thunderstorms late in the day. Otherwise, pretty nice. Lewisburg, West Virginia. Saturday and Sunday looking okay. Weekend outlook. Warm sunshine out west. We're looking at severe storms, Great Lakes, extreme heat to the south. Then Sunday, more records down through the Gulf Coast, hotter out west. We're looking at a severe risk, mid-Mississippi River Valley, plenty of sunshine through the northeast. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods. Hurry, hurry, hurry. So Kelsey, mustard or ketchup on your corn dog?
I like mustard on, or no, sorry, I like ketchup on the corn dog. You like mustard.
I do.
So that's okay.
But
You won't hold it
More
against me.
ketchup for me.
All right, Mr. Roker, thank you.
You bet.
Don't go anywhere, folks. When we come back, we're going to kick off that live concert from Kelsey Ballerini. But first, this is Today on NBC.
The City Concert concert series on Today is proudly presented to you by Citi.
Welcome back. We've been looking forward to this morning's concert for a long, long time.
But before Kelsea Ballerini rocks the stage for the very first time, here's a quick look at her journey to the top of the country music charts. Kelsea Ballerini is a multi-platinum country sensation who's soared up the charts. Born in Tennessee, she signed her first record deal at just 19 years old. And after her debut album, she scored a Grammy nomination for Best New Artist. Kelsea's now racked up 7 #1 singles, including Peter Pan,
You're never gonna be a man, Peter Pan.
Love Me Like You Mean It,
You're gonna love me, boy. Love me like you mean it.
and her duet with Kenny Chesney, Half of My Hometown.
Half of my hometown.
Along the way, she sailed into country music history.
The newest member of the Grand Ole Opry, Kelsea Ballerini.
With her induction into the Grand Ole Opry.
I think that this is when it's over for me.
Earlier this year, Kelsea released Rolling Up the Welcome Mat, with very personal songs about her high-profile divorce.
Baby, were you blindsided? Or were you just blind?
And an accompanying short film she wrote and directed herself. Today, she's out with a new extended version of that record. And after headlining a sold-out U.S. tour, Kelsea Ballerini is stopping by to see us right here on our Citi concert stage. And kicking things off with a fan favorite, If You Go Down, I'm Going Down Too, from her album Subject to Change. Give it up for our friend Kelsea Ballerini!
You ready? Some country in New York. I like it.
I've known you since Brad and Angelina. We go back like Pontiac seas. If I got an eye with a mess, I gotta clean up. I know you'll be showing up with bleach. All those names that we don't ever speak of. Got a couple nights that have slipped my mind. Proof and photographs have been deleted. If you ever need it, an alibi. 'Cause dirt on you is dirt on me. And we both know our hands ain't clean. If it all burns up and we end up on the news waves. If you go down, I'm going down too. It's a good thing we're each other's kind of crazy. Ain't no judgment or keeping score. If you rob a bank, I'm your getaway Mercedes. God knows that's what friends are for. 'Cause dirt on you is dirt on me. And we both know our hands ain't clean. If it all blows up and we end up on the news. Come on. If you go down, I'm going down too. If you go down, I'm going down too. Play some country music, y'all.
All right, this is where we get like a little bit unhinged. You got me?
I keep all your secrets by the dozen. You know where my skeletons sleep. Hypothetically, if you ever kill your husband, hand on the Bible, I'll be lying through my teeth. 'Cause dirt on you is dirt on me. And we all know our hands ain't clean. If it all blows up and we end up on the news, yeah. If you go down, I'm going down too. Our bodies are buried and they're in the same ditch. So even if I wanted to, I can't snitch. 30 to life would go quicker with you. You, yeah, yeah. So if you go down, I'm going down too. If you go down, I'm going down too. If you go down, I'm going down too.
How about that? And we are just getting started. There is a lot more music from Kelsea Ballerini coming up straight ahead. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Hands ain't clean. I want to. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Touching you is gonna make me easy.
We are back on our Plaza with Grammy-nominated superstar Kelsea Ballerini. Before we get to her next song, let's catch up. Kelsea, it is so good to see you.
Hi.
You are a ray of sunshine. You brought a humongous crowd. And you told me the cutest thing. You've been to the Today Show many times inside.
Inside.
But
It
what's
feels
it
like graduation.
It is like
To be able
graduation.
to come to the plaza feels like graduation. It
Well,
does.
We are so happy to have you. You brought this humongous crowd. So much going on in your life right now. You're about to turn 30.
I am.
I know. So that's a milestone.
I'm excited.
Baby.
I have 1 month left of my 20s. This feels like a good way to kick off the last month of my 20s. It feels good.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell me about, you got a new project. It's called Rolling Up the Welcome Mat. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so I put out this EP in February, and I kind of thought it would be this thing that I put out very quietly. It's a really personal project, and it just connected more than anything I've ever done. And so I wanted to kind of honor that body of music and listen to what everyone wanted, which was kind of different versions of these songs, and we released it today. It's called Rolling Up the Welcome Mat for Good.
Yeah.
Closing the chapter and moving on. I'm excited.
Wow.
What is it? What is your interaction like with your fans? What sort of relationship do you have with them?
Oh, we're buddies. I really mean that. We hang out. We DM. We text. I know what's going on. They know what's going on. It's really sweet. Yeah.
About to turn 30. Big plans. How are you going to celebrate?
I'm gonna take a minute.
Okay.
I am. I've been touring since I put out my album Subject to Change in September, and it's been wonderful. But I'm excited to go live a life to write about.
It was just
That was well said.
On Blindsided, which you're going to perform for us now.
Tell me
about Blindsided.
Oh, Blindsided. It's not savage. It's not that song. But it's been really fun to kind of watch it go from something that I had to get out of me as like turmoil to something that now we just scream, yeah, sure, okay, at the top of our lungs in New York together.
Let's do it.
Let's do that.
Here's
Kelsea,
Blindsided.
take it away.
Thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you.
Let's get sassy.
Were you on the other line, or driving in your car? Were you hiding upstairs, or playing your guitar? Was there nothing ever wrong? 'Cause you were always right. Tell me, were you blindsided, or were you just blind? And now you're saying that you're lost, and that's lost on me. Is it sitting across from me in therapy? I know the truth is hard to hear, but it wasn't hard to find. Baby, were you blindsided, or were you just blind? Or were you just? See, I could write a song and you go for a walk. We had to get drunk to ever really talk. I told you what I needed, didn't have to read my mind. So were you blindsided, or were you just blind? And now you're saying that you're lost, and that's lost on me. You didn't ever want to leave the house, I didn't want a family. I know the truth is hard to hear, but it wasn't hard to find. Baby, were you blindsided, or were you just blind? Like that one time in 2019, before that big show, we had a big fight. I slept on the couch, and then the next night, you put on your suit, I put on a smile, and sang about how it's okay to cry, dying inside. And now you're saying that you're lost, and that's lost on me. Tell me, when did I start looking like the end of me? I know the truth is hard to hear. You got yours and I've got mine. Baby, were you blindsided, or were you just blind? Yeah. Or were you just blind? Yeah. Or were you just blind? Were you just blind, baby? Now you're singing it loud on the radio. You couldn't say it to my face. You would have searched the whole world over. Now
you're singing it loud on the radio like you're the only heart that breaks. You would have searched the whole world over. Yeah, sure, okay.
Blindsided. Kelsea Ballerina, thank you so much. There's more where that came from. But first on a Friday morning, this is Today on NBC. One of the biggest crowds this summer for Kelsea Ballerini, and our concert series rolls on.
Fans are going to love this one. Up next, a song that earned her a Grammy nomination for Best Country Solo Performance, Heart First. Kelsea, take it away.
Wait
you so much for being here. Should we all sing a quick round of happy birthday for Kelsey since her birthday is in August?
Yes.
September. Oh, forget it. Oh, too early.
Yeah.
Never too early.
I need my last month.
I know, exactly. Hang on to those 20s. Oh my gosh. So you're done with the tour.
Yes.
You're gonna get some time off.
Yes.
Gonna write songs and have fun.
Live a life to write about.
Yeah.
All right.
That's right.
Life to write about.
That's right,
I like
baby.
that.
Oh, well, we're
I
so
like
happy
that.
to have you here.
Thank you. This was so much fun. Like, filled up my heart tank. Thank you for having me.
By the way, Kelsey's, stick around, folks. She's back. One more hit coming up on the third hour of today as well.
We'll sing happy birthday to you in
Next
September.
time.
Come back. All right, on a Friday morning, check out your local news, your weather, and these messages, and more music from Kelsey straight ahead.
I love this mic.
This morning on the third hour of today, Family Flight. A mother-daughter duo blasting off and making history, soaring high above the earth. We're talking live with Virgin Galactic's newest space explorer. Then, get ready for another password crackdown. Disney Plus becoming the latest service to limit shared accounts. What you need to know as the streaming wars heat up. Plus, Superfood Friday. From fresh jam in minutes to omelets in a mug, we're making your mornings easier with healthy microwave meals. And country star Kelsey Ballerini making her Plaza debut to a packed crowd. We're rocking into the weekend, Friday, August 11th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of today.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third hour of today for a concert Friday.
Yes.
Yay. And we are here with Kelsey Ballerini. Check out this crowd that's come to see and still hanging around.
Al, you said earlier this morning, as far as the eye can see, as far as you can actually physically go before you run into a
That's
building
right.
that way and this other way around. So you've been here before, but this is the first time you're actually singing on the plaza, right?
Yes.
How does it feel?
It's incredible. And just to be able to, I got off tour like a couple weeks ago and I was missing singing for people. So it feels like a really good, I don't know, come back to myself moment. And the last time I played New York was Radio City like almost a year ago. So yeah, it feels nice to be back.
And by the way, over here you got your mom and her best friend.
I got my friends. Yeah, this is awesome.
Your love.
Thank you for sticking around.
Yes.
Big thanks to the band.
Yes.
How incredible are they?
I want to introduce you, Kelsey, to one of your biggest fans here.
Okay.
Just follow me here. Follow me.
You
By
want
the
me to
way,
come with you?
happy
go with
birthday.
Chris.
Okay.
No, come with me, Kelsey.
I'm
Happy
in my
birthday,
heels.
by the way.
Careful. Slower.
Mia.
Yeah, happy ninth birthday. Happy birthday to Mia. I am looking for Lauren. Oh, this is Lauren. Where are you from?
Kansas City.
From Kansas City.
You flew here.
But here's the thing about
Kansas City.
Lauren's ride or die. Lauren was a Kelsey Ballerini fan from the very beginning. Is that right?
Yes, since 2015.
Oh,
Her
my
first
gosh.
album.
What is it about Kelsey you think that just resonates so deeply with her fans?
Just pretend I'm not here.
She's just herself. She's so honest. She's so fun. She's hilarious. She's just, she's an angel, and she just does so much for her fans. Like the amount of friends that I've made through her that are now my best friends because I've met them at her concerts and everything. She just means the world to me.
You mean the world to him, Lauren. Lauren, Kelsey, I wanted to introduce both of you. Thank you. Thank you for coming, Lauren.
Really sweet.
Kelsey, thank you for being such an angel.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Don't worry, she's not going anywhere. We're going to be hearing a little bit more from Kelsey in just a bit. We got one more song, but we're going to turn from music to entertainment now. And that new crackdown on password sharing in the streaming world, Disney Plus now tying to limit its viewers to borrowing family and friends' accounts as well. And this is Stephanie Gosk has been following the story for us. She's got everything we need to know. Steph, good morning.
Hey, Craig. Good morning. That's right. Disney Plus set to follow in the footsteps of Netflix, which saw a boost in subscribers after launching its password sharing crackdown. And other streaming services appear ready to do the same. Want to spend the weekend binge watching your favorite shows? If you're sharing a password, get ready for a crackdown. Disney, which operates Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, announcing it's exploring ways to monitor password sharing.
Just sort of borrow a bit from those who can afford it.
This move comes just months after Netflix successfully pressed pause on sharing accounts.
Disney Plus and Hulu are already two of the most popular streaming services right after Netflix. So a lot of consumers clearly love the content there, and that may play into Disney's plan here.
Netflix is tripping if they think I'm about to add a member.
And despite some backlash,
so annoying, this is horrible.
Business is booming. Netflix says it added nearly 6 million subscribers in the quarter after the crackdown.
Oh, this is stressful.
60% of viewers have at least 4 streaming services, and an average household pays $54 for subscriptions monthly. Now, Disney Plus and Hulu are scheduled to hike up their prices starting October 12th. The standalone ad-free version of Disney Plus expected to go up $3 to $13.99 a month, and Hulu without ads will increase by $3 a month to $17.99 a month. With password sharing and price hikes, experts say it's only a matter of time before more streaming services join in.
If everyone's doing it, it's hard to ignore it. And eventually, people are going to have to decide whether or not it's worth paying for the streaming service that they're watching.
Here are a few tips if you're looking to save a bit, and who isn't, on all these different streaming services. Download a tracker like Rocket Money to see everything you've signed up for at once. Also, try deleting the app from your TV or phone for a few days to see how much you actually use it before unsubscribing. And then consider using the ad-supported plan of services like Netflix or Hulu if you're looking to keep your subscription. So if you watch something only a few times and you can deal with the commercials, maybe downgrade.
That's what's so insidious about it, in that every service has a couple of shows that you really love.
That's so true.
Yes.
So then you end up having them all. Like that's
especially for the kids. You know.
Do you do this? Do you cancel it and then subscribe again?
Yes.
All the time.
Yeah.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Thank you, Stephanie.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, now we are going to hear from 2 of the newest civilian astronauts. Oh, and they just happen to be mother and daughter. What a journey. Less than 24 hours ago, Keisha Shahaf and Anna Mayers made a historic launch into space, becoming some of Virgin Galactic's first tourist passengers. And get this, they won their seats.
And folks, Keisha and Anna are joining us now. They're near that launch site in New Mexico. Good morning.
Good morning.
Congrats on your out of this world experience.
Oh my gosh.
Keisha, let me start with you, because I know that in the past you said you've dreamed about being in the sky like this. What does it feel like now being back on Earth after such an incredible ride?
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me here, and good morning to Antigua as well. It's such an amazing journey, just the whole adventure, the rocket boost, and just being in space, just looking back at our planet and experiencing the free feeling of just floating. That was just super amazing. And it just felt so natural. It just felt so beautiful and so much peace just to be in that stillness and just see our beautiful home, and that love and freedom and connection that is felt is just so amazing. And I know that's going to be with me forever. And just share that with my daughter is just such a miracle as well.
Anastasia, you know, you're a space lover just like your mom. You two broke a lot of firsts being up there, first females from the Caribbean to be in space, the first mom-daughter duo. You, Anastasia, you're the youngest. And what I noticed in watching that video is that when you were all weightless, this quiet, that nobody said a word. What was that moment like?
I have a very busy mind, and in that moment, it was absolute silence. I don't think I've ever felt such peace before.
And what was it like sharing it with your mom?
It was incredible. I don't think I would have wanted to share such an amazing moment with anyone else. It's brought us a lot closer together.
I woke up this morning, you guys were all over my social media feed. Those braids flying in the air give me life. Keisha, the two of you trained for this moment. But did the training prepare you, or is there really no way to prepare for what you guys just experienced?
The training definitely did prepare us, especially you want to get in your seat right, at the right time when that boost starts again.
What did that boost feel like?
That I really appreciated. The boost was amazing. It was such a beautiful, pressure on the chest, like a roller coaster. And if you love that kind of adventure, you would love that. And I truly loved it. And also just that presence, being very present, mindfulness practice also helps because it can go very fast, but it slows down at the same time where you can just be there and just take it all in. So that was amazing.
You mentioned your people in Antigua a few moments ago. Sir Richard Branson was actually at a watch party with your mom and the rest of your family and friends in Antigua and Barbuda during the space flight. What's your message to the folks back home who have been watching this historic journey?
Oh, wow. Antigua has given me so much love, and I'm so grateful to Richard Branson for looking after my mom. She looks so happy. And if dreams can come true for me, it can come true for any of you, anyone on this planet. And I just want to let everyone home know, please dream. Don't think that your dream is too crazy and weird. You can do it. And once you have that, you make that decision, everything aligned for your dreams to come true.
Amen. Here, Keisha, Anna, it could not have happened for two more deserving folks. We're smiling right along with you. Thank you so much for sharing your journey with us.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
That's great. All right.
Wow.
Out of this world.
Thank you, ladies.
Wow.
Can you imagine?
You know, we talked with Sir Richard Branson. He was here before all of this. I mean, kudos to him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Seriously, there were a lot of people he could have picked, and everybody is worthy. So I think this is just the beginning, guys.
Yes, it
It's
is.
something
Really
you wanna
terrific.
do.
Well, coming up next on the third hour, we've got a Consumer Confidential for those of you thinking about selling your house. We got the affordable updates for inside and outside that'll help boost that value without breaking the bank. And then later, a groundbreaking treatment using sound waves to improve tremors. Third hour of today, I'll be right back.
This morning in our Consumer Confidential, it's summer in full swing, and many homeowners are taking advantage of the nice weather and using this time of the year to sell their homes. And no matter your budget, there are some simple updates you can make to add value before going to market. So here to share her insider tips is Stephanie Birkin, a real estate broker and president of R New York. Stephanie, good morning to you.
Good morning. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too. I love your tips because even though I'm not selling my house, I still use it as a time to kind of get advice on what to do. So this is for everybody who's listening. But if you are selling your house, let's start from the outside in. We always hear about curb appeal. What's the first thing you need to keep in mind?
So you have to think that's exactly where you're making your first impression.
Sure.
As soon as people come up. So you want to power wash the exterior. Make sure you really wash and clean those windows. The sun will be crisp. The view will be better. Even things like painting the front door.
I was just about to say that. Sometimes I'll go by places that have a new black door that's like painted.
It's a statement.
It's a statement.
It's a moment. And also, even mowing the lawn, planting new flowers. I know it sounds simple, but it sets the tone for the rest of the showing. Because if things feel a little bit unruly and not taken care of, they think that's what they're walking into, and then they're going to take that off of the asking price.
Okay, so the curb appeal grabs us. We go inside. What are a few things? If people can't spend a lot of money, where do we go inside?
Okay, so Chanel, that's exactly it. It's touch-ups that aren't going to break the bank, meaning if you're going to invest in something, we want you to get that money back.
Right.
So brighter bulbs. A lot of times the bulbs are so dull and have a little bit of a yellow and it feels sort of dark. Just put in brighter bulbs. It makes the whole thing lighter and brighter. Think about those old door handles, cabinet knobs, kitchen pulls. You change that hardware throughout the home, and it gives it a much more elevated look. I
love that.
I cannot tell you how far a coat of paint goes. Fresh coat of paint, doors, walls, cabinetry, bathroom vanities, and this big thing, regrout. Grout it. If you notice grouting, it's not good. Grouting is something you just want it to look seamless. So regrout so that the tiling feels fresh and new. Bathrooms, sinks, bathtubs, all things like that. Feels clean and fresh. Yes.
Now, once you're inside the house, you said, Stephanie, there are things you can do to kind of bring the house to life.
Bring the house to life, exactly. So the first thing I tell people is you have to declutter. You can't bring anything to life if everything is so crowded and claustrophobic. Get rid of those bulky items. Take big kitchen appliances off. Add a little greenery, house plants, things that are low maintenance, succulents. Also, I wouldn't judge you if you did like a fake fiddle leaf or an olive tree.
Nobody's going to really touch
No one's going to really know, and it feels like greenery. And a warm pop of color,
like
a pillow, a throw blanket, a rug. And you know what I tell my clients all the time? Frame your TV. You can get these TVs.
Oh, that's right. We've got an
It's
example of
amazing. You can get these TVs that are framed that when you want to watch TV, it acts as regular TV. But when you don't, it's like a piece of art in your gallery. And make sure the temperature is controlled. It feels nice and cool. Now, there's nothing worse than in the summer, coming from a hot, steamy day, walking into a hot, steamy home. So control it and take professional pictures now. If you're going to list in the fall, think about taking pictures now so people can really envision what it looks like when it's bright and open and happy and summery.
And you go back outside, and taking care of in the fall is really important. There's a lot of maintenance you got to do to make sure the house looks good.
And the fall, Al, is like right around the corner. So I want to make sure you're cleaning those gutters that may have some buildup. Drain those outdoor faucets so pipes don't burst. Bring in your outdoor furniture, especially protect cushions and fabrics. Temperature control, right? Look at the furnaces, the filters. Make sure there's no window drafts. And if you see gaps and cracks, fill them. Make sure you find them and fix them because they'll just get bigger. They'll expand, and there's nothing worse. Talk about first impression, going over a pothole in your driveway before you go to the house.
Sure. Good advice.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
All right, up next on the third hour, an incredible new procedure to treat tremors without any surgery. How sound is now helping change lives. And then in Superfood Friday, we're not letting anything go to waste. Learning how to turn that leftover pickle juice, believe it or not, into a yummy salad. Joy's going to show you. We'll be right back.
And this morning in our series, The Upside, we are sharing the story of a truly life-changing procedure.
That's right. It's a non-invasive treatment for folks who are living with essential tremor and Parkinson's. And our new Saturday Today feature anchor, Mr. Joe Fryer, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You've got a first look at this.
Yeah, exactly. Good morning. Good to see you all. So about 10 million Americans are living with essential tremor. That's a neurological condition that causes involuntary shaking. Until now, the best ways to tackle it included surgery or radiation. But this new treatment has no incisions, no radiation. Instead, it's an ultrasound that can change someone's life in a matter of hours.
You ready? Yeah. All right, let's do it.
Bob Bosloper will happily lose his hair to regain so much more. Since his early 20s, Bob has lived with essential tremor, a condition that has only grown worse over the last 50 years.
Oh, I can't wait to get this hand fixed.
Try to go in between this line, going through the flag.
Seemingly simple tasks like drawing a straight line are impossible.
Well, writing, shaving, putting my contacts in, holding a cup of coffee. I was afraid I was going to get burned. Just simple things. People would see my hand shaking. It was embarrassing.
One of his greatest passions, playing the organ at church.
Oh, it became very difficult for me to play the organ. I was always afraid I was going to land on the wrong chords, and I was almost ready to stop. I thought my days were numbered playing the organ.
He tried medications, but they made him feel groggy, so he waited, hoping something better would come along, and it did.
My hand still doesn't shake. It's fine.
Bob's right hand has been tremor-free for 2 years now, thanks to something called high-intensity focused ultrasound.
And I said to them, when can you do the next one? And they said, we can't.
Initially, the FDA only approved the procedure for dominant hands, Bob's right one. But this year, got the green light for non-dominant hands. So Bob is back at Hackensack University Medical Center for another ultrasound inside this MRI machine.
I think that's pretty good. Okay.
Dr. Hooman Azmi is using the technology to deliver sound waves without surgery, without incisions, through Bob's skull to his brain.
And when the sound waves coalesce on one spot, they disrupt the cells and disrupt the circuits that are responsible for tremors.
There's no anesthesia. You see, Bob needs to be awake so they can check on his progress after each round.
Here, touch my finger here. Touch your nose.
Bit by bit.
Definitely less. We need to kind of give it a little bit more juice.
Over the course of a couple hours,
it's pretty good.
His tremors fade away.
Very nice.
A seismic shift.
I think it's pretty.
I feel like it's appropriate to shake hands with the left hand, right?
Yeah, you can do that now.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. This is terrific. This is a great blessing in my life.
So I want you to try.
Remember before the treatment when Bob was asked to trace a line around a flag? Well, look at him do it now. A drastic difference.
How much does it amaze you that in just such a short period of time you can have such a dramatic change in your life?
Oh, it's so amazing. It's unbelievable, really. It's really unbelievable. You just go into a machine and you're tremor-free. My quality of life is going to be just terrific now.
Everyone is like, oh my God, I can't believe we were able to do this for this patient without any surgery, and he goes back to his normal life. So it's very, very gratifying.
It's not even lunchtime and you've changed his life.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
After the procedure, Bob is back at church, playing the organ in a way he hasn't experienced in half a century.
Bob, great to have you back with us again. Thank you for that gift.
A gift not just for the congregation, but for Bob.
That's
good. Yes.
We do want to note this is not a cure, and there may be some minimal side effects like nausea and balance issues. But Dr. Azmi says in the 2 years that since he started administering the ultrasound treatment, most of his patients have not seen tremors returning. In fact, a recent study found that 5 years after treatment, those who took part in the clinical trial continued to see their tremors reduced by more than 70%. Right now, the ultrasound treatment is approved for those with essential tremor, also tremor-dominant Parkinson's disease. The hope, though, is that they will continue to find ways to expand its use maybe to other areas as well, because it's non-invasive, and just like that, he's suddenly seen such an improvement.
Well, just the before and after picture that you showed us. I mean,
Exactly.
That's
Wow, that was
Thanks
a good
for bringing
one.
us
Thank
that,
you, Joe.
And congrats again on the promotion, Joe.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Good team.
All right. Coming up, we've got healthy breakfast for the kids when you're tight on time. From eggs to homemade jam, Joy is sharing her microwave meal hacks. And then later, we're talking with country music star Kelsey Ballerini about her newest record and her first ever Plaza concert. Third hour today, I'll be right back.
If it's Friday, it's Superfood Friday, and this morning we're learning some simple kitchen hacks that are going to cut down on prep time without sacrificing the health factor.
Today, nutrition and health expert Joy Bauer is here to share her creative solutions with us. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
I'm intrigued.
I got some great tricks,
Okay.
and they're going to help make our lives easier, healthier, and much more seamless.
Okay.
So the first is the ultimate pickle jar hack. So imagine this. You have eaten your last pickle spear, and you're left with an empty jar and your pickle juice.
Yep.
Okay.
Do not toss it out, because that pickle brine is basically a treasure trove of flavor. Think about it. It's got garlic, it has onion, it has
That's
delectable
true. That's
seasonings.
true.
So what we're going to do, I have here, this is an English cucumber, which let me put this in.
You chop the
which
cucumber.
I diced it up. So I'm going to put this in. And next I have a pint of either grape or cherry tomatoes. And I quartered them. And you put this in. And you can put whatever vegetables you like. You put the top on, you give it a shake, you stash it in the fridge, and I'm telling you, the longer it sits,
This is good.
the more delicious it is.
A little feta cheese.
Right?
This is really good.
Yeah, and so I like to eat it directly out of the jar, but you can also drain some of the liquid, and you could either toss this on a salad, or you could put it in a bowl and eat it by
Can I
yourself.
tell you, I don't
with a
even
little
like
bit of cheese.
cucumbers, and I like this.
I don't either. And this is, well, because it's kind of like pickles.
Maybe I
Yes,
With the pickle juice.
love that pickle juice.
How about a quick jam?
Okay, so this next hack is definitely my jam, and I actually mean that literally, because I make this several times a week. It only requires 2 ingredients. I'm calling it my 2-ingredient blueberry jam, and it has no added sugar. And it's only 10 calories a tablespoon, so you can be very heavy-handed. So we start here with a heaping half cup of either frozen or fresh antioxidant-rich blueberries. You put this in the microwave for about 60 seconds, and what will happen is you see here, all of the juice sort of seeps out of the fruit, and you can smash up some of the larger pieces. You then take omega-3 rich chia seeds, 2 teaspoons. You mix it in, and you just let it sit for about 15 minutes. And the chia seeds have this property that it sort of solidifies and allows it to gel, and it becomes like a jammy consistency.
Takes the place of the pectin. I like
Yes, and so I mix it into oatmeal, into yogurt. I put it on toast. This is great for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and no added sugar.
You know what? I'm trying to get my kids to do chia and flax and some of those things, but this is a way to do it.
And also the chia seeds just look like little seeds.
Yeah.
This trick works with raspberries, with strawberries, with dried cherries.
brilliant.
Frozen pitted sweet cherries, and also blackberries.
I love this next one.
This is the ultimate time saver in the morning. We are about to make, let me show you this, a Western omelet in a mug in the microwave in a matter of 2 minutes. So you all have right over here, I put them in mason jars so everybody could see what we're doing.
Right.
We have 2 eggs, and so we're going to whip this together. Do we have any forks? I'm just going to use this. That's okay.
So wait, you do this, but you would do it in a coffee mug?
I would do it in a coffee mug.
Okay.
You could maybe grab that one.
I'll try this.
And so you whip this up, and then we're going to do a Western style. You then take
You know, Craig likes to just take it just like this.
No, I do not.
a tablespoon of chopped bell peppers, a tablespoon of chopped onion. Whoops. We've got a tablespoon of chopped ham or turkey for extra protein, and then a little bit of cheese, whatever cheese you like. And you could put a little bit of salt, pepper, hot sauce if you want. You mix this up, and here's how it works. In the microwave it goes for 45 seconds. Take it out, give it a stir, put it back in the microwave for a second, 45 seconds, give it a stir, and then a last 15 to 30 seconds. And the best part, aside from it's perfectly portioned, it's a single serving, it's versatile, you can put whatever you want in it, but you do not have to clean a skillet.
Love this. And you know what? I don't want my kids sometimes using the stove.
Joy, we don't want to run out of time.
Okay.
You've got a great hack if you're out of your favorite nut milk.
Yes. So this is a do-it-yourself nut milk, and it works with almond milk, peanut milk, cashew milk. All of the butters work. So we start with, this is a 1/4 cup of almond butter. You put it right into your blender. A little tip, if you spray, you mist with oil spray, the bowl, it will slide out more seamlessly. Then you add 4 cups of water. So it was a 1/4 cup of nut butter, 4 cups of water, and now 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract.
That's
Boom.
it?
Oh,
that's
the
it.
secret.
We're going to whirl it up.
The kids want cereal. Boom.
And you basically just created your own nut milk.
Look at that.
And so this is a plain Jane version, but if you guys want to doctor it up, you could put in a little bit of ground cinnamon, a little bit of salt. You could actually add some softened dates into here, and it will sweeten it up. But there's a lot of different directions you could take it.
Yeah, since we're by Craig, you might want a little of that.
I heard.
Thank you,
Poor
Joy.
Craig.
As always, if
Craig's
you want
not
these
feeling well,
recipes,
so.
you can head to today.com/food.
Up next, Al. Oh, my God.
Up next,
Kelsey
Kelsey Ballerini is here. She's live in studio to share some exciting news before another incredible performance. Don't miss it.
You don't understand, you'll never grow.
The City Concert Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
From her roots in Knoxville, Tennessee, Kelsey Ballerini has flourished into a country music superstar.
Along the way, racking up 3 Grammy Award nominations, her songs have been streamed, get this, 6.4 billion times. And now she's also made her debut here on the Today Plaza.
This morning, Kelsey's out with a new record, an extended version of her latest called roll up the welcome mat for good. Kelsey,
Yeah.
good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. What a way to celebrate.
Absolutely. The crowd was huge this morning. People were up before we got up waiting for
I
you.
know.
You know, I was just looking. When you signed your first record deal, you were just 19.
Yeah.
And now you're 29.
Yes,
Almost
a
30.
decade.
What a ride.
What a ride. It's, you know, in some ways I feel like it's been kind of slow and steady, and in some ways I feel like I blinked and it's just been like the craziest 10 years of my life. But I'm at such peace with it, you know, like everything that I've ever wanted to do, I've gotten to really scratch a lot off my bucket list, so.
Well,
lucky.
it seems like you were destined for this. We were on TikTok and saw this photo.
Oh, no.
A much younger Ballerini. Do you remember this?
I don't, but I think I had a habit of finding a microphone, which that clearly hasn't changed. I think my first time ever singing was on a cruise ship. My mom's here; she can fact check me, but. I was on a cruise ship and there was karaoke and I just like waddled up, grabbed the microphone and I sang Amazing Grace and which is I have a tattoo of it too. But
that's
and that was like
awesome.
my first performance. Carnival Cruises, call me.
The Kelsey Ballerini tour.
I love it.
On the water.
Will,
I'm probably going to call now, just so you know. You know, you wrote something on Instagram when you announced the new album out, and I want to read it for folks who didn't see it. You said, quote, "You're proud and protective of the new happy season of life that you're in." What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, you know, this record is about a chapter of my life that is just no longer mine. And so I think being able to honor it through music is really beautiful and bookmark it and preserve it because I learned a lot and I think it's like valuable. But I don't want to keep harping on the past. It's the past.
Cheers to that.
You know, I'm moving
here for
forward.
that.
Yeah.
So you headlined, listen, a sold-out show this summer. There's this clip you probably know from one of your shows that went viral. Everybody loves love. They love your love.
Oh,
You're on the
show
stage.
me.
You know exactly that one. Everybody, I had a chance to interview Chase as well. Like, tell me about the season. I was telling you when you were on stage, you're oozing like love and light. Like I feel it coming from you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm so happy, and it's he's here too. You know, like it's just
he's been by your side.
Yeah. It's just nice to feel like so supported and seen, and he's such a wonderful human being.
I love that.
Yeah,
I love it.
You know, Kelsey, one of the things I've been disturbed about, we all have, we've reported on it, about this trend where people are throwing stuff on stage.
I know.
And you know, you got hit by somebody who threw a bracelet.
Yes.
What's your take on this? Because I just find it really disturbing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, you know, mostly my job, my band, my crew to make sure that we create a safe environment, but it is also the fans' job to show up, and it's mutual, you know. And I think obviously, like I'm very lucky I didn't get hurt. It just kind of scared me for a second. It takes you out of a moment. But the point of live music and of live shows is escapism.
Yes.
And it's connection, and it's all being together and not having anything kind of come in and obstruct that. And so I don't know. I think there has to be some mutual responsibility taken to kind of figure out how to make it not happen. I don't know.
It's just so disturbing that we have to think about it.
I think fans are going to be on the lookout for it.
Yeah, I think so too.
We can't let you get out of here without talking about Dibs.
Oh, my sweet boy.
Yes, I think we have a good picture of Dibs here. For folks who don't know,
Look at that fur baby.
Kelsey's a very proud dog mom. What's Dibs up to these days?
He's at the farm right now. He just got his second ACL surgery. He has 2 fake knees now.
What?
I know.
He
I'm
goes hard, I
Dibs.
guess.
I'm like,
he's like the Al
when are you
Roker.
guys?
I was just going to say he's the Al Roker.
When are you going to start doing some deals, my guy? But he's my happy place. You know, he's 8 years old and he's done a lot of this journey with me. So.
I love it. Wait, before you go, exciting news to share. The first ever People's Choice Country Awards.
Yes, okay.
You're performing.
I am. And I'm performing a song that I've never done on TV before.
Oh, that's a tease. All right.
Yeah.
Kelsey, thank you.
Yeah.
You're such a joy, such a joy. By the way, you can catch the People's Choice Country Awards here on NBC and Peacock. It's Thursday, September 28th. When we come back, Kelsey's going to head back out to the Plaza and perform one of her most powerful new songs, the fan favorite Penthouse. And the third hour of today comes right now.
I'm so here for this season. a crowd, all here for the country music sensation, Kelsea Ballerini.
This morning, she is out with a new extended version of her latest record, rolling up the welcome mat for good.
And we've got one more song for you from that EP. So without further ado, here's Kelsea Ballerini performing Penthouse.
To a place with a view off of 8th Avenue. After we said I do, and we watched cars of bachelorettes, 2 a.m. cigarettes, and traffic headed downtown. And the interstate was so loud, there was a lot it had to drown out. We played the par 5 nights, but we were never there on the weekends, baby. Second we were moving out, I guess wrong can look alright when you're playing home in a penthouse, baby. I bought the house with a fence, enough room for some kids, a backyard for dibs, and I thought that would make it all better. And maybe forever wouldn't feel like the walls closing in. 'Cause how does that even make sense? Now that I think about it, it never did. We played the par 5 nights, but we were never there on the weekends, baby. We got along real nice, but when I left town, did you hate me? One day the curtains started coming down, and you changed the second we were moving out. I guess wrong can look alright when you're playing home in a penthouse, baby. 'Cause we were playing home in a penthouse, baby. And it hurts putting in a box, and now we don't talk. And it stings rolling up the welcome mat, knowing you got half. I kissed someone new last night, and now I don't care where you're sleeping, baby. We got along real nice until I wanted out. Now I know you hate me. One day the curtains started coming down, but we changed the second we were moving out. I guess wrong can look alright when you're playing home in a penthouse, baby. 'Cause we were playing home in a penthouse, baby. I just bought the house that we saw. You said it was wrong, but I wanted it all along.
Kelsea Ballerini, thank you so much. Third hour of today will be right back. Give it up for Kelsea.
On the weekends, baby.
Oh, man, this has been a great way to end the week.
Yes.
Kelsey Ballerini. And you know what else makes our happy Friday?
What, Al
Our Start
Roker?
Today walkers.
Yes.
That's right. Here we go. Joyce tries to walk 1 to 2 miles per day.
Joyce!
David says he gets out to walk every day. David! Jacqueline walks to relax, reflect, and distress. Jacqueline! And John says he walks outside, lets him meet new people while getting that exercise. John! And Nancy leads walks in her community. Way to go, Nancy!
Shout out to all of them. And don't forget, you can get in on the fun by signing up for our newsletter, today.com/starttoday.
That'll do it for us for today. But coming up, Psy and Backstage with the Jonas Brothers.
That's on Monday. Have a good weekend.
Today, Real Housewife of New York and fashion influencer Sai De Silva gives us a tour inside her Brooklyn brownstone. Plus, Carrie Underwood, LL Cool J, and Paul McCartney, just some of the stars that will have you pumping up the volume. And from a butter cutter to a desk vacuum, we'll try all the items that are taking over TikTok.
It's Today with Hoda and Jenna. It all starts right now.
Hey, hi everyone. It is Friday, August the 11th.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Chanel is in for Hoda,
Yes.
who's enjoying her week off.
A well-deserved week,
Right?
might I say.
It's her birthday
for
week.
Hoda.
She always celebrates it this way. You
Good
look
deal.
so good.
Thank you.
This is your look.
Is it my look?
Yes. Hoops,
I'll
green
embrace it.
pants,
Okay.
that beautiful shirt.
Thank you.
You look great.
Thank you. I'll take it.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm very impressed by you.
What?
Because you have a million things going on, and yet you are also running the New York Marathon.
I am.
Okay.
I feel like Jenna has a way of getting things out of me, or we'll talk off the air and she'll say, oh, let's talk about it. And I'm like, but by talking about it, Jenna, it's making it real.
Well, I actually said to you, are you okay talking about
Yeah,
it?
no, it's happening.
Because you know when you say something like, okay, I'll be there, then you have to actually be there.
Yes. So here's why. I am not an athlete. In gym class, I was never picked. I was a cheerleader. I was a dancer, but I'm not an athlete.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you
And
are an athlete.
Okay, fine. But not really. But when I turned 40, I wanted to change the narrative in my head that I can do hard things. And so I ran a half marathon. And I swore I would never do it again. And now somehow that was the half. And it was very difficult. After it was over, my legs were like, what just happened? And so now I just turned 45, and I'm going to try to do hard things again. And so I'm going to run the New York City Marathon.
Wow. The coolest part, the best, well, so there's a lot of cool parts.
Okay.
One of my favorite things that you've said to me after we've talked about it over the last couple months is that one of the reasons why you're doing it is that so many people told you not to.
Everybody is telling me I'm crazy. My assistant here at work, she said, what are you doing? My uncle, he's probably watching, Uncle Val, he's the ER physician.
Hi, Uncle Val.
He said, what are you doing? And everybody's biggest critique is that I don't have time. I have 3 little ones, I have a high pressure job, I travel for work, and everybody says we don't have time. But we do have time to make time for ourselves.
Yeah.
I have to be about that, right? And so whether it takes scheduling, because I pick up my kids every day from school, like I am just gonna figure it out and change the narrative that we can't do things because we don't have time.
Totally. Okay,
Yeah.
and by the way, I said this earlier this week to Justin Sylvester about men's health, but I think you need to be on the cover of Women's Health.
Sure.
Whatever your name is at Women's Health,
please.
call Chanel.
I want to prove that just the average girl, we can do it, right? I am 4'11", I am not a model, I am not a runner, but we can do this,
Oh my
right? And so I'm
gosh.
going to practice. I'll tell you guys about it later, but I'm going to renovate a children's lounge at a shelter so I can, we can do some good.
Oh my gosh,
So
you're
we're doing it.
incredible.
So
I'm so
thank
proud of you. The other thing I'm obsessed with is that our girl Rainey,
who's like the real marathoner.
Rainey, who has run, how many marathons have you run, Rainey?
13.
13 marathons is going to run next to you.
She has offered to run next to me, and another one of our floor directors, Joseph.
Rainey, let's show
Look at
Rainey.
Rainey's a real runner.
Hi, Rainey.
And so, every year I've gone outside with my kids. And I cheer them on when they run past us. So this is just beyond.
The fact that you have 2 work colleagues that are going to push you to the finish line.
It's so emotional. Rainey, can I do the ugly cry on you when we finish?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
I'll do it right with you.
I'll be there with some Cheetos. Talia, you're in the background. Want to come with me and have some beers?
We're gonna.
Okay, let's
So
go.
there you go. So pray for me, guys. I'm doing this for all of us to prove that we can do this.
Oh my gosh, I love it so much.
Thank you.
Okay, there was a recent Wall Street Journal article.
I love this.
It caught all of our attention. I'm kind of obsessed with it. The title was, "Where have all the Lindas gone?" And it had us thinking about the fact that names come in waves, right?
Yeah.
So let's just talk about Linda, and then we'll get into all the others.
Okay.
And in 1947, about 1 of every 18 girls born
Linda
were named Linda.
I know a lot of Lindas from when I was younger.
Oh, yeah.
And they were the moms and the aunts.
Totally, and
Yes.
the grandmas.
Yep.
Well, I hate to say it, but last year, Linda was ranked 807th.
Wow.
In popularity.
Do you know any Lindas now?
No.
I don't either.
It's becoming extinct, like that rare bird, the Barbara.
Barbara's going away as well?
Do you know any Barbaras our age besides my sister?
I guess that's true.
I have 2 people in my life named Barbara. Well, my grandmother was named Barbara. She's no longer here. Most of the Barbaras are resting in peace.
That is true. Do you think these names will come back?
I don't know.
Like Mabel.
I like Mabel. Clara.
Clara.
It's
Clara
an old-fashioned
is
name.
Her great-grandmother's name.
I love the name
Josephine.
Clara. But
So that's true.
Did you like Chanel growing up?
You know what? So my mom is Sheila and my dad is Darnell. And Chanel.
You were named after both your parents in just a pushed-together sandwich.
Yes.
Did you love that?
I loved it, but I wanted to walk into a place in Crackle Barrel, they would have
Totally.
the license plates and
Yes.
pens and pencils.
Yeah, in the airport.
Yeah, any of those places. And I'd be like,
Me too.
No.
But by the way, I mean, Chanel was probably more unusual because it is 2 names
a lot
combined.
happening.
But Jenna.
No Jenna?
In the 80s?
No
Jenna,
keychain?
No.
Really?
I mean, I know there was that famous Dallas Star or Dynasty Star or something named Jenna.
Yes.
But that was what made babies be named Jenna. After her.
I see.
My grandma's name was Jenna, but I was one of I didn't know any. Everybody
fair.
was like, "Is your real name Jennifer?" And I'm like, "No."
You're like, no. Was there any name that you wanted?
I wanted all the names of 90210 girls. I wanted to be
Brenda.
Brenda or Kelly.
Donna Martin graduates.
Yeah, Donna Martin graduates.
I wanted Amy Rachel Jackson.
Amy Rachel Jackson.
All my dolls were Amy Rachel Jackson. My first car was Amy. I mean,
Wait, the best part is you didn't just think about your first name, you thought about all
Amy Rachel
3.
Jackson. And I don't know any Jacksons. I don't have.
Well, you knew Janet.
Well, of course. Maybe it
And
was
Michael.
maybe it's full circle or something. But no, I just always liked Amy.
Rachel Jackson.
So
no, but
if
you
your name
didn't
is
just
Amy,
like
I love
Amy.
your name.
You liked Amy Rachel.
I know.
Was it a 2 name?
Just liked it.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
I bet you at home, you guys have a vibrant social media. Tell them your names. Everybody had one.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Tell us your names
Tell
on
us the name that you
hodaandjenna.com.
wanted.
All you
Okay,
have to
there
do
you
is
go.
push the connect button.
On
Or
Instagram.
Insta. I believe we have a lot
There
of
you go.
followers there on
Talk
Insta.
to us.
Okay, so a lot of things seem to have a moment. You know what's having one right now?
Apparently. Go ahead.
The Jell-O shot.
Jell-O shot.
Now, and this must be true because it's according to the New York Times.
That makes it so. It's official.
Okay, the New York Times says there's a whole Jell-O shot renaissance happening right now. Now, did you love Jell-O shots?
I admitted to Jenna that I have never had a Jell-O shot. My name is Chanel. I'm 45. Take your judgment and do something with
See,
it.
if my mom is watching, because she loves you, I tell you that, she's gonna be so annoyed that I'm I'm like the party
that
dork.
she's like the president of the Jell-O Shot Society.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, my
You know what it is? They just weren't around. That wasn't a thing.
They were
two around.
No.
We're the same age.
No, they weren't.
Chanel, we're
I know.
the same
If you're
age.
in Wichita and you went to high school, don't. Or
Not in high school, but in college.
No, that's true. I'm saying if you're my friend and you were from my high school, not that you were.
I
doing it
didn't
in high
do
school.
Jello shots in high school.
No, I'm not saying high school, but I'm just saying I was there. The last time I was there was high school. That's what I'm saying. If you went to Northwestern in Evanston.
No, I promise you, y'all, if you went to Northwestern.
Don't have the president calling me. No, we don't do those things.
Oh, sorry, Ben went to Northwestern.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And he never did that.
No, he loved Jello
No,
shots.
he studied and had marshmallows. That's it.
All right.
So let's see it.
Anyway, bars across the country are serving these elevated versions. They're actually,
but these are beautiful.
Yeah,
Look at this.
Cosmo.
So this is an elevated version
Look
of a
how
Jello
pretty,
shot.
and look how they shake.
Wow.
Don't you love how they shake? Just
look at that. But back in the day, you put it was in a cup.
It was in a little white cup that you would usually use to like mouthwash in. You would make them with just the Jello you buy at the supermarket and some sort
then
of
you just mix
liqueur.
it.
Yes.
And then just.
Now this
are
is a
delightful.
Cosmo. Should we try it? I mean,
Can
we
I
have
try
a
a
long
martini?
day. You're gonna try the martini?
Should I not?
I don't know. Now it's the martini sweet or sour, y'all. Has anybody tried these?
It's so beautiful.
Okay, we'll try it. Ready? Oh, lychee. Mmm. Don't you regret it?
This is delightful.
Don't you regret it? I mean, these are fancy.
Oh,
these are not your Jello.
How much is like one plate?
I don't know. These are definitely fancier.
I really want to like share it with the room. Like this is
amazing.
This is amazing.
Y'all have got to come have a martini one. Please. Okay, so Solid Wiggles is the name of the company. It's a company in Brooklyn. We can't have more than one though.
I was just about to say this is dangerous.
Are these high alcohol? They don't taste like it. They are?
This is delicious.
Oh my gosh.
Like we could just have 2 plates.
Yeah, but then you get really.
No, I'm not saying we should.
I'm trying to teach you. See, this is what happens if you don't have Jello shots in college. Then she wants to have a whole plate of them.
I peak at 45.
All right, Chanel, you ready to take a shot at our fun new game?
But can't wait.
Okay, we are playing categories, and y'all can play along with us right after this. Yo, come get them.
Like seriously.
Come get them. Come get these. Come on.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Today we're introducing Chanel to one of our favorite new games, and it is called Categories.
I love it. Okay, Donna.
Okay.
So how do we do this?
Chanel, I'm excited for you to try our new game. I think it'll be fun. So here's how it's going to go. On that monitor over there, you will see a list of 8 names in no particular order, along with a category. You'll each take turns guessing which name you think fits in that category. Okay. And in each round, there will be 5 of the 8 that are correct.
Jenna's so
okay?
competitive. Are you still competitive?
Not
oh my
after
gosh.
having a Jello shot.
No,
okay,
no.
let's go.
Maybe even more fiery. Okay, here are the names. Jenna, you're going first. Your first category is EGOT winners, so people who have won an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony. So Jenna, you go first. What's
Meryl
one name?
Streep.
That is actually incorrect.
What?
I know, I would have thought the same. Chanel, you're up.
John Legend has one.
Yeah.
That is correct, yes.
You're gonna beat me.
Jenna?
Rita Moreno has one?
Yes, that is correct. Chanel.
Does Julie Andrews have one?
Incorrect, but I would have thought that
I would have thought that too.
I would have thought that too. Jenna?
Lin-Manuel Miranda has one.
You know, I knew you were going to guess that because he's your guy, but no.
Oh, really?
What does he not have?
You know, Oscar.
He didn't win an Oscar for any of those songs? That's a
Maybe this will give him some good juju.
Okay.
Okay. All right, next category.
All right.
Here are the 8 names.
good.
I know, it's fun, right? Okay. The next category is dating apps. So you've got to guess which one of these sites are real. Chanel, you're first.
I think Plenty of Fish sounds real.
Yeah, you are correct. Jenna?
So that's the only one I knew.
These are hard even for me.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't dated online since ever.
ever.
Okay.
Isn't that so nice to be
that's like
you?
your thing.
Well, it's just a guess. Frisky. Is Frisky real or is that a cat food?
That's wrong, but I knew that you would
I
guess
am
that.
going to join the Little Jennas of the world and go with the Bookworms dating app.
No, that's also
I don't
right.
like the noise
Sorry.
it makes when you're incorrect.
It's sort of like a, what's that thing that you sit on, the
It's
cushion?
a whoopee
Oh, yeah,
cushion.
whoopee cushion.
It sounds offensive. Our time?
It's our time, yes.
Oh, you know it?
No, it just sounds like something that would be.
It's our
Is that like a
time.
senior?
It's our year.
Is
It's
that
our
for
time.
seniors?
I
It
think
is?
so, yeah, because I've never heard
for
of it.
seniors because it's like it's our time.
Okay, it's your turn.
Let's do the Locks Club.
Correct.
Whoa.
Wow.
Because I feel like there's a niche. There's art.
Is it my turn?
You're right. It's your
Yes.
turn.
Silver bucket?
Silver bucket is wrong.
Oh.
Let's go on to the next category.
All right. If you're single, I'll hook you up with somebody I know.
Okay, what's the next one?
Okay, here are your final 8 names, and the last category is, this is tough, marsupials.
Oh, girl.
Oh, I know.
So you have to guess which of these animals
I'm
are
so good at
marsupials.
marsupials.
Don't take the one I
You're
know.
up first.
I'm actually a marsupial expert.
I actually feel like-
kangaroo.
No.
Yep.
That's the only one I know.
Agreed.
Would a possum be one?
A possum?
Oh, it is?
Correct. Yes.
Oh, that's
Go
one
cats.
that we knew.
Yes.
Okay, a platypus.
That is incorrect.
I don't know. A koala?
Yeah.
Correct.
It's what I forgot that they have the little
Check
pocket.
out Wild Child Saturday mornings on NBC.
Oh yeah, you know, sometimes I do watch that with my coffee, Chanel.
That's rough.
And I
I
text
know.
you, and I say,
You actually have a bit.
"Wow, you're making
So
me
you're right. I
happy."
have an unfair advantage.
Okay, a flying squirrel.
That is incorrect.
See, this is what I get for bragging about marsupials. Okay,
Use that
wanna
Jell-O
give it
shot.
another
go,
Okay,
Chanel?
we're gonna go one more. We're gonna go with the wombat.
That's right.
That is correct.
Good job.
Yes.
Wow.
We can do one more. Jenna, do you want to
Come
try?
on, Jenna.
Okay. Oh, one more. Oh,
Yeah.
Tasmanian devil.
Yes, that is correct.
Who would know?
And you know what?
What?
Chanel.
Chanel
You
won.
are our winner. So
You guys
guess
are just
what?
being polite. Oh, do I
Thank
get
you.
tiara?
You
Yes.
get to have a crown for the day. That's what happens when you come to our show.
I love you guys.
All right, coming up next, fashion influencer and Real Housewife of New York, Saida Silva.
I love her. She'll give us a tour of her Brooklyn brownstone after this. I love her and her beautiful daughter. Oh my goodness.
ditto.
Oh my
There
crown.
goes your crown. Right after this. Wow. She's a fashion influencer and one of the stars of The Real Housewives of New York City. But when Sai De Silva is not navigating Manhattan's social scene, she's at her home in Brooklyn.
And Sai gave us a look inside her stunning townhouse as part of Hoda and Jenna's house tour, including the most coveted corner of her home, the closet. We're going to chat with her in a moment, but first, take a look.
Welcome to Brooklyn, New York. This is my little oasis, and I cannot wait to show you my Brooklyn townhome. Let's go. Welcome to my living room. Now, this is a very cozy space. When I was designing it, I wanted it to feel very inviting. So I went ahead and put some photos up of my family. Now, this is the kitchen. This is where I do all the hosting. I've had the ladies from Roni over. Hello, welcome to mi casa. We've had a chef over. We do lots and lots of cooking.
Hi, I'm Koenig. I'm the chef here tonight. So we're making sure you go into like everything and...
Oh, we're gonna love it.
Oh.
Yeah. He's married.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, okay, never mind. Anyway, I'll get a drink. I have an elevator. So let's be fancy. Let's take it upstairs. Typically, I use it for storage because when you live in New York, you use every nook and cranny for storage. I mean, hence the treadmill. Welcome to my bathroom. I have to show you something in my bathroom that I love so much. So we have a mirror on the outside, but when we flip it, I mean, skincare obsessed. If I had to take one thing from here, I just would take the whole cabinet. Okay, welcome to my closet. This is where the magic happens for me, at least. So right now, I am going through a serious white button-down phase. I mean, as you can see, there are tons. And for some reason, I'm still gravitated to buying more white button-downs. I know, I have to stop. Let me also show you some of my favorite bags. Now, I have this adorable little Fendi bag, and I know you're wondering what can fit in here, but I have to be honest. A lipstick, an AirPod, it's almost like, you know, when your bag has a baby. These Prada loafers, at one time, I was going through a phase where I had to wear socks and loafers. I'm still very much so in that phase, but these are some of my favorites. This was the very first splurge that I made on myself when my blog took off, and I was very, very excited about it. It is a medium Chanel classic with caviar leather, and of course, a good pair of sunglasses, ladies, because you never know when you might need to throw some shade. Am I right? This is my daughter's room. This room is very, very fun. A friend of mine is an artist, and she came over one day with the tiniest little brush, and she hand drew all of the drapes and the books that are all over the walls. This is my daughter's collection of, what are these called? Stuffed animals. Well, but they're also your children, she told me. Welcome to my son's room. He's really into Legos, and every one of his creations is sitting on our dresser. The room is a wildlife theme. He's really into the jungle. We did a campfire on the floor, just something that he can use his imagination. And we have a dog, his name is Yoshi. They cuddle all night long. We really made this room very creative, and he loves it. Thank you so much for hanging out with me in Brooklyn, but it is wine:30 and it is time for me to wind down. I'll see you ladies soon. Cheers.
Cheers. I'm moving in. You won't even notice me and my children and my husband. I'll put them somewhere.
Sleeping in the closet.
You guys are more than welcome to come over anytime.
Okay, Sai, so you have a strict no shoe policy, is that right?
Yes, there's absolutely no shoes in my home, but I think that's like the New York way.
That was how we were too. But now if you have a party, sometimes we would let people, because it really ruins an outfit.
Yes, I was told that it ruins an outfit, but I have a white rug that I do not want to get dirty, and I just think shoes should come off. off, or I have booties.
Yeah.
I can offer booties.
Okay, offering booties is
You're
generous.
you're so fashionable. Do you think it all works together? I mean, I told you I'm obsessed with your shoes and your clothes. I've been following you. A lot of us have for years. And then now you have your home. Like, I mean, does it all kind of work together? Both have to be elevated.
I think 100%. It definitely has to come together and just feel. I don't know. For me, I'm very aesthetic.
Yeah.
Like that's that aesthetic vibe. So whatever I'm wearing also needs to transition into where I live.
I love that.
Okay, I got to come to your house in 2015.
2015.
Wow. Your daughter London was 3. She's here now. She's
adorable.
She's 11 going on 12 now.
11 going on 12.
Such a big girl.
There
but
she is. London, remember when we did that or not really? Because you were 3.
I
don't remember anything.
Well, I remember. Thank you for having me.
It's such a surreal moment to have you in our old apartment
I
to like
know.
now having you. Well, you're coming over, both of you.
We're coming over
Yes,
for
we're coming.
sure. We have to
Good.
hear about your podcast.
Yes. I'm coming out with a podcast with my very best friend. It's called Harder Than We Thought, because life is harder than we thought.
Yeah.
And it's just best friend banter in our 40s, you know, successful careers, marriage, she's dating, and all the things in between. So it's going to be a really good podcast. Definitely take a listen. It'll be out very soon.
Amazing, Sai. Thank you. And y'all, if you want more of Sai, which I know everybody does, you can go to The Real Housewives of New York City. It's on our sister network, Bravo, and it's also streaming on Peacock.
Up next, the product's going viral on TikTok. We're giving them a try.
We sure are.
After this.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Scroll through TikTok on any given day and you'll come across dozens of products that end up going viral. So we want to show you, do they really work in a new series? TikTok made us try it.
So we have some staffers here to help us out. Hi, guys.
Hi. Okay, Rainey, you're up first.
I am.
Now, what was your problem and what did TikTok make you try?
Well, you know, I love my coffee. We all do in the morning.
Yeah.
Need to have it to get our day going. I hate getting spoons dirty to stir my
hate
coffee.
getting spoons dirty?
Well, and then I have to wash it, and then it wastes
And who
time.
wants
So,
to do
and I
that?
need to get up and moving in the morning.
Okay.
So So I found my self-stirring mug. We saw this mug to try on TikTok.
self-stirring?
Self-stirring. So this
Okay.
is what's going to happen.
So you pour
Hold
coffee?
on. Yep. Watch. All right, you pour, and
I mean milk?
No way. Look at that.
It's like a little tornado
It
in
is,
there.
and it makes it all kind of frothy, like I'm my own little barista
Yeah,
at home.
seriously.
That
Yes.
is a win.
So look at TikTok made you try it.
Yes,
What do you
it did.
think?
I think it's awesome, and it would save me time, and I would get out the
So
door
are you
faster.
gonna take this home?
I
and-
sure am. Or would you like it? You can.
Well, so I don't
Look
drink
at
coffee, I
that.
drink tea, and it
That's
would
okay.
work just as fine.
I have my own little cappuccino going right there in my mug.
For $10? Is that what that says?
I think that's like
It says $10. That's what it
I
says.
say yes.
I like it. That's foamy.
It's good.
And delicious.
It's like a cappuccino.
Okay, hi, Eddie.
Steve.
Hi.
Now, what did TikTok make you try?
Yeah, so how often in the morning do we get our toast, we want to put some butter on it, and it's too hard.
The butter won't
to have the
spread.
fridge,
Yeah,
it
the
won't
butter is
spread.
like breaking the bread.
It's not even. So we saw this on TikTok. It's a butter cutter. We wanted to try it out.
A butter cutter.
See how it does. So basically,
Look at this woman. Okay, got it.
you put the stick of butter in
Yeah.
the top, put the cap on, give it a little shake.
Does that have butter in it?
You squeeze.
Oh,
That's the perfect size.
wow, that's. Wait, that is delightful.
Not too much, not too little. It's easier
Can
to
I
spread.
try it? How'd you
Absolutely.
it
Go ahead.
know? That's cool. Oh, that I say yes.
It's so much easier.
But here's the thing: you still have to. Well,
you have to
You
leave
still
it
have
in
to
there
spread it,
so
but
it
it's
gets
just a little bit
melted.
easier.
Okay.
And the best part is you can just leave it right in there in the fridge.
Yeah, that's exactly. So you're going to take that home and use
I'm
that butter
absolutely gonna
cutter?
take it home.
All right, awesome. Okay. Hi, Katrina.
guys.
Now tell us what TikTok had you try.
Yeah, so I love an afternoon snack. Working here, just having something to eat in the afternoon just gives you the extra boost of productivity.
What is happening?
So, I eat at my desk sometimes and it gets a little crummy, a little dirty.
Wait, we need this for
And
Hoda.
We tried, we saw this on TikTok and we're like, let's try it out.
What
so
is
it is a desk vacuum cleaner. So all you do is you press the button right here and then you just
use
let
it in your bed?
in your
Look
thing.
at
Probably.
that.
It's pretty effective.
If you have a toddler that like
That's what it
spills
looks
around
like.
the table
Yeah.
or maybe on the floor under the chair.
Yeah, why you don't have to just use it at a desk.
Yeah.
Very effective.
Although, hold on. Watch this. We go like this, and then we lift up. Well, no, it's still pretty good.
It's still pretty good.
Okay, cool. We need to give that to Hoda to use in her bed.
No
All right.
shortage. I say yes to all of these.
Yeah.
Don't
These
you
are-
think?
TikTok made
These
us
are
try
great.
some cool things.
I like that. Okay, up next, some more cool things. Back to school essentials.
Yeah, everything from backpacks to lunchboxes and more right after this.
I like this.
This is good. This works. Like you could use it on your dinner table. You know how sometimes waiters.
Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go. Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday! We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
Okay, if your kids have been nudging you to take them back to school shopping, we're going to make it easy for you and get you started right now.
Here with some cool classroom essentials is the author of Well Played, Meredith Sinclair.
Hi, Meredith.
Hello, it is that time of year again.
It's that time of year.
Yeah.
Shall we start with backpacks?
Yes. Of course, because you got to have a good backpack.
Okay, talk to us.
These are from Jansport, a brand we probably know and love. You may have had one back in elementary school or junior high. But what's really cool this year is they have a new adaptive collection.
How cool.
So it's incredible. So they have taken 3 years to research how to do this. So they have made specific straps that are perfect for mobility devices. They've also lowered the backpack's height. and profile so it's easier to get into. They have buckles that are easy to open for people with, dexterity limitations.
Yeah.
So not only do you have your tried and trues that you know and love and cool new patterns and ones for little ones, but you also have a great new adaptive collection.
I love that.
Yes.
Okay, lunch boxes. These make me want to cook lunch.
I know, and it'll make your kids want to help you pack their lunch.
Mm-hmm. Full disclosure, this was full of cheese. And Jen and I,
someone got hungry.
We love cheese cubes.
I love them too. So this is a brand called Benko, and they're bento boxes. And what I love about these is they're super duper sturdy. They have rubber on the edges, so they're drop proof.
Oh, wow.
They're leak proof. They're dishwasher safe. And what I also love is they have a modern style too. So you have your little kid Prince ones that they're gonna love, but then you have these modern ones
for tweens.
Teens,
Yes,
tweens.
or
I have
us.
a college kid. I mean, he gets hungry in between classes. It's great.
Okay, water bottles. Why have water bottles become a thing?
They're such a thing.
It's
Now
so
they're like a
annoying.
fashion thing too.
know.
So these have blown up. These are called Owalas. And here are the cool parts about them. This little is a lock, but it also is like a loop.
Wait, that's so good
It's a
because
lock.
my kid's water bottle opens in their backpack.
Oh no, we don't want any of that. So this is a lock. Then it's a very easy flip open. And here's something cool. There's a hidden straw. So you can drink this two ways. You can sip it this way, straight through this little hidden straw, or you can chug it if you need to
Where's the
that
hidden
way.
straw?
It's just down in there. It's deep down in there, so you can just sip it that way. And then of course, it's this. What I love about too. 24 hours, it stays cold because it's like triple vacuum.
Oh my gosh,
insulated.
we're stealing these.
This is cute. Yes.
Okay, talk to us about
Oh my gosh.
this.
I love this. Former teacher. I wish my kids would have had
I
these.
was a former teacher too.
Yeah, I love that. So these
like
are
teachers. Wait, these are
Post-it transparent notes. And so now when you want your kids to take notes inside maybe a book, right? And right there, like, oh, I need to remember
I
that.
want these for when
I
I
know.
Do you know why I like this? Did you ever check out a book from the library and it was pre-highlighted?
Yes.
Like somebody had highlighted
Yes.
something. You don't need to highlight.
Yes.
Just do this.
And then it comes right off of the book so
I
that
love
it
that.
doesn't rip it.
These are amazing.
Fantastic, right? Okay.
That's a good thing.
Okay.
This is good for the whole family.
Found this on Amazon. I'm all about, oh my gosh, keeping the charging dock tidy.
And also keeping everybody's stuff out of their bedroom.
At night, everybody line
right
up.
here, line it up. It takes everything, even
Wait,
iPods.
so if you put this here, it charges?
Yes, charge it with one cable. It takes everything you need, your watch, your eye. This is just from Amazon. It's made from bamboo, so it's like super
pretty.
sturdy. And it has a non-skid, so it's not going to fly off. It's just really cool.
What is
from
this,
Amazon.
Mara?
Okay, well, that's for your watch.
Oh.
Apple Watch. Yeah. It has it for everything.
Okay, this is super cool for calendars.
Super cool. Now, I, as a former teacher, love my little, write-in book. This has changed it for me. I love this.
Do you use this with your
It's
family?
called Skylight. Yeah, and what it is they made photo album frames, like digital.
Yeah.
But now, this is all you need for your family. It's calendar. It's chores. Your kids can literally go right up, touch the screen, go to chores, and you listed their chores. And when they're done, they hit it, and it goes, yay, you did your chores for the week.
So
and
do
then,
you use an app on your phone?
Right, so there's an app, but also if you have a Google Calendar, Apple, it'll sync right up to this. You can change things on the device or with an app.
Wow.
Or if you already have your Google Calendar, it's going to sync
Wait,
right.
that's
Color
so
code.
cool.
And your kids, what I love is the autonomy for kids.
Is this it too?
Yes, so
two
these are
different
two
sizes.
different sizes.
Okay, cool.
Exactly right.
But if you're old school, you can
I'm
also
old
do
school,
this.
and I always want a really nice looking calendar. When my boys were little, we had a big one like this from Pottery Barn. This is their new version. I think it's very sleek. It's
Chic,
acrylic.
okay.
And so it's just a dry erase, right?
Yeah.
But it looks cute in your living space, right?
Totally.
I think that's important
Yeah,
too.
clean and lovely.
Yeah.
And our house is like air traffic control. This one has practice. This one has practice.
You need that.
I love that.
Yeah, you need that.
Okay, thank you,
Those are good.
Meredith. Great ideas, and you can check out all of these products at today.com/shop.
All right, up next, what to do? Carrie Underwood, LL Cool J, Paul McCartney. What do they have in common?
Oh my gosh, they can all be part of your summer entertainment lineup right after this.
Nice.
Okay, there is still plenty of summer left to enjoy a good book, podcast, or playlist, so listen up.
Okay, so one of our favorite people on the planet, Today's Show radio host and program director Holly Palmieri has all the entertainment we need.
I know Holly has, she really does.
You do.
You always give us
guys.
recommendations and we
go
love
on.
it. So let's start with Paul McCartney.
Yeah, this is going to be great. I mean, you would think over his 60-year career, we've heard all the stories, but oh no. Paul McCartney's A Life in Lyrics is a new podcast coming out in the next few weeks. It's him and his friend Paul kind of sitting around the kitchen table talking about the stories behind the lyrics. And I love the intimacy of this. Like, you hear the teacups clinking as they talk.
Wow.
And if you love the Get Back documentary, because it brought you in the room where these songs were actually happening, this has a similar sort of feel to it.
I love that.
Really
well,
cool.
music is a one-of-a-kind therapy. I feel like it speaks to the soul in the way that sometimes words can't.
Yes.
So talk to me about, like, maybe you need help with a relationship.
Oh, Esther Perel has the words.
Yeah,
Yes.
she's amazing.
Isn't she the best? Psychotherapist, world-renowned relationship expert. But her podcast, Where Should We Begin?
I've heard of many lies in the course of my 40 years of working with couples. In this instance, he has a secret. The secret turned into a lie. The lie turned into a deception. The deception turned into a betrayal. And now it has become a fiasco.
Oh,
That writing.
and that's so
You're
interesting.
sitting in on a therapy session. It feels like a true crime podcast sometimes. The lies, the deceit, the deception.
Yeah, but she has such great wisdom too for married couples or for people in relationships.
Some of the episodes really do have beautiful healing in the end, and it's a special one.
Okay, so NPR's Tiny Desk concerts. Everybody's obsessed
So
with
you
it.
love Tiny Desk. I'll give you the quick background of it. Basically, Bob Boylan's a producer at NPR, and he's at a concert, and it's super loud, and you can't really hear the music well. He's like, we should bring them back to our desk. Like, we'd have a better time. 15 years later, everybody from Billie Eilish to Big Bird has been on this show.
Usher,
it is
he has a really
incredible.
good one.
Oh my, there's been a lot. Dua Lipa's
Lipa.
has 100 million views.
Wow.
I don't know if you saw Juvenile's recent one. This was the last one they just did. I mean, he had a whole horn section at the Tiny Desk.
That's
John
amazing.
Baptiste showed
It's
up.
almost like an acoustic vibe, too, because it feels just, the sound
Yes,
just
and
feels bigger.
intimate.
Yeah.
Intimate is the exact word. We really love this series. And if there's any artists that you love, like, check out their performances there.
Okay, what other inspiring content can you recommend?
So we've got
Like podcasts?
a couple of podcasts. This one's an audiobook, actually, but she also has a podcast. I'll give you the background on Tinks. Do you know Tinks?
No.
I do. She was on our show.
She was, yes. She's sort of TikTok's big sister.
Okay.
And like all big sisters,
big sister.
she's hilarious in her advice, but also brutally honest, as big sisters can and should be.
Okay.
But so yes, it started on TikTok, turned podcast, turned radio show. She's got a live show on Radio Andy where you can call in and ask for advice. Her audio book, The Shift, is this really great advice lessons in how to shift yourself out of the rut and into confidence and joy. She just gives wonderful advice, and we love the audiobook and have a little sample for you.
I love that. Okay.
The sooner you let go of a scarcity mindset, the freer you are to make space for what's coming. It speeds up the process, too. The more you have fun with friends, the more you invest in your career and family, the more you use this time for self-exploration, the more you put out the kind of energy that will attract what you're eventually looking for in a partner. Most important, you become your best self. And we love her.
Cool.
Love her.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, there's a few new channels on SiriusXM.
Yeah, summer isn't over. We got a lot of good music. We got a
cheers
lot
to
coming
that.
up. Yes, we're going to start with Carrie Underwood.
Okay.
Love Carrie. Carrie's Country is a great station. And, you know, this isn't just a playlist of Carrie's music. It's live performances. It is curated by her, so she introduces all of the
To
songs
new artists and
to
stuff.
new artists, people who have influenced her career. So we're loving Carrie's Country for your
I love
summer.
that.
And last but not least, I can't believe we are celebrating 50 years of hip hop.
I know, we've been talking about it. It's crazy.
LL Cool J's Rock the Bells Radio. This is such a good channel. They're playing all the classics. I don't even want to call them classics. That makes them sound old. They're throwbacks. They're all the songs we love. We love. And
Just crank that on at a party and then just let it go.
100%. And he is actually kicking off a new tour, an arena tour. He hasn't played in 30 years.
Yeah.
An arena tour. So
He
we're
was just here
pumped
with us
for that.
too.
I saw
talk
him.
about
Yes,
it.
that's going to be fun.
Okay, that's awesome. And the artists actually program all these channels themselves.
That's what makes it so great, because it is really curated by them. It's not just some playlist. Like, they really have a lot of input in it and their own voices there.
Awesome.
I have one more podcast recommendation real quick. Well, more of the parenting podcast that I'll be bringing these next few weeks when I
What?
If anyone wants some parenting podcast.
You're pregnant? Wait, we just said you looked beautiful and had no idea.
Sometimes you hide a maternity dress.
You look amazing, Holly. Congrats. Congrats. When are you? Well, we want to
Valentine's Day.
Do we know?
We don't know.
Are we gonna find out?
Maybe. Cool. Well, that is amazing news.
So stay tuned for Parenting Podcast.
I bet baby Sissy is so thrilled. I was like, parenting podcast?
Yes.
That wasn't on the card.
Oh, Holly,
Holly,
yay.
congrats.
Love you guys.
Congrats.
Thank you.
And we'll be back right after this. I know. Amazing.
That's awesome.
You guys.
Is your baby Sissy?
Oh, Chanelli, thank you so much for hanging out with me on this Friday.
You have some good guests coming up.
I mean, so good. Next week, we've got Cheryl Lee Ralph.
Plus Tracy Morgan, Idina Menzel, and Jason Mraz.
How amazing is that?
Good stuff.
All right, let's go. Let's just get into the weekend. Have a good weekend, y'all. Bye.
This morning on Today Table, we are making a refreshing and citrusy bowl. Is that a word? Citrusy?
Citrusy.
A
Yeah,
citrusy
absolutely.
bowl that is perfect for the summer.
Well, our citrusy chef, Elena Besser, is the host of the new series, Head of the Table, on Today All Day. Elena, good to see you.
Great to be with my pals today.
This salad is right on time.
It is right on time, and here's the thing. This summer, we want to be grilling, but we also want to be chilling.
Oh!
Guys, I had to do it.
Where's my mic so I can drop it?
Drop that mic. So we are making a delicious dressing that is a cumin lime dressing, and essentially what we have here is we have some honey. You could swap that with agave. We have lime zest, which we're adding in.
Okay.
We've got some lime juice. We have some delicious cilantro. If you don't like cilantro, you can swap it with parsley.
Okay.
We have grated garlic. I know
Nice.
this seems like a lot, but it's all going to be worth it, I promise.
What about
Could you throw a little
This
ginger
is
in
jalapeno. You could absolutely throw ginger in there if you want.
Jalapeno?
We have
Yeah.
cumin.
Chanel, that's your favorite?
Jalapeno face.
Yeah.
No,
All
your business.
Oh, that's right. Jalapeno business.
And then a little bit of chili powder.
Every time.
So what I like to do is I like to mix all of this together first, and then I will slowly add in the oil to just emulsify
Why
it.
do you have to do that?
The reason why is just it's going to come together so much easier if you slowly add in all of that oil. And this is going to turn into a luxurious dressing. But guess what?
What?
It's also our shrimp marinade.
Oh my gosh,
Because
it's a
that's-
twofer.
It's a twofer. That's where the chillin' comes in. And don't forget the salt and the pepper. We got to awaken those flavors.
And is it could you make this ahead of time
You
and let it
could-
kind of sit there?
Absolutely, and those flavors will intensify, they'll meld together. We have half of that marinade here. We're gonna brush it onto some corn.
Okay.
And then that's gonna go right onto our grill. If you are someone like me and you don't own a grill, you can just use a grill pan like we're showing you right here. And that's just
Does it
gonna
still
cook.
give it the same taste?
Yes, it does. You are able to get that nice smoky char
Yeah.
taste. You'll be pleasantly surprised by
Okay.
how much of that flavor you'll still be getting.
Okay.
This goes
Ooh,
about
smell
a
it
minute on
already.
each side. See, it's coming through. About like a minute on each side, probably like 5 minutes total. You'll get that char, but also you can eat raw corn and it's absolutely delicious anyway. This ends up going into the shrimp. We don't want it in for too long because we have lime juice in there, so we don't want to cook it. Exactly.
Okay.
We're not making ceviche here.
Right.
But then after that, you're going to thread it onto some skewers.
You're going to soak the skewers?
Al, you'd think you know how to cook or something.
I
mean,
seriously. For about 30 minutes, I believe.
Yes, so you're thread it onto the skewers just to make, and this is fun. You could serve it on the skewers, or you could cook it without the
I
skewers.
love that you did the double skewer because I've made the mistake of not.
And then it's flipping all over the place.
Just running around, and we want it to stay put and get that even char. So we're going to cook this about 2 minutes per side.
So now
And
you've left your corn cool off.
We let our corn cool off. We cut it off the cob. I like putting it a little bowl in here, set it down. It makes it really easy, so it's easy to balance. We add in our red onion. And if red onion's too intense for you, what I like to do is I'll just soak it in some ice water, and it will take out that astringency.
Oh, that's good to know.
So it ends up mellowing it out. We're going to add some diced avocado.
That's a nice tip there.
It's fun, right? And
Pro tip.
How long do you have to soak it?
Just like a couple minutes. I would say
otherwise
like
it's too
5
strong.
minutes would be the best. And avocado, by the way, check out Al's new episode on his show, Family Meal, the avocado episode.
Award-winning show.
Award-winning show. And then we have some feta as well.
Gosh.
And guess what?
What?
More
dressing.
marinade and dressing.
Wow,
So
it's a threefer.
It turns out
It's a
not just
threefer.
a twofer, it's a threefer. So we are adding in the rest of that. We're hitting it with a little bit here. I'm just going to turn these.
Yeah.
Let's see. Look, we're already
Boom.
getting a nice char
Lena,
on
this
there.
is so good.
And we add a little bit of salt. You like it? And then,
Oh my gosh.
Yes, Al, because we want it to fall from the bottom
You got
so it
some in
will
your shirt.
evenly distribute. Fantastic. And then you're going to serve this up. You could either leave it on the skewer, you could take it off the skewer, and you know what?
Oh my gosh.
One more thing. Why
What?
not throw a little tortilla chip on there?
Oh, yeah.
Extra
Al,
you
crunch.
had a plate.
I like
Yeah,
the
what,
texture.
put that.
Yeah, I know, but I had this plate.
This is
one's
the
my
beauty.
Why would I go for that plate?
Try
when I
that
go for this
salad.
plate?
This
Elena,
salad.
Really yummy.
It's
like my new
always
favorite
great when
thing.
you're
My
here.
shrimp
It
is
is
all gone.
so
We
fun
love
to be
having you.
here. It's awesome to have the
Lena,
gang all
everything
back
you make is
together.
yummy.
That's right.
If you love chips and guacs and today's Masterclass Monday is for you. We're talking avocados and mangoes, which can be challenging to choose and to use.
Yeah, exactly. And here to share her tricks is Gabi Dolkin. She's an Instagram star, cookbook author, creator of the popular food blog, What's Gabi Cooking? And Gabi's in her LA kitchen up bright and early with us. Hey, Gabi, good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning.
Mama,
How are
should
you?
we call you good morning,
Yes,
Mama?
we
How's
heard you
that
have a new
babe?
babe.
She's good. She's right behind the camera, just staring at me.
Oh, she's filming.
She's working camera
She's a
one.
genius.
Good. She's 7 months old. Gosh, she is
Oh, look at
adorable.
those
And look at her little legs.
Cutie.
Look at those rolls.
Okay, let's get to cooking. I bet your babe loves avocados. They're so good, but they're kind of hard to choose. How do we know if they're ripe?
Okay, so I literally wrote an entire cookbook on avocados 100 years ago. So I like to buy my avocados when they're like this. They're like bright green, they're rock hard, they feel literally like rocks, and then I let them ripen on my counter. If you buy them like this and you need them faster, I like stick them in a brown paper bag with a banana or an apple, and that ripens it. And when they're ripe, they look a little bit more like this. They're a little darker, they're a little softer. When you want to eat your avocado, it should have just a slight bit of give to it, kind of like the palm of your hand right here. And then you know it's ready to go.
Gabi, we did
And if you want to extend it
Yeah.
from there, pop it in the fridge for a couple days.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I think it keeps it for 5 days, your note said. But also, we did something this morning that was a little controversial. We put avocado in our cereal. Have you ever heard of anything like that?
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. No.
Okay.
No.
I don't know if I would do it, but I
We're on the
support
right side of
anyone who
history.
does that.
I trust Gabi. All right,
Yeah.
Gabi, before we get any further, so we're going to make a mango salsa. And how do you pick a good mango?
So similar to an avocado, when you buy a mango, sometimes they're rock hard, and they're different varieties also. Like we have a different variety in my kitchen than you guys have right there on set. But when they're rock hard, also like an avocado, give them a couple days. You can put them in that same bag with the banana and an apple.
Good trick.
When they're ripe, this one is all yellow, and it should also have just a tiny bit of give to it. Again, like this part of your palm, and it should smell really fragrant. Like when it smells fragrant, it's ready to go.
Okay.
Okay, so you made this. This delicious avocado and mango salsa with salmon. I know my toe's okay. Everything's fine. Show us what you made.
Okay, so this is what we're making quickly. It's this beautiful salmon. When you're seasoning salmon, I just buy like a little fillet. I season it heavily with any of your favorite seasonings. I just use my favorite. It's called Gabi's Go-To. salt and pepper, 425 degree oven for like 10 to 12 minutes. If you don't want to turn on your oven, you can easily do it in a grill. You would just do indirect, you'd put it on indirect heat and shut the grill and cook it same amount of time.
So show us how to cut that
once
mango.
That's done. Yes, we're going to cut the mango. Okay, so there's a huge pit in this situation.
Yes,
You are
there
going
sure
to hold
is.
it. You can hold it up like this. And you're going to take your knife and just run it right down, like just slightly off the center so you don't hit the pit. Turn it the other way. And do the exact same thing. If you cut it a little bit too close to the center and you hit the pit, just move your knife out a bit. And then from here, what we're going to do is take our knife and very gently score the inside part of the mango both ways, kind of like tic-tac-toe, just like this. And then you're going to pop it out and take your knife. I'm using like a fish fillet knife. This is what you would use to take the skin off of a fish. You could also use a chef's knife, anything you want. And you're just going to carefully run it on the bottom, just like this.
Yeah, and you know what? Hoda is
and
a
then
mango
all
expert.
of your mango.
Yeah, that's how I give it to my kids. I call those mango pops. I
She
pop
pops
it out.
and just
then
lets
they
them
just
eat it straight from the skin.
Like, how old does my Poppy need to be in order to have a mango?
I think
7 months acceptable?
She needs some teeth, just one or two.
One tooth. One tooth.
Okay. Same thing with the avocado. When you're doing an avocado, you kind of just spin it around your knife, twist it open, and then you're also just going to score the same thing. And instead of popping it open like you did the mango, you're going to pop it open, or you're going to scoop it out with a spoon.
And how do you and what do you do to season those two fruits?
Show us how you make your salsa.
So the salsa, we're just going to put in some green onions. You could also do chives. Look at these like super cool green zebra tomatoes from the farmer's market. Those are going to go in.
And lime?
A little bit of lime juice, a little bit of pepper. And then if you're not feeding this to kids or whatever, you could add a little jalapeno, habanero, just to give it a little bit of spice.
Yummy.
And then you just give this a
That's
stir
delicious.
and top it.
On anything.
If you hate fish, put it on chicken, put it on steak, put it on whatever you want. Tofu.
Looks great.
It's all going to be
Gabi,
Thank you so
phenomenal.
much.
Thank you so
That
much,
looks so
Gabi.
good.
If you're looking for something tasty to whip up this weekend, we have got you covered. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer with a delicious meal that uses just 6 ingredients. Good morning, Joy.
Morning. Hey, guys. I have something so special for your weekend menu, and it's sort of like a mix and eat situation. It comes together in 5 minutes, and it is good. It is saucy. It's smoky. I think you're really going to love it.
And what I love about it is it's kind of a hack in that you just get a supermarket rotisserie chicken and you go to town. Get us started.
Okay, so I'm calling it my Chipotle pulled chicken in avocado boats. And we're starting with the pulled chicken. So here I have 1.5 cups of shredded chicken. You could use any leftover chicken that you have in the fridge. But what I did was took the easy way out, picked up a rotisserie chicken. You take the skin off, and then just like using your hands.
Sometimes I do.
Yeah. You're just going to shred it up just like this until you have a great big pile. So let me move this over. Now comes the easy part. I have jarred salsa. This is just a half a cup. And, you know, you're the boss of your salsa. You can use mild, medium, spicy, whatever you prefer. And the nice part about the salsa is it does all the chopping for you. There's chopped peppers, there's chopped onions in it. Here, this is sort of the star of the show. This is chipotle peppers in adobo sauce. So I have 2 of them chopped up, and I want to show you what they look like because you could buy them in the grocery store in jars, and you're going to take. See these peppers. So these are dried smoked jalapenos. Well, you know, not so spicy. It has a little bit of heat. So if you're sensitive to heat, I would start with 1, and then you could always add a second. I like to add a third. Truth be told. It's so smoky and so tangy. And now what I do is add an extra teaspoon of the adobo sauce right inside. And this is where I said it's just a toss and mix. This is going to come together. And if you're looking for a creamier chicken salad consistency, it's also really nice to add 2 or 3 tablespoons of a light mayo or a Greek yogurt. It dilutes the flavor a little bit, but it makes it super creamy. And then you might want to add an extra pepper in there and a little bit more adobo sauce.
But the pepper has so much flavor that I feel like it doesn't take much to go a long way.
You are so right, Dylan. And now
here's the superfood part.
Okay, guys. We have an avocado packed with potassium, packed with fiber. I split it in half. I took out the pit.
That
and
is a
you're
perfect
just
avocado.
going to...
It is a perfect
no
avocado.
brown or anything.
I got so lucky this morning. I really did.
You never really know till you cut into it.
And what I like to do to take it over the top, I'm going to add a little bit of extra adobo sauce. And I'm going to show you, I have some finished right over here. Look at this. Wait.
Oh, this looks so yummy.
It is so out of this world. Look at this. Oh, my goodness.
And then I noticed on the side there, you've got, if you have some extra, you've got something else you could do with it.
Yeah, so now I'm going to show you a little bit of cilantro. I just love cilantro. I know some people are team cilantro, some not so much. I'm going to show you how to make a wrap now with it. So if you want to use that same flavorful chipotle chicken, you could then take the avocado. You see what I've done here? Another beautiful bright green one. I got super lucky. I'm going to smash it and spread it on a whole grain tortilla. Now I take my...
Hey, Joy, I love how... Who's pulling that stuff away? I love that.
You know who it is.
Is that Ian?
Ian Bowers in the house. You know, when you guys put me back on the plaza last week and the week before, Ian thought he was retired. He handed in his NBC badge, and then suddenly he was called back. So now I'm going to roll this up.
Oh, that is so easy.
Wow, look at that.
It could not be easier. I'm going to slice it up.
Oh, that looks so
So whether
good.
you have your boats or a wrap,
There you go.
Look at that.
you are
And there
ready
it
to
is.
eat.
And Joy, that's a wrap for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, Ian,
Can
just
I
pull
just
that
very
out
quickly
too.
say?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
I'm going to say happy birthday to my hero, my heart, my dad, 83 years old. And I'm going to tell you, he is so fit. He still beats all my brothers on the basketball court. Swims every day.
Good for him.
Wow.
Artie
And we're playing the
Schlatt, I love
Smucker's
you.
birthday music. Look at that. Very quick.
Happy birthday.
He's not 100, though. Okay, let's just make sure
He's
that's
not
clear.
100, but he is on a mission to make it onto that Smucker's jar.
All right. Thanks so much, Joy.
know Adam as the host of The Food That Built America. Well, now he's out with a new show, biting into the most memorable foods of an iconic decade. It's called Adam Eats the 80s. That's a great title. He's here to tell us all about it and, of course, do some throwback cooking for us. Adam, I think in the 80s, beef stroganoff was a meal that my mother made.
Classic.
And when I think of the 80s, and that was like kind of a fancier meal.
Yeah.
But it really sort of encapsulated like 80s food. We're going to make a classic here in a minute, but tell me more about the show.
So basically, yeah, like you nailed it. We look through one of the most dynamic decades in American history through the prism of food. Everyone's done fashion and fads and big shoulder pads and big hair and leg warmers and Jennifer Beals off the shoulder.
Yeah,
flash
dance.
sweatshirts. But remember,
what was the food? Because like there was Hot Pockets, there was the microwave, the proliferation of the microwave.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You nailed it. You had kids had agency because you had latchkey kids because you had two parents
Right,
working.
right.
You had Reagan saying you could advertise directly to children, so you had a proliferation of sugared cereals.
You didn't
and
eat eggs
candy
because of
tie-ins.
Nancy Reagan and the drugs. Get your brain on drugs.
Right, exactly. You had the microwave so those latchkey kids could cook.
Right.
But also you had ranchers carrying over massive debt into the 80s. They sold off beef. Beef became more expensive, so chicken started appearing on our
that's
fast
right.
food menus.
That's right.
And people started pivoting, getting a few more European
So
flavors
fascinating.
in there.
What a great idea for a show.
Thank you.
What'd you bring for us today?
This is my version of another 80s classic, Sloppy Joe's.
You saw this on the lunch menu? Sloppy Joe's? You were
You
so
like it?
excited.
They tasted like this back in the day.
If only.
Let's
Exactly.
Adam, start cooking while we talk. Go ahead and we'll get it going.
Absolutely.
Is this a chili? Is that what it is?
Well, no, it's essentially similar to it. Not different than taco meat. We have some ground beef. We have some oil browning in there. You want to help me with
Yeah,
this? So
sure.
add the onion first.
Yep.
And what we'll do is we'll sweat that. We'll add a little pinch of salt. And we'll stir that. When the onions start getting a little bit translucent, we'll start adding in. You can swap this out
Is that
for
an
turkey.
80-20?
Yep, 80-20 Chuck. You could add turkey. You can even do ground chorizo if you want to change the flavor or a combination. There you go. Break it up with there.
Yep.
Once the meat starts to brown, I guess roughly about 5 minutes, we'll move on. We have cumin. We have, obviously, you want to add a little bit of chili powder. We want to add a little bit of pepper. But all the great flavors that you normally find in like taco seasonings. So we have some that's already cooked down. You can see it simmering away here. So what we're going to do is how comfortable you smashing garlic.
Well, I'll do it, but how do you do it?
Okay,
Use
so
like
use
that?
yeah, what you
The
want to
flat
do is,
part?
yeah, exactly. You want to make sure that it's stable, and then just
Okay.
press.
Mine's a little more violent than that.
Okay,
And how much do you have to break it down?
Just that much. Actually,
Okay.
you could break it even with your hands. The larger pieces will prevent it from burning.
Remember Hamburger Helper?
Oh my God! Helps
I just
your
thought of
hamburger
that.
make a great
Did it
meal.
have these great spices or not so much? This is a very
No, probably
elevated version.
probably not. I'm going to guess that they didn't. So we have these spices. Go ahead, drop it on in there. And again, we want to make sure that it browns but not burns. Burnt garlic is an awful.
You guys are
flavor.
eating it. Just tell me how it is. We got 2 minutes left.
Are there
And
Fritos
these
mixed in here?
onions-
Yes, well, that's exactly it. So then we're also going to put in a can of tomatoes
Okay, I'll
and
stir that up.
all of the juice, and we want them to break up, and that's also going to get that beautiful
moisture,
soupy
yep.
Exterior. So now we
All right,
have
now we
our corn
build.
chips.
Yep.
Exactly. So I had chili Frito pie at the Texas State Fair.
Yep.
Blew me away.
Love it.
So basically, we're going to take the sort of sloppy Joe mixture.
Yep.
And we'll layer it on top of this. The best way to do it is just sort of dot it, spread it out. We have a pound of cheese.
I mean, you can eat this as a separate appetizer. This is this is going on the sandwich.
This
but
is just joy.
That
Yes,
is amazing.
absolutely.
Yes.
This is This
It's a
should have-
time warp when you eat that, right? You go back to the 80s, that flavor,
But
right?
then it's elevated with the onions.
Exactly.
and
So then
avocado.
we'll put a little bit on the sandwich
Oh, I
and we'll
love it.
top it with sliced
Oh,
avocado.
see, it's fancy. You got the pickled onions.
Exactly. Some pickled red onions, but you could buy them. You could make them super easily.
Yeah, this is not the sloppy Joe we had at
No,
St.
no,
Michael's
this is
Elementary
not
School.
your cafeteria sloppy Joe.
Oh my gosh.
You got to get to these onion rings.
We gotta get to the onion rings.
Okay, we
only
got to
have
get
about
to
a
the
minute,
onion rings. Okay,
but
so
they're outstanding.
Okay, so really simple smoked paprika onion rings. Now it may look like a lot of smoked paprika. It's a very strong flavor, but it's infused in the egg, in the panko, in the flour, and when it cooks, it actually gets a little sweeter.
Yeah, I didn't
Like
know.
the best onion ring I've ever had.
That's the secret.
It's so thin. It's so crunchy.
That's huge. So we got Vidalia onions, super sweet. We're going
That's
to
not
use
fair.
a mandolin so it always comes out in level. And I like using the guide because you can see, first of all, you're always going to get a uniform slice.
Yep.
But also you're going to protect your fingers.
Yeah.
So then what you want to do with any breading station, you go one flour to egg, the other hand egg to breadcrumb. So you could take the right hand, I guess, we'll go flour.
Yep.
to the egg.
Oh my gosh, this is so good.
Because if you don't, you'll
It is incredible.
Yeah.
Best
Really?
onion ring ever.
You know, you get
That
an
is a
onion ring and the
huge
onion immediately
compliment.
comes, it falls apart.
That's
And
exactly
it's
right.
thick, and it's just, you don't really want
That's
that.
right.
What kind of oil are
This
you
is just
using?
all
So you want to make
salt.
sure you use any kind of oil with a high smoke point. I prefer peanut.
Keep
but
talking,
anything
guys.
that hits 350.
Do me a favor, check out the show. It's fantastic.
Oh my
We're back
God.
with a great chicken franchise, and of course, you can find all the recipes at today.com/food.
Okay, one way to teach kids about the importance of traditions and culture is through family recipes, and that's exactly what our friend Marcela Valladolid is doing in her debut children's cookbook.
What is it called? Tell me what it's called.
Cocinando on Cook Street.
I love it. It's a collection of Mi Familia's recipes. Yes. And today she's making one of those recipes in the book. Marcella, we're so happy to have you in person.
Yes.
So welcome in.
Yes.
And this is really a book for your daughter, is that right?
It really is. She always used to make me read cookbooks to her at night, but she's not in school yet, which means we only speak Spanish at home with the kids until they go to school. So I would be translating in real time, and I was like, I need to write a book for her that's written in English and Spanish.
Oh my God, you're incredible.
Here we are.
So we're starting with some flautas.
Yes, it's Hispanic Heritage Month, which is kind of weird for me because I celebrate Hispanic heritage like every day of my life.
Yes.
But thank you for the invitation.
Well, also, thank you for coming to cook. This is
No,
delicious.
absolutely. So flautas, and this book is about all those little tips, right? So flautas are rolled up taquitos, and people usually don't know like the simple tips, like if you warm up a tortilla, it's much easier for you to roll it up without it breaking. So you can microwave.
that makes sense, right?
It's just so easy.
And that's
then
just shredded chicken?
It's just shredded chicken that you can get from the rotisserie chicken from the market if you don't want to boil it yourself. Like, make your life easy.
And you don't need to put anything on it to make it stick. You just kind of...
You don't. And the trick with flautas is if you're not an experienced flauta maker, like the women in Mexico, they don't need to do the toothpick thing. They figure it out. God knows how they make it stick, but it's stick. But if you're not a professional flauta maker, you use the toothpicks.
And you can fry the toothpicks?
Oh, absolutely. You just have to make sure. Yeah, that's really hot oil. But there you go. And you just leave those in there for a couple of minutes, and maybe we'll take them out so we don't burn your studio.
Okay, I have a crazy
How about that?
question.
Yeah.
Can you air fry flautas?
Absolutely, 100%. So my idea would be you brush it with a little bit of oil, throw it in the air fryer, and that's it.
Wait, I am going to try to air fry a flauta tonight.
You can. You can. I'll tell you what you can do. You can bake or air fry tortilla chips too, but we'll get there in a second.
Okay.
You're
All
going
right.
to love it.
So now we make the rest.
So another thing about the book is introducing folks and kids to like the traditional stuff, but not too spicy. A pico de gallo salsa or salsa bandera because it has the colors of the flag. You've got some tomatoes that are seeded, some onion, cilantro for sure, jalapeno, and you can measure like...
But do you do the jalapenos without seeds?
You do it without the seed. The spice is actually in the vein, not so much the seed. Yeah, so you take out the vein, and if you don't like spice, just do a little sprinkle of jalapeno. My mom's trick, oil in the salsa.
Oil
and
lemon?
And lemon, and a little salt and pepper, and that's it, and you've got your beautiful salsa.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, and then to
look
dress
how
them up,
crunchy. Yum.
another great one for my mom, always dress the lettuce. A little oil, a little vinegar,
brings out all of the flavor, and then you just dress it, and then go Mexican with like a big, huge,
salad on top almost.
The whole thing, and you've got some beautiful ones here. Here's some flautas. I'll dress these.
And what do you add on top? Cajita cheese?
Yeah, so dress lettuce, like that's one of the things I teach in my cooking class. Always dress the lettuce in these Mexican antojitos, a little cotija cheese and Mexican crema, because why not? Because it's so delicious. Come on over, bring your flautas, ladies.
It's so crunchy and yummy.
Okay, and you were having like a heart attack because we baked the chips, which I
think
love.
it's a brilliant idea.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's the thing: tortilla chips are awesome, but if you bake them, you might be like a little more willing to put them on the dinner table,
It's
right?
good for your kids.
And here's what's great about this recipe: like you brush them with oil and you bake them.
What is this?
It's a corn tortilla.
You
Has
took a
to be
tortilla
corn.
and cut it up.
Yeah,
Okay.
you cut it up. You can cut it up into stars. You can use cookie cutters. You can have so much fun with
that's
this.
so cute.
So much fun. I do it for Christmas and do Christmas shapes and make like a tortilla chip Christmas tree. But anyway, that's a different. That's a different segment.
What is that spice you're putting on?
Anything you want. I'm using chili lime powder, a little bit of thyme, a little bit of rosemary. And that's the thing about homemade chips. You can season them with whatever you want.
And
so simple.
So they're brushed with oil, seasoned, and then you put them in the oven?
350, 15, 20 minutes
That's
until
it?
they're nice and crisp. You want to make sure they're dried out. Nobody likes soggy tortilla chips.
Now you're going to make us a little guac.
Simplest thing in the world. All of these recipes come from my mom, which is what's so special about the book. The secret ingredient to guac is distilled white vinegar.
What?
That's why you guys were eating it and you were like, oh my God.
What?
It
I've never heard that.
It's how my mom used to make it when I was a kid.
And is that lime?
Yeah, and then you just mash it in salt. And that's
vinegar.
all you need for a good
What about
guacamole.
What about
You don't-
cilantro? No?
You can, but I'm a
that's not
purist
true.
when it comes to guacamole.
And you don't put
especially-
tomatoes,
I'm
which is
coming down
interesting.
here.
You
Yeah,
can.
this
You
is
certainly
nice.
can. You can find like pomegranate seeds, mango,
Yeah.
anything
Yeah.
around across Mexico.
by the
Like
way.
people are getting adventurous, but for me, guacamole is just this with some baked chips that are seasoned, and that's it.
This is amazing.
So good, right?
We love these.
Thank you.
Our good friend Utica in the house,
Oh, baby.
Mr. Matt
So good to
Abdu.
see you, Mr. Roker. Thank you so much for having me.
Pig Beach Barbecue here
That's
in New York
right.
and West Palm Beach.
That's right.
That's right.
Indeed.
So you are making, I mean, there's fully loaded and then there's fully
That's
loaded.
right. That's right.
So what are these hot dogs?
So what we're doing today is we're taking the hot dog, we're elevating it to the next level. And the great thing about what we're doing here is that every single thing we're making is good enough on its own, but adding it to a hot dog is just going to make it like that much more next level.
My gosh. So what are we starting
So
with?
starting off here, this is slow cooker pulled pork. So you can do this the night before, put it in before you go to bed, wake up, pulled pork's ready to go for
Ready
the
to
game.
go.
In a slow cooker, whatever you got, we have some pork shoulder cubed up, apple cider vinegar, apple juice, and our world famous Pig Beach barbecue seasoning. Recipe at
stuff.
today.com
Oh,
or in
yeah.
the Pig Beach barbecue cookbook.
Fantastic. Put that
lid on it, cook it for about overnight, low and slow until it's shredded and done.
All right.
In this pot, we're missing Jenna today because we're kicking up some queso, that good old signature canned tomatoes and chilies with that cheesy sauce.
Okay.
Mix it, melt it all
Is that
together.
just like a Velveeta type of thing?
Exactly.
Okay.
Perfect with whatever you want to do. Eat it with cheese, tortillas, or just put it on the hot dog.
Now, what kind of
And
hot
here-
dog do you like?
So we have some really special hot dogs here. Our good friend Chef Ralph Perazzo makes these amazing all-beef natural casing hot dogs. I love them. It's what we use at Pig Beach.
So they got a nice snap to
They
them
got
when
a
you
beautiful
bite
snap to them. They're incredible.
Like the snap. Did you have the snap yet?
I got the snap.
I love you guys.
2 snaps.
Two
Okay.
snaps, there it is.
All right, so you're
take the hot
grilling
dog,
these.
whether you want to grill it, whether you want to boil it, whether you want to griddle it, whatever you have. If you're tailgating and cooking at home, we're going to take these things, we'll throw them on the grill.
Right.
Cook them once they got some nice marks on, they're all set to go. Take your hot dogs.
Do you like the potato bun?
I'm a huge fan of the potato bun. I love that soft, squishy, slightly sweet kind of texture to it. And from here on out, load it up with whatever you want. And this you're gonna have some fun. You can either have the pulled pork, the chili, the cheese, a combination of everything, some crispy onions, pickled jalapenos, a little cherry pepper relish, whatever it has you. What do you guys think?
Come on.
Getting after it?
A lot
I love it.
Snap to it.
Can't ever go wrong with a good hot dog, right?
Man.
The most iconic tailgating food that's out there, great football food, every stadium on the planet. It's got a good old hot dog. This is a way to elevate it at your home.
Now you're making a great cheesy bacon dip.
So this dip, I gotta tell you, this dip is something that the first time I had it, it kind of blew my mind a little bit. I had it during when everyone was like locked in home during quarantining. My mother-in-law made this for me. Hey, Connie. Hi, Luke. Hi, Megan. Love you guys.
Hey, everybody.
It's so simple to make. All it is cream cheese, some shredded Swiss cheese or Gruyere, and some mayonnaise. We're just going to take all of this, put it in a bowl
Perfect.
together.
That's
The
Mayonnaise,
mayonnaise, right? It's
Well,
what's
dry
gonna,
January's over. So.
Dry January. There you go. You're good to go. You're going to take all of this and you're just going to simply mix it together. Hopefully your cream cheese is nice and tempered, so it's easy to mix.
So you want like room temperature?
Room temperature cream cheese makes it a lot easier just to kind of get all that stuff mixed together. And then it's just going to go into whatever sort of baking dish that you have. I like these oval baking dishes because they look pretty when they're done. Put right into the baking dish like this. Preheat your oven to 425 degrees or so. Bake it for about 10 to 12 minutes or until all the cheese is nice and melted. Then blast it on your broiler just for a few minutes to get that nice caramelized top right here.
Quesos seize, and they're almost not great after about 15 minutes. This is delicious.
Yeah, I mean, even when it does cool down, it's even great too. Like get some crusty bread if you didn't have any crackers and just go have some fun with it.
You had the bacon now?
So yeah, after it's out of the broiler, you get that nice caramelization on top, that nice color. It's got that little crunchy, cheesy part. Bacon, why not? Bacon makes everything better. We're just gonna load up the top with tons and tons of bacon.
And I noticed you got some scallions.
We got some scallions. If you know, knife skills, whatever, we can have some fun. Slice them all up. Garnish the top of it with some crispy bacon. These sliced scallions over the top of it, and then get your favorite crackers, whatever you like. I love these rice crackers because I think they're nice and crunchy and they hold up really well.
We're loving the Ritz.
The Ritz.
And you can't ever go wrong with the Ritz. Those buttery, delicious crackers, they're perfect for anything.
Good cracker.
And of course, finishing it all with an amazing beer for that football tailgating season.
Now,
we're good to go.
Matt, how much of this could you make ahead of time? So
That's the great thing. You can make almost everything ahead of time so that the day of, all you have to do is just warm things up and get them hot. Finish the hot dogs. You can have a nice little fun buffet with it. Put all the stuff out. People can either just get bowls of it and eat it, or they can put it on their hot dogs, have their own sort of like self-making session. It's fabulous.
Tasting table, what say ye?
Oh
my God.
A good Roker welcome back meal, right?
This is the best.
Yeah.
That's
right.
It's meat wrapped in meat with the bacon on top.
Nothing but the best for our guy
Oh,
right
my
here,
gosh.
right? We're so excited. I heard the doctor said you need to eat good foods and all those sort of things. So here we go, Doc. We're doctor's orders right now.
I'm pulling a chair up, slapping on the feed bag. Matt, thank you so much. You can find Matt's recipes at today.com/food.
Firing up the grill as we all head into the long holiday weekend. If you want to serve a dish that's going to wow your crowd right here, you're in luck. Mike Puma from the Gotham Burger Social Club, known for serving up New York's hottest smash burgers at his famous pop-ups. Mike, good to see you. This is my new favorite thing to make at the house is the smash burger.
Smash burgers are all the craze right now.
What makes the Gotham burger so great or separates it from everything?
That's what I do. I make it.
You make it. It's the
It's
love
all
and
me.
you put into it.
You know, it's a nostalgic flavor. It's fun to make. You know, as opposed to the old way of grilling a burger, you throw beef on a patty, walk away, flip it, and you were done. This is a little bit more interactive, a lot more fun. You build a lot more crust, a lot more flavor.
Right. It's that Maillard process, right? It's like when you smash down the burger.
And when you flip it, the onions steam
You
into
get
the
more
beef.
flavor,
And you get that familiar
more
fast
crisp.
food flavor.
All right, so let's just start with the beef ratio. Do you have a
80-20.
80-20.
3-ounce balls.
In a ball.
Get them on there. Let's get some onions on top.
Anything special about the onions? They're just raw,
Thin
simple?
sliced.
Thin
That
sliced.
is the secret. If it's not thin sliced, this is not going to cook
And then
properly.
quickly on a hot surface, you're
Get
smashing
it right
as quickly
away.
as you can. Yep.
All right, and then we're going to salt it.
These must cook pretty quick since they're so thin.
A couple of minutes, literally a couple minutes each side, and you're done. So we'll move this one along. We'll give it a little flip, and that's the crust you're looking for. You don't want to see a gray burger. You want to get that crust.
That looks incredible. What special kitchen tools do you need? Because not everybody has. You need
A good smasher, you can roll it out with a rolling pin and place it on. Obviously, it's more fun using one of these.
Yeah.
And a scraper will work great.
All right,
Make
let's-
sure you keep that crust on there.
Yep.
Let's get some cheese.
American cheese. The guys are eating it down there. How is it?
So good.
Unbelievable.
Loving it?
Yeah.
Delicious.
It's just nice and crispy.
And then once you get it, I like a double.
Yeah.
You could certainly do a single.
Yeah.
But let's stack these up.
Stack them up.
And
it's beautiful.
once those onions start to really get brown and crispy, that's when you want to pull it off.
And what are you putting it on?
We're going to go to a potato bun. I think that's just a classic bun. Any good soft bun is going to work.
Sauce it up.
What I love to do is sauce it up with some, let's get this one off.
Yeah. It really is hard to go back to
look at all
just the
that melty
conventional burger
cheese,
after you have this.
The
It's like,
grilled onions.
why would I have anything else?
I can go with your favorite toppings. I like a little bit of special sauce.
And it's still
special sauce is special.
A little bit of mustard just to know it's there, that nostalgic flavor, and a little bit of ketchup. And I like pickles. I
do
use
too.
actually a hot and sweet pickle. You can use dill. You can use complete bread, plain bread and butter.
Yep.
And that's it.
What kind of beef? What kind of beef are we talking about?
80-20.
80-20.
80-20. You can even go 75-25. A little more fat is going
Did
to
you toast the potato bun too? Or
I like to toast the top.
A little top?
Just gives it a little nuttiness, a little texture also on the bun.
It's awesome. Walk me through the Walter dog. It's a bit
The Walter dog.
unconventional.
There's a classic out of Westchester. I realize we've been cooking hot dogs wrong the whole time. We usually boil them whole, cook them whole, split them, put a little butter on there, and you're going to get an amazing crust on the complete surface of the dog.
So you take the hot dog out of the package and then like butterfly it?
Butterfly it
Put a little butter
three-quarters
in
of the
there,
way down.
and then grill it that way?
And you know what you can do now with this way? You can double them up.
Of course, why would you not do that?
Double them up. Whoa.
I like to top it with a little bit of classic relish.
I like to soak my dogs in beer for about 45 minutes before they kind of plump up a little bit.
Nothing wrong with that.
That's like a Dijon mustard, or what kind of mustard we got there?
I go spicy yellow.
Spicy yellow.
Everybody's got their own thing, you know?
But again, this is all about what you like. You know, nothing tastes better than memories. And the stuff that you grew up on is what you're going to like.
Amen.
So if you like yellow mustard, spicy mustard, Dijon, knock yourself out.
And the cheese is also awesome. What's a good kind of cheese for the burger?
American cheese. Yellow American for me melts the best. You can certainly use other cheeses, but that's the classic burger.
Did you say you
cheese.
put butter on the hot dog?
I do.
on the
You
raw
put a
hot
little
dog.
bit of butter on the griddle, put it down, let it just crisp up on both sides. Wow. You could even put a press down. That'll help build that crust as well on it.
These are good tips because you know what's about to happen in this country. It's starting tonight.
There's going to be a
Everybody's
lot
gonna be
of
out
grilling.
here.
So
Quickly,
now
we got to go, but Mike,
The tots.
the chopped cheese. We
What do you do with your leftover beef, onions, and cheese? You make a chopped cheese. There's a Bodega Classic.
Again, American cheese.
You're going to just
the tots.
basically grill up all your beef, chop that cheese in there. You're going to get it all melted.
Let me just say this while you're cooking it. Be sure and check out these
Then you're
recipes.
going to
It's
top some
A.com
tots.
/food. This morning on Today Food, it's another edition of Grillin' and Chillin' with us, the Dailies. This is where Siri and I combined two of our greatest passions. It's not our children. It's cooking for you. It's music
there,
for
though.
me. Our kids are a close third, however. And we're going to start. Should I start with my cocktail first?
Yes, yes. This is called, what do we call it?
This is the red, white, and bourbon. We're just going to get a little ice. We're going to take a healthy dose of bourbon.
Just
We're
a
gonna
splash.
take a little OJ, just a splash of OJ, a little lemon juice, a little lime juice.
You're doing so good.
A little bit of simple syrup. We're gonna mix it up. Craig Melvin is a big bourbon guy too, so you're gonna mix that up.
Made you a mocktail, Jenna. Yes.
We're gonna mix this. We're gonna pour it over some ice. And then I'm gonna top it with just a little bit of grapefruit soda.
And then the cute star fruit.
I wouldn't do the star fruit, but
Oh, come
for the
on.
sake of TV,
It's 4th of July.
there it is.
Yeah.
So what are we cooking?
Okay, so next we're gonna do some hot dogs, and we like to soak our hot dogs in beer.
Yeah.
So first I'm gonna cut like little slits, kind of diagonally in the hot dogs. That's gonna let the beer really soak in, and it's gonna give the hot dogs a nice char when you grill them. So, put them in the beer.
This is something that my mom did when I was growing up.
Yeah.
I've carried it over ever since.
And
Any
it's thinking-
beer, darker beer is usually a little bit better, but any beer will
Person
do.
makes the best hot dogs, and I swear it's because of that. Now, next we're gonna grill up some toppings, and we're gonna make them in foil, cook them in foil on the grill, so it makes like clean up a breeze.
Yep.
So I've got onions, peppers, over here some mushrooms, bacon, garlic. All you have to do is drizzle with some olive oil.
Woo!
And salt and pepper. Hey, where's my red, white, and bourbon?
Yeah, right here.
Salt and pepper, and then I'll show you how to grill this up. Why don't you work on the dogs over there?
This is a dog shot too, if you want to go
Oh,
ahead
don't
and
do
this.
that. Don't do that. Oh!
I mean, the dog's like cooked, got the beer. Oh, that's delicious.
So then
How
you're
dare
going
you.
to take the short sides and fold, and then the long sides and fold. And just make sure you have a little bit of space so that the veggies will vent. Plop that on the grill. Like how easy? About 20 minutes.
Johnny, get in here. So this is how the people ask, why do you cut the hot dog? Like, do the juices run out? It's not a burger where you lose the juices. These slits, as Siri said, they create a little bit of that char there. And I swear the beer gives it just a little bit of more of a ballpark, plump feel to it.
Don't you think?
They get juicier.
Dad used to slice the hot dogs.
Yeah, you can. It's okay. Do you like it?
It's a great dog.
How's the
Bourbon
bourbon
cocktail. This is fantastic. Why you been
Here are the
holding back?
toppings. Yeah, exactly. And I like to add like cheese, jalapenos, avocado, whatever you want. But it makes it so easy to clean up afterwards. There you go.
Yeah, it's fun to just put out a bunch of toppings and let everybody kind of pick
We're
whatever
really
they want.
into like burger bars, hot dog bars, baked potato bars, anything where guests can assemble
Any sort
their
of
own
bar,
food.
really.
Regular bar. Okay, so this is super fun. We're gonna grill popcorn. And we do a lot of like popcorn over the stove at home.
We've never done this.
But this, that is not true. Okay, so we have a pie.
We've never grilled popcorn.
Popcorn. Fight.
It's just, I can't fake the fun, dude. We've never grilled popcorn. I love the idea. How do we do it, Siri?
Disposable pie pan.
Yep.
A little bit of veggie oil, like 3 tablespoons.
Yep.
And then you're just going to wrap it in foil again. We're all about
This is a foil
cooking.
thing. Okay.
We're probably
Exactly.
traveling.
What's with the s'mores
A
stuff?
little,
Does that
so
go in
now
the
we're going to
popcorn?
turn it into s'mores popcorn
Nice.
because grilled popcorn isn't enough.
really pop on the grill?
Yes, so you just put it on the grill.
No, we've never
like,
done it, but
listen
we're
to
hoping
it.
it does.
And you want to take these and kind of shake it up a couple times on the grill, but it pops just like it would pop on the stove.
I love the salty and sweet.
Yeah, so
the
then
graham
to make it
crackers, the
s'mores
best part.
popcorn, break up some graham crackers. This is like the easiest thing ever. We have some melted butter.
Wow.
Hershey's.
The butter is key.
We should make this for the kids. They would love
That is a healthy amount of
Would
butter
love
too.
it.
I like that.
Yeah, you got to have the butter. And then the marshmallows. Like, how fun is that? And a little bit of salt, because again, the salty sweet is like
It's good
my
to
favorite
soak
thing.
this in beer too, just a little bit to help pump up the popcorn a little bit. We'll just
Yeah,
toss
there you
this.
go. Toss it. Toss it with your
How does it
beer.
all taste, guys?
It's
Is that good? Is that a good
It's
snack?
fantastic.
If you love nothing better than a good old-fashioned hot dog with mustard and ketchup, what we're about to show you might blow your mind a little bit. Yeah, we're going to fancy up your Franks with delicious toppings from chef and culinary instructor Ashton Keefe, who also used to be one of our Today Show food stylists. Is it weird to come back?
No, I love it. I love being here.
It's like your people are here. So talk to us about fancying up. My kids like a staple twice a week hot dogs. That's how we do it. Oh, we just cook them on the stove and that's it. But how can we make something something a little bit better.
Well, everybody's grilling this summer. It's really, really fun. But I like to combine things that you would be eating at a barbecue anyway. So we're doing our first fancy Frank is a Mexican dog. So we're doing guacamole, street corn on the hot dog.
Easy, so
right?
no sides. It's all right there.
Yes,
Delicious.
so
Yeah.
fun. So we're gonna make the guacamole. Everybody knows how to make this. Really simple. And then you can use this as a side too
So
throughout.
what is it, avocado, lime, and
Just
cilantro?
mash it up. I'm gonna get you guys involved.
Okay.
Just go ahead
Put
and
in here.
just toss that in here.
I just Purell.
You know what?
Amazing.
Just dump the whole thing.
Really?
You don't even
All
need
that?
Yeah, all the cilantro.
Okie dokie.
And then
Here we go.
lime juice.
How
and
much
then
salt?
just give me a nice big pinch. Ooh,
Is that good?
I like it.
Too much?
Yeah, no, I love it. I love it.
I don't know.
Exactly. So you'll mix this up. This will become
Okay.
a guacamole.
Okay.
And then we have Mexican street corn. So when you're grilling your dogs, you can also be grilling your ears of corn.
Smart.
And then just do it all at once.
Do you do everything outside on the grill? You like that the best?
I like that.
Yeah.
It's summer. I mean, if
Yeah.
you don't, you can definitely do this on a grill pan inside.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
easy. And then that's just some onions, some cojita cheese.
Cojita?
We've got
Okay.
some olive oil.
Okay.
We've got
That's
some
delicious.
salt.
The whole
Yeah.
thing?
Go for it.
No, why not?
Sour
Okay.
cream and then lime zest. So you can just take, microplane, go for it. You can just microplane that right
you were gonna
in
give me a
there.
pedicure. I swear, I was like, what's happening?
It's going to also clean your brush in that segment. Okay, hold on.
Cute little
Just
thing.
like that.
Oh, I
and
love
then
it.
you mix this up, and we'll go up here and I'll show you guys
This
the
is my
finish.
favorite. The
And
corn is so refreshing in summer.
It's so
really
good.
nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we've got some Franks just grilling up here.
Okay. So
Just
now
like
you just
this.
dress it up the way you want.
Absolutely.
You cook your bun. You have
to cook the bun.
You do? Otherwise, it's mush. You're putting foam around it. Yeah.
Foam around it. You can put some butter on
and
that
then what?
too.
You just dress it any way you
Yeah.
want.
So put some of that avocado mash, guacamole, and then
yum.
you've got your Mexican street corn.
Come on, that looks so delicious.
It's so good.
These are thin little hot dogs. I like to get the thicker ones.
You
I'm
do?
not just saying it. Yes. No, I'm not saying it to be funny. I really like the thicker ones. It's not long and thin. Look at it.
I don't know. We're going to move to the next one after that comment. You can do a vegetarian dog too if you want.
Okay,
as well.
I definitely would.
Definitely
Okay.
do a vegetarian
Okay.
dog. And then we're going to go to the Italian dog.
Okay, fine.
And what we did, as I cooked these a little bit, like par cooked them, grilled them, and then I'm going to roll it up in a little prosciutto.
Oh, that's interesting.
Isn't that kind of fancy? And then you throw it back on the grill.
Wow.
Just like that. And you've got a nice crispy prosciutto.
Meat on meat.
Meat
Okay. I've seen
on
that
meat.
before. I love it.
Meat on meat.
All right, and now what do you do with
And
it?
then this one is actually topped with some roasted red peppers, which I don't know
Okay.
where they went, but
Okay.
we will
Pluck
we'll
them
just
from
pluck them
That's
from
okay.
right here. But
That's
you guys
okay,
will
yeah.
see.
So you put roasted red
Roasted red
peppers
peppers
on top.
and then I
So-
like to use like a hoagie and do mozzarella.
Oh, and look at the mozzarella.
delish.
Yum. And look at how your cute little basket with a couple of chips.
Nice.
See?
It's like a little
You get the
dip
whole meal
and
instead of having to. That was great.
Yeah. I love hot dogs. This was exciting
I
for
know,
me.
and it's so, we're so happy you're back too
Oh
to
my
hang
gosh,
with us
so great to
today.
be here. So great to
To
be
get the
here.
recipes, go to today.com/food.
This one is a sweet and salty treat that is certain to be a hit at any party. They're called hot dog flour buns, but wait until you see.
They're so cool.
Right? Here to show us is Christina Cho. Her blog is perfectly named Eat Cho Food, and her newest cookbook is Mooncakes and Milk Bread, sweet and savory recipes inspired by Chinese bakeries. Christina, we're so happy to have you here this morning.
excited to be here, and this recipe inspired my cookbook.
Really?
Oh,
That's
show,
amazing.
yeah.
All right, so let's start.
To me
Yes.
this bread.
Yeah.
And you say it's similar to
It's
something
similar
we're more
to
familiar
brioche
with.
and challah. It's like a soft, challah. It's like a soft and rich bread, and
Okay.
it's the base for a lot of the big buns in my cookbook. So once you master this, you unlock all
The
these
world
other
is your
recipes.
oyster.
Yeah,
Great.
exactly.
Okay.
So to start, we have some bread flour. We have a little bit of sugar in there, and an egg.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we're going to add our warmed up milk that has some yeast in there.
Okay.
And that's going to make it rise. And then we have this paste that's called a tong zong. It's a mixture of milk and some flour that's cooked down, and it's
okay.
going to help our bread stay nice and soft and fresh for longer than a couple days. So it prevents it from getting stale too quickly.
Okay. So it's like a natural preservative.
Yeah, kind of. And then we're going to add some softened butter, again, making it soft and like a little bit of a buttery finish. So we're going to knead that until it's smooth. And then we're going to let it proof at room temperature for about 2 hours. If it's cold out, it might take 3. And then we have some dough here. I'm going to punch it down.
I was just about to
really?
do that.
Oh,
I was
sorry,
like,
you
no,
should-
no.
Do you want to touch it?
I didn't know if I could, but
Yeah,
it's just
touch
like,
it.
oh, I love that so much.
It's really
so,
satisfying.
as my kids say, satisfying.
Yes.
Yeah, you can all touch it if you want to. And then we're going to divide it into 12. So it makes about 12 buns no matter what recipe you pick. And if you want to be really exact, you can use a digital scale to weigh it out. If not, you can just eyeball it.
I'm sure you probably can eyeball it.
I'm
She's
getting
done this
pretty
a few
good at
times.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're just going to roll it up into a little dough ball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Easy peasy.
And do you have to let that proof again, or
after we assemble? So now you guys can get
okay?
in on the
Oh, yay.
action.
Okay.
So that dough ball is now this.
Now we rolled it out to
Okay.
a big enough piece so you can wrap a hot dog in. So you can grab a hot dog, place it in the center.
I told you this was my first thing I learned at home ec was pigs in a
Put it in the
blanket.
center of your dough. Oh, don't cut it yet.
Don't cut it?
Don't cut it.
Yeah, and this is not pigs in a blanket.
fail that class?
Yeah, I did. No, I'm just kidding. No,
And now you're just going to bring up the edges of the dough and you're going to encase the hot dog. Yeah,
Okay.
so just like that, pinch it together and just pinch hard so that it stays.
Okay.
Yep. Here, I'll help you.
That's so funny. Do you see what I did as a kid? I just like looked at that and I'm like, oh, I can do that.
Just like that.
Oh, okay. So what about the edge?
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's fully encased in there. And
Okay.
then you can turn it over on the seam, just like that. And then you can grab your knife now.
Now I
You're
can-
gonna cut it
now I
into 6
can cut
pieces.
it.
So you can
Okay.
eyeball it. I normally go from the middle.
Yeah, I was going to. Did you see? I was going to
middle,
do that.
yeah, middle, and then just
How many?
eyeball like a third of the
Oh, you need the
remainders.
Okay.
Yeah. And so your flower, you can see here, it's going to be a petal in the center, and then like 5 petals around.
so
cute.
pretty. That is
really cute.
Okay,
So
so
put
you
one in
just-
the middle.
Okay.
Yeah, and they can be just touching, but they're going to proof again, so they're going to get bigger.
You know what? I love. You can do this at home with the kids.
my
like
gosh,
this is
this is
cute.
so
People
adorable.
love making these with their kids.
That's cute.
And all kids love hot dogs.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
We only have a minute
Adults.
left. Did you say a minute? Okay, let's go.
Okay.
All right, so after it proofs, we're going to brush on some egg wash. You can use this one that's gone nice and puffy.
Okay.
Hey, wow.
So after it
it's so
proofs.
messy.
Yeah.
Look at mine here. Go.
Yep, and that's going to help it get nice and golden. And then sprinkle
This is
on
fun. Oh my gosh, I want to make these at home.
And then sprinkle on.
some sesame seeds and green onions. Just
Before-
add a little
before they
color.
cook?
Yeah,
Like a
before they
little
cook.
craft
project.
It's going to add a little
Okay.
pizzazz, a little bit color.
Now I
we
get
end
to
up-
eat.
And then they bake. And then you have these beautiful
do you
hot
bake
dog
Look how
buns.
cute these are.
These are adorable. How long does it take to bake?
About 20 minutes, 18 and 20 minutes. So pull them apart. I like to eat them petal by petal. Like a pig's in a blanket, but better.
Oh my, and there's the
but
sweetness
prettier.
in the dough.
Yes, yeah.
That like tones down the salty.
Yeah, totally. I think that's a really nice balance.
This is an elevated pigs in a
Amazing.
blanket. Christina, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For stopping by as I cram food in my mouth. For this recipe and more, this is really fun. You can head to today.com/food.
This morning on Today Food, a father-daughter duo taking the Chicago hot dog scene by storm, and Craig had the opportunity to meet them and taste the hot dogs too.
I did, SG. And what a success story it is. A father from the Windy City teaching his daughter lifelong lessons she'll never forget as they churn out flavor combos that keep their customers coming back for more. Chicago, an iconic city for foodies, has a new star. A Chicago-style inspired gourmet hot dog created by a unique duo, a father-daughter team standing out in the competitive food landscape.
Hey guys, it's Brooklyn here, and
Hey, her daddy. What's up, y'all? It's Bobby Morelli.
Bobby Morelli, a.k.a. the Sausage King, and his 9-year-old daughter, Brooklyn, started their hot dog stand in Brownsville, Chicago last year. But the business was not exactly in Morelli's plan. Until the pandemic, Morelli was running his own web agency. But when business came to a halt, he reimagined a lifelong passion.
The hot dog box was a pivot project for me.
To be clear, though, you're not a chef.
No, not a chef at all.
No,
my
no
wife
background in restaurant management.
Nah, not at all.
You
brother,
just had
not.
you just had an idea.
Yeah, just an idea, man. And then the idea too was, if we're gonna sell hot dogs, we can't be basic. We have to do something that we can hone as our signature and paint this box red and give a good smile and greet the customers and good service, and that was the secret recipe.
That secret recipe includes filet mignon hot dogs with some fancy toppings. Perhaps, though, the best-kept secret was the idea to join forces with his daughter. What do you think about working with Dad?
It's fun because we get to tell jokes, make funny videos.
I understand that you get to give some input on the recipes.
Actually, we're coming out with the Brooklyn-inspired hot dog, the pizza hot dog.
The pizza hot dog?
I thought of my favorite food, which is obviously pizza. And then I know that Chicago is most known for its pizza and its hot dog, so I decided to merge it together and create a Brooklyn's pizza hot dog.
You know what? Ideas like that, you should be making more money. So what's going to be on the pizza dog?
You'll just have to wait and see.
Okay. Why is it so important for you to have your 9-year-old daughter working alongside you?
As a person that didn't have a father growing up, it's important for me to teach her to be self-sufficient and be able to know what it's like to start at ground zero, but then also build something. This may not be her life decision, but just opening the door for it.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Brooklyn, what do you think you've learned so far?
About entrepreneurship, how to have good customer service, and about work ethic.
Your favorite subjects in school?
Math and lunch.
It's the perfect job. And the perfect hot dog.
This one here is the pickle and peanut butter minion dog. There you go.
That's good. That's fantastic.
Wow.
That's a really good hot dog.
Thank you. So this one is the Brownsville bourbon.
Another one of my favorites.
That is actually a bourbon barbecue sauce that my wife makes.
I'm gonna try it. But so now wait a minute. I see bacon.
Yeah.
I see coleslaw.
Uh-huh.
I see some peppers.
Yeah.
This is really good. No wonder people line up for it.
Yeah.
I wish this were Smell-O-Vision. This morning on Today Food, we're learning how to make the perfect mac and cheese that's creamy but still has that golden crust. Here to share his recipe is Daniel Holtzman, founder of The Meatball Shop in New York City and author of Food IQ. Welcome again, Dan.
Good morning.
So we made chicken parm, and now...
Yeah, everybody's been raving about the chicken
Oh, that
parm, so
chicken
I can't
parm
wait
was
to try
heavy.
the mac
Yeah.
and cheese now.
So mac and cheese is everybody's favorite, but it's one of the most intimidating dishes because let's face it, we've all had a miss in the kitchen with mac and cheese. This recipe is a baked mac and cheese, so it's going to have that crispy, crusty top, but it's going to be super creamy on the inside. And the best part about it is you can put it in the oven and wait for your guests to arrive. So it's not like you have to be making it last minute and get in the door and trying to change. The secret to this is we're going to blend the cheese in the blender with, we're using cottage cheese.
I was wondering.
Cottage cheese. Cottage cheese, people.
That's not your only cheese.
This is not our only
thank
cheese.
goodness.
Okay.
But cottage
That's
cheese gives it a great creaminess. It also, it's got a ton of acidity. And acidity is the balance that's going to bring out the sweetness. It's kind of, in food, it's counterintuitive, but you want to add the opposite flavor to bring out the flavor you're looking
And since
for.
you're blending it anyway, it's going to take out the
It's going to
curds.
take, it won't be mealy. It'll be nice and creamy. I've got a little bit of garlic powder. We don't want to go overwhelming. You want to throw a pinch of paprika in there. You can
Okay.
throw the flour right in there. Will you pour a little milk in there for
Yes,
me?
all
I
of
mean,
it.
this is a chef's job, right?
Is that just old-fashioned whole milk?
Just whole milk, yeah, absolutely.
Could you substitute it for almond milk for
you-
the
No,
lactose
no,
intolerant?
you could.
For the lactose
You could.
intolerant.
It's all right.
Am I putting all this?
You're being inclusive. Just a scooch.
Yes,
Yeah, scooch. Scooch.
What kind of
Scooch.
cheese do you like then?
So we have a blend of Jack and a blend of mozzarella. Mozzarella is going to give it that kind of like pull that you're looking for your Instagram friends. I love cheddar cheese. If you want smoked Gouda, really this is the heart of the mac and cheese. This is the flavor. So you can go with whatever your favorite cheese is. And we grate it. You can use pre-grated, but they often have some ingredients that
to keep it from caking together.
And then the goal here is we're literally just going to give it a blend. So it couldn't be easier, right? There were 2 eggs already in here. Right. The eggs are going to bake and bind.
Okay. Bake and bind.
Bake and bind. This is going to be loud, people.
Okay.
You want to hit the smoothie button? Let's see if smoothies will. This guy's a pro. You've done this before. We can hit the soup button. And
this is what it looks like?
Well, thank you, Lord. You see I'm trying to open that up? It's almost impossible.
The magic of TV.
We pre-boiled the macaroni, and you could use any pasta. You were talking earlier about other pasta alternatives.
Cauliflower pasta. If cauliflower could be a pasta, my friends, we could do anything.
I would look like you. If cauliflower could be a pasta, I'd look like you.
But you can.
It'd be a little dangerous if you look like
But you could use any kind of pasta, right?
Yeah, and you can use your favorite shape and your favorite type. The cheese sauce goes right over. We're mixing it, and then in a baking tray, you don't need to butter the baking tray, although it will help give it some extra flavor. Butter never hurt a mac and cheese.
Sure.
And then it goes right in the oven, and as we said earlier, the beauty of this thing is that it's waiting when your guests are ready. So,
Dan, where do you fall on breadcrumbs on the top of mac and cheese?
So when we wrote Food IQ, the whole point for us was to give people the most straightforward recipe so that you understand what you're doing, and then you can make your own choices in the kitchen. So I love baking breadcrumbs and tomatoes on top. It's like moist and crispy. That's it's a trick I learned working as a young cook at Le Bernardin, actually. The chef, Chris Mueller there, he made his mac and cheese that way, and it blew my mind. Most delicious I've ever had. So I do love breadcrumbs on top. Are you a breadcrumb man?
That's how my mom, that's how Isabel Roker did it. And
There
so
you go.
I still try to do
What's
that.
the outcome?
Absolutely delicious.
You like it?
Stand by. We'll be the judge of that.
Thank you so much.
great.
This is
So
real.
yummy.
And you know what's great about this? You could put it in little cups, like if you're serving for appetizers, so there's not so much of it, right? If you're having a dinner party.
I love that idea, although I feel like your guests are going to be upset with you if you put it in too small of a cup. You need to put it in a big bowl.
Here's a question. If you wanted to make this ahead of time, do you keep it at that state before you bake it, or do you bake it then freeze it?
So if you were gonna, look, that's a great question, because you can bake it, you can portion it, and you can put it in your freezer, and you can heat it up individually. If I were waiting for guests, I would keep it in this stage, sprinkle the cheese right on top.
Right.
Maybe the breadcrumbs.
This is good.
And then 40 minutes before my guests come over, I'm going in the oven.
The cottage cheese, the cottage cheese, I think, makes
There
all the
is a
difference.
tang in there, and that's coming from the cottage cheese. I love it.
You got a real future, this Dan.
Thank you so much. This was amazing. And for this recipe and more, head to today.com/food. And don't forget, the book is called Food IQ, and you can find out more about it on today.com/shop.
This morning, an elevated twist on a classic childhood dish. It's a cozy recipe that's got a surprise ingredient that kids and kids at heart are going to love. Joining us, chef and TV host Elena Besser. Good morning, Elena.
Good morning, Al.
So this is not your average mac and cheese. You got a lot of different stuff in here.
There are some really fun ingredients, and we're actually throwing it back to my first segment where I made 3 dishes with sweet potatoes. And we're using sweet potatoes here today to make a sweet potato mac and cheese with a little bit of miso paste. That's our secret ingredient. And listen, I'm a fan of the microwave. I'll be honest. Sometimes you got to use it, and if you're in a pinch and you don't want to turn the oven on and wait an hour to bake your sweet potato, all you got to do is take your sweet potato, poke some holes in it, take a damp paper towel, roll it on up, give it a little, tuck it into bed, pop it into the microwave, and microwave it for about 8 to 10 minutes, depending on how thick that sweet potato is, and you're left with a perfectly cooked sweet potato.
And it peels easily.
And it peels easily. It's a great little
8 to 10
snack.
minutes.
Pro tip, baby.
Right?
Let's go.
When I was in college, I used to eat sweet potatoes as a snack all the time.
Wow.
And it's a wonder I ended up in the food world. Okay, here we go. So we're going to chop these up, give them a nice rough chop. Those are going to end up in our sauce later on, but we got to build the foundation of our sauce. So a good mac and cheese typically starts with a roux, but today, instead of using flour, we're using miso paste.
Now, what is miso?
Okay, miso paste is a fermented soybean paste, and it gives you all of that bold, umami-rich flavor. Yes, it's the foundation of any miso soup, and it is one of my favorite ingredients to just add that depth to whatever you're making. So this is butter, a little bit of brown sugar. You're going to add in that miso paste, and then you're going to add in some milk, give it a nice whisk, and that's going to be our flavor booster and our thickening agent. So you're going to keep whisking that around.
Whisk.
Once it's all done, you can either use an immersion blender right in the sauce, or you could pop it into a high-speed blender if you want. We got our sweet potato. That will go in as well. And then, shield yourself. And pop that on, blend it up. Okay, we've got some more butter here.
More
butter. My favorite toppers, a little panko breadcrumb. This is a Japanese-style breadcrumb.
But then what's
and
this?
some white sesame seeds. Add that on in there. Yeah, for a little nuttiness. And we're going to give it a good old-fashioned
Who doesn't like a little
stir.
nuttiness?
Yeah, we love that. And it's going to get nice and golden and give us a little extra texture and dimension.
Okay.
Yeah, a little crunchy.
Okay, we got
so
that.
those are all done. And then we're going to take our shells, because I love an adult
So
mac
these
and
are already
cheese. You know,
cooked.
these are already cooked. We're popping them into that sauce. We're going to give them a good old-fashioned stir. And then, you know my favorite ingredient, Al. Pasta water.
A little pasta water.
So we add in some of that pasta water, and that has all those starches from the pasta, which is going to make sure that the sauce sticks to the noodle.
Okay, and then you let it cook down
And
a
you
little
let
bit?
it cook down a little, let it thicken up, and here we go. We've got our miso sweet potato mac and cheese.
And you top it with some of the
Top
breadcrumbs?
it with those breadcrumbs, give it a little bit of cheese. So it doesn't have as much cheese in it. There is a little bit of cheese that gets mixed in, but it's nice because the sweet potato is making you feel like you're enjoying all this cheese, but you're having sweet potato.
There was suddenly an uprising going on over there.
we're like, what?
The cheese.
Well, how's it taste?
Delicious.
We can't
See?
I'm so happy.
really
to
good.
hear that.
Would the kids eat this?
I mean,
Yes.
You're like, you never know.
Suddenly we lost you.
Exactly. Well,
Put
you
it
know,
in the
it's
box.
like tater
It's
tots,
sweet.
you know?
Yeah,
it's
it
delicious.
has a nice little sweetness. That brown sugar really brings out all of the different flavors.
That's terrific.
It really is.
Thanks,
Oh, my
everyone.
God.
I'm happy you like it.
I really do.
Elena, once again, thanks so much.
Thank
we
you
really
for having
appreciate
me.
it.
Welcome back. It is Superfood Friday, and today nutritionist Joy Bauer is putting a spin on 2 easy comfort food recipes. Take a look.
Hey guys, today we're making scrumptious, wholesome recipes using a muffin tin. First up is a mac and cheese butternut squash. So here I've roasted butternut squash cubes in the oven at 400 for about 25 minutes to get them super soft. And I just take a fork and I mash them so they're the consistency of mashed potatoes. And we're gonna start our indulgent cheese sauce. I'm adding 1 cup of low-fat milk, half a teaspoon onion powder, 1/4 teaspoon of dry mustard, and 1/8 of a teaspoon of paprika. A little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. And now you have the option to add a few drops of your favorite hot sauce. Bring this to a gentle simmer. My milk is starting to gently bubble. Turn off the heat, and I'm gonna add 2 cups of 2% sharp cheddar. Mix it so all the cheese melts throughout. We've got all of this luscious whipped butternut squash, and I'm gonna mix it right in the pot. And 1 tablespoon of softened butter. And now I'm adding my sauce right into my pasta. One thing, it's important to cook the pasta, your elbows, al dente, because remember, it's gonna cook again in the oven. I'm adding in 1 large beaten egg. Now we take our muffin tin, and I'm gonna take 1/2 cup scoops to fill my compartments. I'm gonna top them with a little grated Parmesan cheese. And they go in the oven at 350 for about 20 minutes. I let these sit and firm for about 5-10 minutes. Pop them out with a knife or a spoon. I mean, good for you mac and cheese that you can eat with your hands. And now we're making 3 ingredient candy bars that'll really hit the sweet spot. Chocolate peanut butter crunch cups. 2 cups of semi-sweet or dark chocolate chips. 2 cups of crispy rice cereal, although you can use any high fiber whole grain cereal, and a 1/4 cup of a creamy nut butter. I'm using peanut butter. So first I'm going to melt the chocolate, either using a double boiler or in the microwave. Now I'm just adding in 1/4 cup of my creamy peanut butter. Using semi-sweet or dark chocolate chips will provide flavanols, which helps to keep our arteries healthy, our heart, our brain healthy. Now I'm just adding in my brown rice cereal. You can see this is like a crispy, puffed brown rice cereal, and mix until all of the cereal is coated. And we are ready for our muffin tin. And distribute the chocolatey, peanut buttery goodness. I just wet my fingers so they don't stick to the chocolate, and I press down to firm the shape. And just one more thing. You can sprinkle some coarse sea salt or kosher salt right over the top. Then I stash these in the fridge to firm up for about 30 minutes. As you can see, I've already dug into 2. Guys, I love this recipe so much. It's totally indulgent, perfectly portion control. You just pop them right out of the compartment. I mean, come on, you definitely want a bite of that.
And we can eat the whole thing?
I know. Well, you see us leaning forward as if that's going to help.
One day we'll get food again, I hope.
know. For these recipes and more, just head to today.com/food.
Most people would agree mac and cheese is pretty perfect the way it is, but what do you say we kick it up a notch?
I know who can do it. Maybe we'll throw lobster on there. Okay, so we asked self-proclaimed mac and cheese connoisseur and our friend David Rose, he's a chef and author and Food Network TV personality, to dish out his best mac and cheese recipe. He's joining it from his home in Atlanta. David, I mean, who knew mac and cheese could get better?
Yeah, David, we're going to kick it up a notch. We like the idea.
Several notches.
Okay. Several notches. Okay, what do we need? If we're going to go shop today for what we're going to cook, what do we need?
Okay, first off, you need the lobster, you need cheese, you need heavy cream, you need spices. But the lobster is what truly makes this macaroni and cheese exceptional. So very first thing you want to do, what I have here in my cast iron pan, because you're in the South, so you got to have cast iron. I have lobster knuckle meat and claws. Feel free to use lobster tails if you want to as well. Shrimp, chicken, bacon, you make it yours. So right now we have it lowly and slowly poaching in some butter, some garlic, some parsley, a little bit of salt, and white pepper.
How long
Let
does that
do
take?
its thing.
Yeah.
About 5 to 6 minutes, and you don't want to rush this process because seafood can cook very quickly, and you don't want to overcook it. So when it's nice and bright and red, and it still has a little bit of give to it, you know, that's when you know it's ready. So what you do next then, Hoda, what you do next, Jenna, is you remove that luscious, delicious, plump, red, sweet lobster meat. Take that out.
with
but
the
what
butter,
you want
too.
to do,
You're
you
putting
see
the
that
butter in
lobster
there.
fat,
Yeah.
the butter, all that stuff that's in there. You want to keep that lobster fat and butter in there. What you want to do next is
Can you use frozen lobster? I know. Does that sound like
No,
something?
but if you-
could you?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Good.
Yes, this is actually frozen lobster right here. It'll be our secret. But most seafood actually comes to the market frozen already. You just want to thaw it out and just make sure all the water is removed out of it. But yes, frozen seafood works that way. You can have it in the freezer when you're ready. Take it out. You're good to go.
Can you make some
Great
sauce
question.
for us?
Please.
Yes, let's make sauce because you got to have a nice creamy macaroni and cheese sauce in there. So what we have here, lobster fat, butter. You want to do next is you want to make your roux. A roux is very simple, very easy. It's a fancy French word for equal parts butter or fat and flour. And what you do is you just
Add that flour.
very slowly add the flour to the lobster fat and the butter, because the first thing you learn in culinary school is fat is flavor. So the lobster fat and the butter, it's delicious. It's going to kind of intensify that lobster flavor even more. All right, so once it comes together, it happens very quickly.
Okay.
It's kind of like a wet sand-like consistency.
Yes.
So if you can see right there, so that's the roux. That's going to thicken up our cheese sauce. All right, so let's get going. The fun
What
stuff.
cheese? What?
Heavy.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, heavy cream.
Okay, what we have here is. Here you go. All right. We have pepper jack for a nice mild spiciness. We have Parmesan for a nice little nutty sweetness. And we have sharp cheddar for that nice little tang where it hits you right back here.
speaking
So
my
it's all about
language.
balance. All about balance, ladies. All right, so very easy. Don't blink. You might miss the steps. To the roux, you add the heavy cream
Heavy.
because
Look at
we're making mac and cheese, so why count calories?
Yeah, we ain't.
So
Tip
heavy
it.
cream. If we're going to do it, we might as well do it, right, ladies?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so you add that heavy cream, and then you bring the heat up to a boil.
Okay.
What you're doing right now is you're allowing that lobster fat, you're allowing that butter and that flour that made our roux to now meld and sort of homogenize with that heavy cream. And as that starts to thicken, we're going to add our cheese sauce. So while that's doing that thing, we want to impart even more flavor, because any chance I have to add more flavor, I do it, because why not? So into there, we add a little bit of garlic powder, onion powder, cayenne for a little bit of heat, black pepper, and smoked paprika for a little bit of smokiness.
Look at that.
Now, it's good to know that this recipe, I actually make it on the grill because the grill has a nice smoky note, and it just adds a nice sweetness and balance even more so to that lobster mac and cheese.
Wow.
Okay,
And,
and
then
now what?
I assume we got to add the cheese. We got to do it real quick.
Yes, we got to add the cheese. Okay, so it starts to thicken up. We add all that lovely cheese in there, like that. We give it a nice little whisk. All right, and once that starts to come together, get nice and thick and become our cheese sauce, we want to add our pasta.
Yes.
I love using cavatappi. It's Italian for corkscrew, and I love the holes and the grooves. That's going to actually seal it and kind of, capture all of that sauce. And I'm all about that good saucy noodle. Nobody wants a dry macaroni.
Yeah, you're right.
No,
So
no.
you just
All right, so we add that there. Add that baby in there. Lobster back in there like
that
that.
baby in there.
Add a
We
little
can't,
bit
David.
more of cheese
Oh, yes,
because
sir.
why not? And then we fold that bad mamma jamma like they're together.
Yes.
Mamma
Everything nice and
jamma, I know
friendly.
your
Will you show
generation.
us?
And
Show us.
and
Wait, a little
we
bit
want
more.
to add that Parmesan cheese on top.
We don't have
Want to
enough
add
cheese.
that Parmesan cheese for a nice brulee.
I agree.
We put that into the grill. We put that into the oven. Take it out.
Bake it.
Bada bing.
Show us.
Bada boom.
Did you send us
Wait,
any?
let's see.
Oh,
Wait.
Bam!
That's
Right there. You see that brulee?
Can
Ladies,
just
can you
just
smell
a
it?
fork.
Can you smell it, ladies? Can
Yeah.
you smell it?
please, please.
Yo.
I just want to hug that cheese. Can you pass
You
me
gotta
that
come to
cheese?
Atlanta.
Please, David,
Yes,
I
I
just
got
want a
you. Here,
hug.
here.
I want a
Take the
hug.
cheese.
I want
Take
a
it out.
hug.
Virtual hug.
David,
Virtual hug.
David,
So
this
since
was
you're not here-
awesome.
Day, so we want you to go green with us. And if you're in the kitchen and you've got mac and cheese lovers in your house, this is a recipe for you.
Vegan chef and cookbook author Chloe Coscarelli created a creamy and craveable plant-based pasta that's good for your health. It's good for the earth. First of all, you're cute as a button. We cannot handle your cuteness. Okay, we're going to begin there. How are you?
Good morning, Hoda and Jenna. Do you guys ever feel like eating a comforting bowl of creamy mac and cheese, but you still want to get your greens? So it's Earth Day. We can have both. We're making mac and greens, and it's so easy. This is going to come together in minutes.
Mac and greens is such a good idea,
Yes.
and this is good for the earth because it's dairy-free, it's meat-free.
Exactly. There's no cheese, no dairy, tons of greens, antioxidants, vitamins. So we're going to start by just boiling our pasta. I like to use a nice shell or elbow for mac and cheese. You could use any shape. You could also use gluten-free. And I like to salt the pasta water because this is really your only chance to flavor the actual pasta.
Okay.
And give that a nice stir, and we're going to want a nice al dente noodle.
Looks so great.
All right, let's get started on the sauce. It's so simple. So we're going to start with a blender. Since we're not using any dairy, we're going to have a cup of water. We're adding a cup of raw cashews. This is going to make our nice creamy texture and base. We're going to blend that up. And if you don't have a high-powered blender, you can just soak the cashew nuts overnight to soften them a bit and blend that up into a nice silky cream sauce.
Okay.
So,
yummy.
Then I like to move to the food processor. This preserves a little bit of texture. We've got 5 ounces of fresh spinach in here. You can use a bag from the grocery store. You can also shop local if you can from farmer's market. We're adding parsley. This is a super green dish. I don't measure a cup of parsley. I just like to rip it straight from the bunch like that. I figure a handful is about a cup. And stems are okay. This is Earth Day. We're not going to waste. I then like to add a 1/4 cup of olive oil. And you could use any mild oil. You could use coconut oil or any oil that you have on hand. A 1.5 teaspoons of salt and 3 garlic cloves. An Italian love to add garlic into mac and cheese. And then we're going to just blend that up.
Wow, that looks good for you.
And you'll see the greens, they're fresh. We're not even cooking them, which is great. We're going to preserve all of those vitamins. And then we're going to add in our cashew cream sauce.
Yeah.
So what gives it the cheesy flavor? Is it the cashew? Really?
It's the garlic, it's the creaminess from the cashew, and it's a really mellow, mild, just delicious, comforting dish. I like to eat this all the time.
I want that.
Done. Was that not the easiest?
Simple
sauce
and
ever?
delicious. And I think for
So then
people
we're
with
gonna-
lactose issues too.
Yeah, brilliant.
Exactly. It's all plant-based and dairy-free, which is good for the earth and good for you. And also you can just eat more of it and feel really light. I'm going to go ahead and toss this with my hot drained pasta.
I mean, so easy.
So simple.
And once
So
it
you
just
don't even warm up the sauce isn't warm, or is the cashew warm?
Once you just hit it with the warm pasta, it kind of melts in, and you can hear it. It sounds like mac and cheese. It's very creamy and smooth. And then I'm going to serve some up. So you're really getting a ton of greens, but you get to eat them on pasta. Actually, when I first made this dish, I wanted to call it chlorophyll mac because it was like so much antioxidants and vitamins. My mom said that sounded really weird. So we went with mac and greens. So I'm going to then, I like to top it with some chili flakes.
Oh, that's a good one.
And black pepper. And there we have it. That's our mac and greens. It's so easy. Any questions?
It looks so good. Well, because you have so much extra, what if we put some in the fridge and we wanted to have it the next day? How do you reheat it?
Great idea. So I actually like to freeze it. Just like this, you can take your big batch, you can throw it in the freezer, and then just heat it over stovetop, and it reconstitutes perfectly. You can add a little bit of water. You can eat your leftovers either cold, kind of like a pasta salad, or you can eat them heated up. So this is a really nice flexible dish, a great thing to make in the week and enjoy as the days go by.
We love how you hid the veggies for kids.
Yeah,
too.
that's
It's
so smart.
delicious.
Thank you, Chloe. You can make this recipe at home. Go to today.com/food. It's National Ice Cream Day.
So we thought we would celebrate with the newest flavor, and I'm kind of
Jerry?
scared. Jerry.
By the way, hi, Jerry.
Jerry
Wait, this is
shaved.
Jerry without his mask. He just didn't have his mask on.
that's why.
See? Thank you.
A long time.
Now, this it's called...
Well, Kraft teamed up with Lewin Ice Cream to create, these are two of my favorite things, as if two of my favorite things had a baby, mac and cheese and ice cream. And Hoda's looking a little worried.
Cheese ice cream?
Mac and cheese. It also has pasta.
Well, I like pasta, but let's see.
Okay.
Okay. Let's try
They
it.
wanted to combine
Did
two
you
of
try
the most
it, Jerry?
iconic comfort foods.
Jerry
Ready?
would not
One,
try it.
2, 3.
It tastes just like mac and cheese frozen.
But I think it's good.
It's salty. It's like salty ice cream.
Oh, it does taste just like...
It tastes like mac and cheese.
The aftertaste reminds me of my kids' dinner. Ooh, truffle. Can you imagine adding a little truffle or lobster, as Jerry said? The weather's going to be good in your neck of the woods this weekend. Go ahead and check that picnic lunch off your summer bucket list.
We have just the guy to help fill your picnic basket. Matt Abdu is the executive chef and owner of Pig Beach in Brooklyn, and soon also to be in Long Island City and Palm Beach, Florida this fall. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We've got a lot of exciting things in the
Yeah.
works. We're super excited to be back here, though. How cool is that?
See you and you're looking fit.
Thank you. We're working on all those good health things, but trying to get there. But we got some beach snacks and lunches to bring today,
so what
right?
should we do? You say a crunchy chicken wrap is the way to go.
I'm a fan of chicken salad. I love chicken salad. And I know it's going to be contentious, but I also love grapes in my chicken
I'm
salad.
with you.
Some
Me
people like
too.
it, some
I'm
people
with
don't.
you.
If you don't put them in. It's totally
Yeah,
okay. But I also love making it with rotisserie chicken because it's like already done, it's already cooked. Who doesn't love rotisserie chicken? It's inexpensive, it's everywhere. So all we're going to do, we're going to really quickly just take some rotisserie chicken, break it down into the breast, the legs, the thighs, and we're just going to chop up the meat. There does not have to be anything sort of fancy. Just chop it up into little chunks or pieces, just like that.
Yep.
And then for the legs and thighs, just shred the meat. Really, really simple, really, really easy.
Okay.
Save the bones, because if you want to make soup later with it, you can put some water, carrots, onion, celery, make a really
or
quick
you
chicken
can give
stock,
it to your dog.
chicken broth.
You know,
And then what we have here is all of
how
our
you
chicken
use your
meat.
bone. Yeah.
Super easy. Next, to cut our grapes, we're going to give this little trick that everyone
This is a
loves.
hack.
This is the great hack. You can use it for cherry tomatoes.
Should
you
I
can
try
use it with
it, or are you
grapes.
scared for me?
I'm not scared for you.
Wait,
Go
what's
for
about
it.
to
Think you do it?
happen?
So you put the grapes between two.
Two deli containers that holds them in place, and then you can just serrate, slice. Jenna, look at you, girl.
Look at that. Now
I am so impressed.
It cut in half.
Well
Isn't that
done.
smart?
Clean cut. I've
Well
never
done.
seen that. That's so cool.
That's a high five right there.
That's
great
a
work.
good hack.
You're sous chef. You're hired. All right. So now in our mixing bowl, we're going to take that rotisserie chicken meat, the whole chicken, everything we have. We're going to put it in our bowl with some plain old mayonnaise.
Of course.
And then to that, we're going to add just a handful of grapes or so, whatever we want in there. I got a little hot sauce, whatever your favorite one is.
Yum.
Some Dijon mustard. If you don't like Dijon, if it's too spicy for you, you can leave it out. You can even put a little yellow mustard in there if that's what you want. Some freshly chopped parsley.
Wow.
Fresh lemon juice. I love bright citrus to the chicken salad. It gives it, kind of just wakes it up, brings all those flavors nicely together. Some chopped shallots. This can be sliced scallions if you don't have shallots. And again, some crunch. Chicken salad crunch wraps.
Yeah.
We got some smoked pecans to crunch those grapes.
I thought you were going to put some chips up in there.
Well, we're getting there.
We're not
and
there
so last
yet.
but not least, some chopped celery. So it's pretty much just standard chicken salad that we
look
love.
at that. That's
Get a little bit
beautiful.
of salt and pepper, mix it all together, and then we're going to slide down over here. And we're going to put it into our wraps. Now, these are great. Any sort of wrap is a great thing to bring to the beach.
Yeah.
Just because it's self-contained, they're easy to eat.
Yes.
And once all of our meat gets all mixed together, we're just going to take a good spoonful of it.
That's
We're going to put it right in the center of
thank you,
our
Jenna.
Happy lunch.
wrap. I have a spinach wrap here, but if you guys want tomato wraps or whole wheat wraps, whatever
This
you can
looks
find. But this
incredible.
is the kicker, guys. We're going to take some kettle cooked potato chips.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to crunch them up, put them right on top, and we're just going to wrap them up to give that extra crunchy effect to the wrap.
Oh, Mac.
And chicken salad crunch wraps, bring it to the beach, and you're
it's
good.
so good.
And you're good to go.
Okay, you pair this with your grandmother's
This is
eggplant.
Grandma Ruth's smoky eggplant puree. It's basically baba ganoush. It's one of the things that I grew up eating. I absolutely love it. You can make it, put it in a little deli container, put it in the cooler, bring it to the beach, bring some pita chips or potato chips or veggies, dip it in and go nuts. And any good beach plan has to have a sweet to bring at the end.
What do we got?
And what's better than a Blondie bar?
Oh,
but these are
wait, I
Beach
gotta
Blondie
move over to
bars.
that.
Pig Beach Blondie bars.
Let's do one of those,
So,
Jenna.
You can
Blondie
get these
bar.
at Peg Beach?
You can. They're on the sweets menu at Pig Beach right now. They're just basically a white brownie, guys. But in the middle of it, we have some
come on.
butterscotch chips and white chocolate chips in there to really bring it all together.
Matt,
They're
This is
perfect
so
for bringing to the beach.
delicious.
Self-contained, easy, no mess.
By the way, how do you store these sandwiches so we don't ruin them?
So the best way to do it, guys, if you're going to make these sandwiches before you go to the beach, pre-make them without the chips, and then when you're ready, open them back up, put the chips in so the chips don't get soggy or stale.
Bring them in the cooler.
That way they
throw 'em
stay
in.
nice and crunchy.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Every bite is great.
I'm having this for lunch.
To get these recipes, you can head to today.com/food. Matt,
Thank you
thanks.
so much, Matt.
Congrats
Congratulations.
on the
Thank you
empire.
for having me back.
Yeah.
It's so great to be back in the plaza, everybody. We love it.
You're back.
Oh, this is so great. And we are going on a picnic, and I'm bringing a whole lot of delicious stuff, so I hope that you guys are showing up with your
We're ready.
appetite.
Oh,
okay.
for sure.
So I like to say
pasta salad is always
yeah.
good to bring on a picnic.
And everything is better with bruschetta. So that we're going to be making a bruschetta pasta salad, and you won't believe how easy it is. So here what I've done is I have, according to the package directions, just boiled and drained 4 cups of pasta. You don't want to do the whole box because I don't want to dilute the bruschetta. And here I have a plum or Roma tomato. You're going to dice about 5 of these, super small, and you can
Do you
see
like these
here.
because they're not as like juicy? The juices
Yes,
don't run all
they're
over
not
the
as
place.
liquidy, but you can use any tomatoes that you have in your house. You do want to just drain some of the liquid out so that you don't dilute the flavors. So here I have 5 of them. I'm going to put this in. So Dylan, why don't you throw in that's just going to be red onion.
But
that
tell
we
us about the
diced.
pasta because it's
This is
not
good. So this is a protein pasta. You could do a bean or lentil-based pasta. There's so many varieties out there. But truly, if you want to stick with a regular, that's minced garlic. Let's put that in.
minced garlic.
But how great
A little bit of salt, a little bit
So
of
don't
pepper.
kiss anyone after you go
Yeah.
on this picnic.
But except that they'll be eating it also.
That's
so
true.
it sort of neutralizes.
Garlic neutralizes.
And this is a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. And the signature herb, this is going to be minced basil. And the more, the better. So you can mix that up.
Okay. Are we
And
putting this in too?
Oh, and that's balsamic vinegar.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
really good.
This is really good.
And then you could mix this up, Dylan, and you could put in the option for either shaved Parmesan or some of these pearl mozzarella. Yeah. And this is what it looks like. And you pop it in the fridge and let all those flavors mingle together. And I'm telling you, even the next day,
Tastes
it
so
becomes
fresh.
better and
Yeah,
better.
so
yes.
good. Yeah.
And it's light and it's filled with fiber, nutrition, and protein.
That's actually great pasta too.
It
that
is really
And it
good.
could sit in
Yeah,
a
that's a
picnic
protein
basket for a little
pasta.
while.
Yes, exactly.
These vegetables, sometimes, when you cook with vegetables, you get worried they're going to be too bland. How do you marinate them, and then how do you know when they're ready?
So this is one of my most favorite recent creations. It is a hearty veggie hero with pesto. And so what I start with here, let's do the marinade. So this is just apple cider vinegar. And you can also swap in champagne vinegar, balsamic vinegar, red wine vinegar. Now I'm putting in Italian seasoning. Jill, you throw in the salt and the pepper. And we whisk this up. And while you're whisking it, you're going to pour in some extra virgin olive oil so it'll emulsify. Yes. Now, I have my vegetables of choice for this sandwich. We have eggplant, artichoke, zucchini, red onion.
I love how you say it.
I know. I get excited over vegetables.
Pour it right
And
over there,
you
huh?
pour it right over, you mix this up, you let it marinate. If you have the time for about 30 minutes. Then you put it out on baking sheets in a single layer, pop it in the oven at 400 and let it roast
you
for about
roast it.
20 to 25 minutes. Then you're ready to build. So here we have a shareable sandwich and I layer on the roasted, yummy, caramelized eggplant. So this is also loaded with fiber and nutrition. These are our zucchinis.
Oh, I love that there's red onion in there.
I
too.
have red pepper. I have artichoke hearts.
This is not going
I
to be
feel
a
like
great
that.
dish.
Red onion, and then to take it over the top, guys, how's about this?
What is that?
Balsamic glaze.
Oh my goodness.
And we're not done. Some mozzarella, only if you want. You could keep it vegan if you choose.
Oh, my God.
Yummy.
And then last but not least, there's pesto in the name. So,
Pesto is the best.
and yes. Right,
taste
bruschetta is
the
better
pesto.
and pesto is the besto.
I have to try
and then
that.
you put this over the top, you close your sandwich, you slice it up, and guys, nobody will be hungry.
Joy, this is
Everything about this sandwich
This
is
great?
perfect.
I
yeah.
know.
And I don't like veggie sandwiches, but this is
This
perfect.
is like this might
Got
be one of
cheese,
the
but-
best veggie sandwiches I've ever
Me too.
tasted.
I'm
The
so
pesto
happy.
puts it over the top.
What's your technique to eat it?
We devoured it. You know what? You just dig in there. Look at this. You put this on top. Boom. I slice it into about 1 inch thick slices. I got to go in too.
This is so good. You know what I think it is? You roast the veggies. You don't miss meat. Like some people miss it.
Yeah.
Isn't that good?
Wow,
It's really good, yeah.
And
No mess to meat, you're right.
If anybody wants to like cut the carbs, just eat it open faced.
Yeah,
It's so easy.
Well,
You need a recipe.
This is why we're so glad you're back.
Yeah.
We finally get to eat it. Joy, thank
I
you so
know.
much. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
Joining us this morning to share some of her favorite summer-inspired recipes, Erin French, chef, owner of the Lost Kitchen restaurant in Freedom, Maine, the star of the Lost Kitchen on Magnolia Network. To cook these dishes couldn't be easier, folks. Scan the QR code to order all the ingredients with one click. Select add ingredients to cart, then schedule a pickup or delivery. Erin, clearly the table is all
insane.
Yeah.
So delicious.
So you've become quite the Today Show favorite pretty quickly.
Hey, it's easy with fried chicken.
Because here's the thing, the bar with fried chicken for a lot of folks is pretty high. This looks amazing. So walk us through the first step.
So the secret to this, this is a fennel fried chicken, which is just a little bit of a different twist on things. So it starts with the brine, and that's the real secret. So a brine is just gonna add flavor, it's gonna keep it juicy. So we just brine this overnight. It's got some fennel seed, it's got some black pepper, some bay leaves, some sugar, and then we cook it in the brine just to sort of...
cook it in the brine?
You cook it in the brine, you let it sit overnight, and then you cook it.
Okay.
Just because you don't wanna get that raw fried chicken when you're kind of moving along here. So it's already cooked, so you don't have to freak out. So you've got this all flavorful and ready to go. And then all you have to do is dredge and fry it. So Craig, if you just want to add in, this is some ground fennel. You
More
can just
fennel, okay.
Whisk it right in.
All right.
And that'll make it nice and flavorful.
And this is just regular flour here?
Regular flour.
Okay.
And then we're going to start to dredge. So
And you use the whole chicken?
we use the whole chicken, so
Alright.
you can have your butcher break it down into about 8 to 10 pieces, and then you can just dredge it in the flour and the fennel, a little bit of buttermilk.
Buttermilk.
So we just keep adding flavors, you can see, and then we go down to this mixture, and this is just ground cornflakes. I just broke them up.
That's
in
it. I wondered if
That's
it was
it.
oats or something. It's so crunchy.
That's the secret, and it's really cheap cornflakes. That's really
That's
the
it.
secret. Cheap cornflakes, a little bit of cornstarch, and a little bit of flour, and that's
Okay.
it. So it's nice and dredged, and then we can just drop it right in the fryer. If you don't have a fryer, you can put it in a Dutch oven with 375 degrees.
And you make a really good point about not overcrowding the fryer.
You never want to overcrowd the fryer because then you're bringing the temperature down. And if you want crispy fried chicken,
Yeah.
you have to keep that temp up. So it comes out, look at it, it's perfect. And then
so good.
So good.
It's so good.
So-
And it's
light.
Juicy.
This is the lightest fried chicken.
So juicy.
And what are you topping that with?
I'm just sprinkling some fennel pollen on top
The
for a little
fennel
extra
is like,
flavor.
I mean, that's the kicker. It's so good.
And not overpowering.
Mm-mm.
It's like a subtle little flavor throughout.
What is it about the fennel, Erin, that you like so much?
I just like that little extra flavor. It's not just plain fried chicken, a little fennel, and it tastes
Yeah.
kind of summery.
Taste it.
But then you add this other sauce, and this makes it even more delicious.
It
so
does.
I love rhubarb. I'm crazy about
Rhubarb,
rhubarb.
okay.
So rhubarb, a little sugar, a little vinegar, and then we add in some strawberries. So you have a strawberry rhubarb, sweet and sour, that goes with your fried chicken.
And that's what you top it with.
That's what you top it with.
Oh my
You
gosh.
could also put it on
Nasturtiums.
shortcake and make it dessert.
Shortcake.
It tastes so good.
Edible flowers.
And to go with your fried chicken?
This is
You
delightful.
got to finish with a lemonade. So this is just
You
a
keep
Thai
talking,
basil
I'm gonna eat the
lemonade.
chicken.
Thai basil lemonade. You just make a simple syrup, throw
you gotta
in
get
the
that
Thai
sauce,
basil.
Get the sauce.
I don't
Get
need
the
the
sauce.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
that's
even
what you
need it.
think
Try the
until you
sauce.
taste the sauce.
Wait, what is that base that you just put in there?
Thai basil lemonade.
That's what it is.
Just top this in, and it's delicious, and
It's
it's just a little
basil.
bit different. Yes, basil.
Aaron, this is
Ridiculous.
this is
beyond.
Need
and
lemonade
my
as
mother's
well.
fried chicken is wow. So this is on the menu at the restaurant?
Because
No, she's not watching. This is on the menu.
This is not on the menu, but maybe it should be on the menu.
should
This is
be.
like-
It
this
should
on
definitely
everyone's
be on the
menus.
menu.
wait, basil
Before-
and lemonade. Who knew?
Before we came on, I said, Aaron, you've got to open another restaurant in New
what
York
did I
City,
say?
maybe in Connecticut. And what was your response?
No way.
Oh, not no way.
She said, and why did you? I think it's fascinating why you said no way.
Because there's just no way. One restaurant I feel like is enough. I feel like I have 4 children right
50,000
now.
requests a year.
About
And she's only open for like
50,000
6 months. But what you said was, I'm in it for the love, not for the money.
Aw.
So that's another reason.
Well, we can
do it.
taste the love.
Yeah.
Aaron French, thank you. Aaron's going to come back in the third hour. We're going to make the fried chicken all over again. No, I'm kidding. We're going to make
Should.
something else. By the way, to buy these ingredients and these recipes and more from our sponsor, Walmart, scan the QR code, or you can do the old-fashioned way, today.com/todaytable. Just so you know, Today earns a commission from our purchases through our links. Fantastic.
Oh my gosh.
Happy
Cheers
solstice.
indeed. Happy solstice. Cheers, Aaron. We got something special cooking this morning, folks. Anthony Porowski, one of the stars of the Emmy award-winning Netflix series Queer Eye. He's also a self-taught cook and a New York Times best-selling author. His latest cookbook is called Let's Do Dinner, and he is sharing one of his recipes for pasta salad. And who doesn't love a good pasta salad?
Yes. Hey.
Especially for you after all those steps earlier today.
We need a carbo load. Absolutely.
Yes.
So
We're starting with zucchini.
Yeah, how do you,
Yes.
so you marinate the zucchini?
Marinate zucchini, great way to sneak in those vegetables for those kids. It's green just like the pesto. So what I do is I just cut it really nice and thin. You can use a Y peeler, like that you would use for potatoes, just
Why?
to get the slices really nice
Or
and thin.
mandolin?
Why? Why not? Or mandolin would be good, but just watch out for your
Oh, yeah.
fingers
Yeah.
for
Okay.
those. So, fast track, you got a bunch of them here in a bowl, and now we want to marinate these to kind of soften and mellow them out a little because
Okay.
they're a little intense and crunchy. So lemon juice,
Okay.
lemon zest, free ingredient that comes with the lemon, never wasted, it's good in anything.
Okay.
Almost anything, a little bit of olive oil,
That's simple.
some salt. That's
Okay.
going to release some of the moisture. And let this sit for about 20 to 25 minutes. It's
nice.
so worth it.
Okay.
And you don't have to wait because you're busy making other things.
Okay.
So then once the zucchini marinates, let's make. Are we gonna make the pesto?
Pesto.
Okay.
So
Anthony likes a bright pesto.
I love a bright pesto. Nothing makes me more sad. Well, maybe a couple of things do. Like if my dog is sick, but then like a brown pesto. So what I like to do is actually, if you put your blender canister in the freezer, the blade will stay cold.
Oh.
Or you can blanch your basil leaves, but I don't have time for that
Who
today.
got time?
So traditionally pine nuts, we're using almonds that I roasted, and then we're going to put clove of garlic.
You're
You
like
can
the
add
real
more.
Deal. You're roasting the. Okay, I'm here for it.
Gotta toast your nuts.
Okay.
Gotta toast them.
Olive oil.
Gotta toast them.
Some
Just don't
salt.
look at Al. Just keep going.
And then you
He
basically
did that on purpose.
pulse it a bit.
Okay.
If we can
Maybe.
figure it out.
We'll just play like-
There you go. So you toast that. Let's pretend that it's perfectly
Yes,
formed.
yes, Okay. yes.
And then basil,
Basil.
a little by little. Yep,
Why
just
is
like
that?
that.
Why a little by
If
little?
you add too much, it's going to over-process.
Oh.
So basically, you're just going to keep on pulsing that, and then you add the parm at the end. Put it back on.
Okay.
Yum, yum.
And then we have some very salty pasta water here with some farfalle, some little
Salty
bow
like the
tie.
ocean?
Salty like the ocean. Taste it. Because it's going to flavor everything.
I think I don't put enough salt in my water. I can try
Always
until I-
salt it more than you think you would. A lot of the salt is just going to go and be drained, but you don't want to drain this into the sink. You want to keep some of your pasta water.
Okay.
So what you do
Oh, yeah.
is
I'm
you
like
put
ready
this
to
in
try it
here.
now.
We'll do one more. Try it. Why
I
not?
know. I'm like, I'm ready.
And
So
then we have our pesto,
the pesto.
which we plop in.
And you should do it while the pasta's
God.
warm.
While it's nice and warm, it's going to help everything
you
meld
kidding
nicely.
me?
And what is it about this kind of pasta that makes it? Why would you
I
not
just
use
love
a?
bow tie because it like kind of pesto is like nice and creamy and it gets in all the nooks and crannies. Also
that
chili,
is-
chili flakes for a little bit of heat.
Oh my gosh.
And you
Anthony,
can
this
use
is amazing.
You can use whole wheat pasta. You can use brown rice pasta, but make sure to rinse
Will
it
it
because
taste
it's
this
too
good?
starchy. It will, and this can actually sit in the fridge nicely. You can bring this to like a nice little barbecue.
Oh my God.
This is good. This is
The
really
zucchini
good.
alone, I would put that on a salad. Like the marinated zucchini.
Marinated zucchini on its own with a little bit of
Oh my
parm and fresh
gosh.
pepper is a great, nice little plant-based app that you can do.
Why did you use the almonds instead of the pine nuts? Just out of curiosity.
They're less expensive. I love almonds. Get them at Costco, keep them in the freezer. And I feel like everyone has almonds at home.
I'm
You can use
here for this.
hazelnuts, walnuts. You can skip the nuts altogether if you want.
This is fantastic.
It couldn't be easier.
Oh my God. And that zucchini, isn't that good? Did you try the zucchini?
What would be a good? You're a classy guy. What would be a good wine to drink?
Ooh. A good wine, maybe because it's like summer, like a nice little, like a Friuli maybe, or like a nice little Pinot Grigio, nice and crisp.
This is amazing.
Next time you bring that too.
Thank you so much.
Anthony, this is great.
Thanks for having
I mean,
me.
I could do
Thank
the
you.
zucchini all day. Like I just
What's the name of the book again, Ant?
Let's do dinner.
Let's do dinner.
All right.
good.
By the way, there's the book. If you want this recipe, you can go to
Get the recipe.
today.com/food. As always, we will be right back.
Fantastic.
This might be my new favorite thing. It's still hot outside, so I think it's a good time to wrap up our Cool for the Summer series with a refreshing edition of Superfood Friday. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer has 2 treats to help you beat the heat. Joy, you are looking lovely this morning. How are you?
Oh, thanks, guys. I am going to woo your taste buds with 2 recipes that I think scream summer. And the first one is a summer cucumber salad with vibrant, fresh herbs. I hope you're going to love this. Very easy to put together. So here I have 3 cucumbers, and I'm going to show you quickly how I cut them, because a lot of people don't know how to get rid of the seeds. And for this particular recipe, it's important to do that.
Okay.
So I'm leaving the skin on for extra texture. So obviously I washed them and patted them dry. And I'm going to slice right down the middle, just like this. I'm going to pick this up to show you 2 halves. Now, most of the liquid is within the seeds. So I'm just going to use a spoon and scoop
scoop it
those
out.
seeds right out.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's easy.
Like a little cucumber boat.
just like this. It's very easy. Al, I love actually using these as boats and then stuffing them with things like
Ooh.
chicken salad or shrimp
Yum.
salad.
There
It's
you
really
go.
fun.
Oh, that sounds good.
So now we're just going to cut them into super thin half moons. And I would do this for all 3 of them. I'm going to show you, see what the pieces look like. And the skin is edible. So just make sure you wash it. You get a little bit of extra fiber. You get a pop of color, but it keeps that firmness. Now, I have taken all 3 of them and I put them, let me see, I'm going to push this over here. Ian is on the side.
I like that. It just keeps going. Just like that.
We love Ian. And so I put them all in a colander, and I put the colander on top of a bowl because it will generate a little bit of liquid. We're going to get rid of some of the liquid within the pieces of the cucumber and also incorporate a little bit of salty goodness. So I added a 1/4 teaspoon of kosher salt, and we're just going to let this sit for about 15 minutes.
Joy, how come you don't want any extra liquid in there?
Because I want the salad to be crisp.
Okay.
And we're gonna add in more liquid with the marinade, but I think that what will happen is the liquid from the cucumbers would dilute that bold flavor.
Okay.
Yeah. So now for the other fixin. So I have my bowl over here. I have
beautiful bowl.
this is
It's gorgeous.
Thank you. I got it as a gift. Big shout out to my girlfriends, my tap hand crew. And so these are thinly sliced red onion, but you can also use a large shallot. So I dump that right in. I'm adding 3 tablespoons of white wine vinegar, but really you can use apple cider vinegar, champagne vinegar, white balsamic vinegar, all the vinegars work, and 1 teaspoon of honey. And I let this sit for 10 minutes, and this is going to give it that delicious, sweet, pickly flavor.
Yum.
It really brings it together. So we're going to make believe that this has sat for 10 minutes, and I now take our cucumbers that have been sitting, I add them right in the mix, along with, this is a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. I'm only using 1.5 tablespoons. That's all you need. A little bit of crushed red pepper because I like the heat.
Yeah.
And now for the fresh herbs. So this is where it becomes a vibrant party. Normally, I do like to give swaps for dried herbs, but honestly, with this salad, you just really need the fresh herbs.
It's
and
also
anything
beautiful.
works.
It really is.
Oh, thank you. So this is mint, what I put in, and now I'm putting in some parsley. But honestly,
But
guys,
any
it
green-
works with
any green
basil,
herb you want?
cilantro, any green herb you want. I love dill too. I tend to put a lot of dill in this as well. But this morning I'm
You put
just doing
Dylan in
the
there?
mint.
Nothing like
Dylan,
in
you
a
want to
salad.
jump on in here? A little bit of crushed, actually this is just ground black pepper, and we're just gonna look at this. We're just gonna mix this thing up. I'm gonna show you you see the red onions really pop it beautifully.
So that looks absolutely delicious, Joy, but we don't want to miss out on the strawberry lemonade because that looks just as yummy.
Oh yes. Okay. So we are totally switching directions,
Yeah.
and every summer party needs a frozen strawberry lemonade.
Yum.
So it is ridiculously easy. Here's my beauty I've been sipping. So all you need to do is you take 2 heaping cups of frozen strawberries, and I would say frozen strawberries because this is going to act as your ice.
Okay.
Okay.
And 2 cups. And this version, by the way, is so much lower in sugar and calories, and it's packed with vitamin C compared to traditional versions.
Okay.
This is a 1/4 cup of your lemon juice. And this is just a 12-ounce can of a lemon-flavored sparkling water.
Oh.
So I put that right in. It gives it an extra lemon
kick.
Little fizz.
Yeah.
Yes, and this is just a tablespoon of honey. And really, if you want it very tart, you can leave out the honey. So I don't want to cause a lot of noise, but we would blend this up. But of course, for Al, there's one more thing. I just went and grabbed his gin bottle.
That's the gin I drink. Hendrick's gin, baby. That's the one.
A little bit in there. And in the spirit
It's
of
the
research,
official
I want
gin
you
of
guys
black
to know,
guys.
I have tested it with vodka, tequila, light rum.
Oh,
It
tequila
all
would be
works.
good too.
Wow.
And so we would whirl this up right in the blender, only 20 seconds, because you don't want to over puree it because it will get
Oh
too
my gosh,
thin.
Well,
It
Joy,
makes
before we
three
go,
huge heaping cups. You'll
before
get
we
two
go, we
portions
understand
of
you've got
this.
some other production assistants there you wanted to bring in. Your
You know what?
nieces?
They've all dissipated. Everybody ran around the house.
Wow.
I just said, guys, it's showtime. Come on down.
Yeah,
They
bye-bye.
took their drinks
All right, they
and
missed
they
their
took
shot.
off.
There we go. We saw
But
a
you know
little
what?
hand.
Also on Instagram, I'm also going to show how to make the peach version of this because we were like torn. We didn't know which one we liked better, the strawberry
Okay,
lemonade
so let's just
or the
see
yellow.
Ian. Let's just see Ian.
Here he comes.
Okay,
Al, you know he only does this for you. Come here.
That's my man. That's my man.
So cute.
Thank you, guys. That's so funny.
Okay, thanks, Joy. And of course, it's all on today.com/food.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker. What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your
This morning on Today Table, we are making a refreshing and citrusy bowl. Is that a word? Citrusy?
Citrusy.
A
Yeah,
citrusy
absolutely.
bowl that is perfect for the summer.
Well, our citrusy chef, Elena Besser, is the host of the new series, Head of the Table, on Today All Day. Elena, good to see you.
So great to be with my pals today.
This salad is right on time.
It is right on time, and here's the thing: this summer we want to be grilling, but we also want to be chilling.
Oh!
Guys, I had to do it. So
Where's my mic so I can drop it?
Drop that mic. So we are making a delicious dressing that is a cumin lime dressing, and essentially what we have here is we have some honey. You could swap that with agave. We have lime zest, which we're adding in.
Okay.
We've got some lime juice. We have some delicious cilantro. If you don't like cilantro, you can swap it with parsley.
Okay.
We have grated garlic. I know
Nice.
this seems like a lot, but it's all going to be worth it, I promise.
What about
Could
We
you throw a
have-
little
This
ginger
is
in
jalapeno. You could absolutely throw ginger in there if you want.
Jalapeno?
We have
Yeah.
cumin.
Chanel, that's your favorite?
Jalapeno face.
Yes.
No,
All right.
your business.
Oh,
And
that's
then-
right. Jalapeno business.
And then a little bit of chili powder.
Every time.
So what I like to do is I like to mix all of this together first, and then I will slowly add in the oil to just emulsify
Why
it.
do you have to do that?
The reason why is just it's going to come together so much easier if you slowly add in all of that oil. And this is going to turn into a luxurious dressing. But guess what?
What?
It's also our shrimp marinade.
Oh my
because
gosh, it's a
that's-
twofer.
It's a twofer. That's where the chillin' comes in. And don't forget the salt and the pepper. We got to awaken those flavors.
And is it could you make this ahead of time
You
and let it
could-
kind of sit there?
Absolutely, and those flavors will intensify, they'll meld together. We have half of that marinade here. We're gonna brush it onto some corn.
Okay.
And then that's gonna go right onto our grill. If you are someone like me and you don't own a grill, you can just use a grill pan like we're showing you right here. And that's just
Does
gonna
it still
cook.
give it the same taste?
Yes, it does. You are able to get that nice smoky charring
Yeah.
taste. You'll be pleasantly surprised by
Okay.
how much of that flavor you'll still be getting.
Okay.
This goes
Ooh,
about
smell
a
it now
minute on
already.
each side. See, it's coming through. About like a minute on each side, probably like 5 minutes total. You'll get that char, but also you can eat raw corn and it's absolutely delicious anyway. This ends up going into the shrimp. We don't want it in for too long because we have lime juice in there,
Oh,
so
so
we
the
don't want to
cook-
cook it. Exactly.
Okay.
We're not making ceviche here.
Right. Got
But
it.
then after that, you're going to thread it onto some skewers.
You're
Just-
going to soak the skewers?
Al, you'd think you know how to cook or something.
I mean,
right?
seriously.
For about 30 minutes, I believe.
Yes, so
like,
you're
I
thread it
learned
onto the skewers just to make, and this is fun. You could serve it on the skewers, or you could cook it without the
I
skewers.
love that you
Right.
did the double skewer because I've made the mistake of not.
And then it's flipping all over the place.
Just running around, and we want it to stay put and get that even char. So we're gonna cook this about 2 minutes per
That's a great
side.
tip. So now
And
you've left your corn
We've
cool
left
off.
our corn. We let our corn cool off. We cut it off the cob. I like putting it a little bowl in here. Set
Mhm.
it down. It makes it really easy, so it's easy to balance. We add in our red onion.
Uh-huh.
And if red onion's too intense for you, what I like to do is I'll just soak it in some ice water, and it will take out that astringency.
Oh, that's good to know.
So it ends up mellowing it out.
Mhm.
We're gonna add some diced
That's
avocado.
that's a nice tip there.
It's fun,
Yeah.
right? And
Pro
sweet-
tip.
How
sweet
long?
tip.
How long do you have to soak it?
Just like a couple minutes. I would
Because
say
otherwise
like
it's too
5
strong.
minutes would be the best. And avocado, by the way, check out Al's new episode on his show, Family Meal, the avocado episode.
Award-winning show.
Award-winning show. And then we have some feta as
Oh, my
well.
gosh.
And guess what?
What?
More
dressing.
marinade and dressing.
Wow,
So
it's a
we're-
threefer.
It turns out
It's a
not
threefer.
just a twofer, it's a threefer. So we are adding in the rest of that.
Mhm.
We're hitting it with a little bit here. I'm just gonna turn these
Yeah.
and see. Look, we're already
Boom.
getting a nice char
Lena,
on
this
there.
is so good.
And we add a little bit of salt. You like it? And then
Oh my gosh.
Yes, Al, because we want it to fall from the bottom
got
so it
some in
will
your shirt.
evenly distribute. Fantastic. And then you're going to serve this up. You could either leave it on the skewer, you could take it off the skewer, and you know what?
Oh my gosh.
One more thing. Why
What?
not throw a little tortilla chip on there?
Oh, yeah.
Extra
You had a
crunch.
plate.
I like
Yeah,
the
what,
texture.
put that.
Yeah, I know, but I had this plate.
This is
one's
the
my
beauty.
plate.
Why would I go for that plate?
Try
when I
that
go for this
salad.
plate?
This
It's
salad.
really yummy.
It's
like my new
always
favorite
great when
thing.
you're
My
here.
shrimp
It
is
is
all gone.
so
We
fun
love
to be
having you.
here. It's awesome to have you.
Lena,
all
everything
back
you make is
together.
yummy.
That's right.
If you love chips and guacs and today's Masterclass Monday is for you. We're talking avocados and mangoes, which can be challenging to choose and to use.
Yeah, exactly. And here to share her tricks is Gabi Dolkin. She's an Instagram star, cookbook author, creator of the popular food blog, What's Gabi Cooking? And Gabi's in her LA kitchen up bright and early
I
with us. Hey,
know.
Gabi, good morning.
Hi guys, good morning.
Mama,
How are
should
you?
we call you good morning,
Yes,
Mama?
we
How's
heard you
that
have a new
babe?
babe.
She's good. She's right behind the camera, just staring at me.
Oh, she's filming.
She's working camera
She's a
one.
genius.
Good. She's 7 months old. Gosh, she is
Oh, look at
adorable.
those
And look at her little legs.
Cutie.
Look at those rolls.
Okay, let's get to cooking. I bet your babe loves avocados. They're so good, but they're kind of hard to choose. How do
Yeah.
we know if they're ripe?
Okay, so I literally wrote an entire cookbook on avocados 100 years ago. So I like to buy my avocados when they're like this. They're like bright green, they're rock hard, they feel literally like rocks, and then I let them ripen on my counter. If you buy them like this and you need them faster, I like stick them in a brown paper bag with with a banana or an apple, and that ripens it. And when they're ripe, they look a little bit more like this. They're a little darker, they're a little softer. When you want to eat your avocado, it should have just a slight bit of give to it, kind of like the palm of your hand right here. And then you know it's ready to go.
Gabi, we did
And if you want to extend it
Yeah.
from there, pop it in the fridge for a couple days.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I think it keeps it for 5 days, your note said. But also, we did something this morning that was a little controversial. We put avocado in our cereal. Have you ever heard of anything
I
like
saw
that?
that.
Yeah.
I saw that. No.
Okay. No.
I don't know if I would do it, but I
We're on the
support
right side of
anyone who
history.
does that.
I trust Gabi. All right,
Yeah.
Gabi, before we get any further, so we're going to make a mango salsa. And how do you pick a good mango?
So similar to an avocado, when you buy a mango, sometimes they're rock hard, and they're different varieties also. Like we have a different variety in my kitchen than you guys have right there on set. But when they're rock hard, also like an avocado, give them a couple days. You can put them in that same bag with the banana and an apple.
Good trick.
When they're ripe, this one is all yellow, and it should also have just a tiny bit of give to it. Again, like this part of your palm, and it should smell really fragrant. Like when it smells fragrant, it's ready to go.
Okay.
Okay, so you made this. This delicious avocado and mango salsa with salmon. I know my toe's okay. Everything's fine. Show us what you made.
Okay, so this is what we're making quickly. It's this beautiful salmon. When you're seasoning salmon, I just buy like a little fillet. I season it heavily with any of your favorite seasonings. I just use my favorite. It's called Gabi's Go-To. Salt and pepper, 425 degree oven for like 10 to 12 minutes. If you don't want to turn on your oven, you can easily do it in a grill. You would just do indirect. You'd put it on indirect heat and shut the grill and cook it same amount of time.
So show us how to cut that
once
mango.
That's done. Yes, we're going to cut the mango. Okay, so there's a huge pit in this situation.
Yes,
You are
there
going
sure
to hold
is.
it. You can hold it up like this. And you're going to take your knife and just run it right down, like just slightly off the center so you don't hit the pit. Turn it the other way.
Oh.
and do the exact same thing. If you cut it a little bit too close to the center and you hit the pit, just move your knife out a bit. And then from here, what we're going to do is take our knife and very gently score the inside part of the mango both ways, kind of like tic-tac-toe, just like this. And then you're going to pop it out and take your knife. I'm using like a fish fillet knife. This is what you would use to take the skin off of a fish. You could also use a chef's knife, anything you want. And you're just going to carefully run it on the bottom, just like this.
Yeah, and you know what? Hoda's
and
a
then
mango
all
expert.
of your mango.
Yeah, that's how I give it to my kids. I call those mango pops. I
She
pop
pops
it out.
and just lets them eat it straight from the skin.
That's how old does my Poppy need to be in order to have a mango?
I think
7 months acceptable.
She needs some teeth, just one or two.
One tooth. One tooth.
Okay. Same thing with the avocado. When you're doing an avocado, you kind of just spin it around your knife, twist it open, and then you're also just going to score the same thing. And instead of popping it open like you did the mango, you're going to pop it open, or you're going to scoop it out with a spoon.
And how do you and what do you do to season those two fruits?
Show us how you make your salsa.
So the salsa, we're just going to put in some green onions. You could also do chives. Look at these super cool green zebra tomatoes from the farmer's market. Those are going to go in.
And lime?
A little bit of lime juice, a little bit of pepper. And then if you're not feeding this to kids or whatever, you could add a little jalapeno, habanero, just to give it a little bit of spice.
Yummy.
And then you just give this a
That's
stir
delicious.
and top it.
On anything.
If you hate fish, put it on chicken, put it on steak, put it on whatever you want. Tofu.
Looks great.
It's all going to be
Thank you so
phenomenal.
much.
Thank you so
That
much,
looks so
Gabi.
good.
If you're looking for something tasty to whip up this weekend, we have got you covered. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer with a delicious meal that uses just 6 ingredients. Good morning, Joy.
Morning.
Hey guys, I have something so special for your weekend menu, and it's sort of like a mix and eat situation. It comes together in 5 minutes, and it is good. It is saucy. It's smoky. I think you're really going to love it.
And what I love about it is it's kind of a hack in that you just get a supermarket rotisserie chicken and you go to town. Get us started.
Okay, so I'm calling it my Chipotle pulled chicken in avocado boats. And we're starting with the pulled chicken. So here I have 1.5 cups of shredded chicken. You could use any leftover chicken that you have in the fridge. But what I did was took the easy way out, picked up a rotisserie chicken. You take the skin off, and then just like using your hands.
Sometimes they do.
Yeah. You're just going to shred it up just like this until you have a great big pile. So let me move this over. Now comes the easy part. I have jarred salsa. This is just 1/2 cup. And, you're the boss of your salsa. You can use mild, medium, spicy, whatever you prefer. And the nice part about the salsa is it does all the chopping for you. There's chopped peppers. There's chopped onions in it. Here, this is sort of the star of the show. This is chipotle peppers in adobo sauce. So I have 2 of them chopped up. And I want to show you what they look like, because you could buy them in the grocery store in jars, and you're going to take
Look at see these
I see.
peppers. So these are
they
dried
spicy?
smoked jalapenos. Well, not so spicy. It has a little bit of heat. So if you're sensitive to heat, I would start with one, and then you could always add a second. I like
But
to
it's more
add a
about the
third, truth be
smokiness.
told. It's so smoky and so tangy. And now what I do is add an extra teaspoon of the adobo sauce right inside. And this is where I said it's just a toss and mix. This is going to come together. And if you're looking for a creamier chicken salad consistency, it's also really nice to add 2 or 3 tablespoons of a light mayo or a Greek yogurt. It dilutes the flavor a little bit, but it makes it super creamy. And then you might want to add an extra pepper in there and a little bit more adobo sauce.
But the pepper
here,
has so much flavor that I feel like it doesn't take much to go a long way.
You are so right, Dylan. And now
And here's
I've
the
just...
superfood part.
Okay, guys. We have an avocado packed with potassium, packed with fiber. I split it in half. I took out the pit.
That
and
is a
you're
perfect
just going
avocado.
to...
It's got no brown or anything.
I got so lucky this morning. I really did.
You never really know till you
And
cut
then-
into it.
And what I like to do to take it over the top, I'm going to add a little bit of extra adobo sauce. And I'm going to show you, I have some finished right over here. Look at this. Wait.
Oh, this looks so yummy.
It is so out of this world. Look at this. Oh my goodness.
And then I noticed
And
on the
then
side there, you've got, if you have some extra, you've got something else you could do with it.
Yeah, so now I'm going to show you a little bit of cilantro. I just love cilantro. I know some people are team cilantro, some not so much. I'm going to show you how to make a wrap now with it. So if you want to use that same flavorful Chipotle chicken, you could then take the avocado. You see what I've done here? Another beautiful bright green one. I got super lucky. I'm going to smash it and spread it on a whole grain tortilla. Now I take my...
Hey, Joy, I love how who's pulling that stuff away. I love that.
You know who it is.
Is that Ian?
Ian Bowers in the house. When you guys put me back on the plaza last week and the week before, Ian thought he was retired. He handed in his NBC badge, and then suddenly he was called back. So now I'm going to roll this up. And
that is so easy.
Wow, look at that.
it could not be easier. I'm going to slice it up.
Oh, that looks so.
So whether
good.
you have your boats or a wrap,
There you go.
Look at that.
you are
And there
ready
it
to
is.
eat.
Enjoy. That's a wrap for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, Ian,
Can
just
I
pull
just
that
very
out
quickly
too.
say?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
I'm going to say happy birthday to my hero, my heart, my dad, 83 years old. And I'm going to tell you, he is so fit. He still beats all my brothers on the basketball court. Swims
Wow,
every
good
day.
for him.
Wow.
Artie
And we're playing the
Schlapp, I love
Smucker's
you.
birthday music. Look at that. Very quick.
Happy
Nice.
birthday.
He's not 100 though. Okay, let's just make sure
He's
that's
not
clear.
100, but he is on a mission to make it onto that Smucker's jar.
All right. Thanks so much, Joy.
know Adam as the host of The Food That Built America. Well, now he's out with a new show, biting into the most memorable foods of an iconic decade. It's called Adam Eats the 80s. That's a great title. He's here to tell us all about it and, of course, do some throwback cooking for us. Adam, I think in the 80s, beef stroganoff was a meal that my mother made.
Classic.
And like when I think of the 80s, and that was like kind of a fancier meal.
Yeah.
But it really sort of encapsulated like 80s food. We're going to make a classic here in a minute, but tell me more about the show.
So basically, yeah, like you nailed it. We look through one of the most dynamic decades in American history through the prism of food. Everyone's done fashion and fads and big shoulder pads and big hair and leg warmers and Jennifer Beals off the shoulder.
Yeah,
flash dance sweatshirts. But remember,
what was the food? Because like there was Hot Pockets, there was the microwave, the proliferation of the microwave.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You nailed it. You had kids had agency because you had latchkey kids because you had two parents
Right,
working.
right.
You had Reagan saying you could advertise directly to children, so you had a proliferation of sugared cereals.
You didn't
and
eat eggs
candy
because of
tie-ins.
Nancy Reagan and the drugs. Get your brain on drugs.
Right, exactly. You had the microwave so those latchkey kids could cook.
Right.
But also you had ranchers carrying over massive debt into the 80s. They sold off beef. Beef became more expensive, so chicken started appearing on our
that's
fast
right.
food menus.
That's right.
And people started pivoting, getting a few more European
So
flavors
fascinating.
in there.
What a great idea for a show.
Thank you.
What'd you bring for us today? This is
So this is my version of another 80s classic, Sloppy Joe's.
You saw this on the lunch menu? Sloppy Joe's? You were
You
so
like it?
excited.
They tasted like this back in the day.
If only.
Let's
Exactly. Ma'am,
Adam,
if
start
you
cooking
would like-
while we talk. Go ahead and we'll get it going. Are you
Absolutely.
making? Is this a chili? Is that what it is?
Well, no, it's essentially similar to it. Not different than taco meat. We have some ground beef. We have some oil browning in there. You want to help me with
Yeah,
this? So
sure.
add the onion first.
Yep.
And what we'll do is we'll sweat that. We'll add a little pinch of salt. And we'll stir that. When the onions start getting a little bit translucent, we'll start adding in. You can swap this out
that
for
an
turkey.
80-20?
Yep, 80-20 Chuck. You could add turkey. You can even do ground chorizo if you want to change the flavor or a combination. There you go. Break it up with there.
Yep.
Once the meat starts to brown, I guess roughly about 5 minutes, we'll move on. We have cumin. We have, obviously, you want to add a little bit of chili powder. We want to add a little bit of pepper. But all the great flavors that you normally find in like taco seasonings. So we have some that's already cooked down. You can see it's simmering away here. So what we're going to do is how comfortable you smashing garlic.
Well, I'll do it, but how do you do it?
Okay,
Use
so
like
use
that?
yeah, what you
The
want to
flat
do is,
part?
yeah, exactly. You want to make sure that it's stable, and then just
Okay.
press.
Mine's a little more violent than that.
Okay.
And how much do you have to break it down?
Just that much. Actually,
Okay.
you could break it even with your hands. The larger pieces will prevent it from burning.
Remember Hamburger Helper?
Oh my God! Helps
I
your
just thought of
hamburger
that.
make a great
They didn't
meal.
have these great spices or not so much? This is a very
No, probably
elevated version.
probably not. I'm going to guess that they didn't. So we have these spices. Go ahead, drop it on in there. And again, we want to make sure that it browns but not burns. Burnt garlic is an awful.
You guys are eating it. Just tell me how it is. We got 2 minutes left.
Are there Fritos mixed in here?
Yes, well, that's exactly it. So then we're also going to put in a can of tomatoes
Okay, I'll
and
stir that up.
all of the juice, and we want them to break up, and that's also going to get that beautiful
moisture,
soupy
yep.
Exterior. So now we
Right,
have
now we
our corn
build.
chips.
Yep.
Exactly. So I had chili Frito pie at the Texas State Fair.
Yep.
Blew me away.
Love it.
So basically, we're going to take the sort of sloppy Joe mixture,
Yep.
and we'll layer it on top of this. The best way to do it is just sort of dot it, spread it out. We have a pound of cheese.
I mean, you can eat this as a separate appetizer. This is this is going on the sandwich.
This
but
is just joy.
That
Yes,
is amazing.
absolutely.
Yes.
This is This
It's a
should
time
have-
warp when you eat that, right? You go back to the 80s, that flavor,
But then
right?
it's elevated with the onion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So then we'll put a little bit on the sandwich,
Oh, I
and we'll
love it.
top it with sliced
Oh,
avocado.
see, it's fancy. You got the pickled onions.
Exactly. Some pickled red onions, but you could buy them. You could make them super easily.
Yeah, this is not the sloppy Joe we had at
No,
St.
no,
Monica's
this is
Elementary
not
School.
your cafeteria sloppy Joe.
Oh my gosh.
You gotta get to these onion rings.
We gotta get to the onion rings.
Okay, we
only
gotta
have
get
about
to
a
the
minute,
onion rings. Okay,
but
so
they're outstanding.
Okay, so it's really simple. Smoked paprika onion rings. Now it may look like a lot of smoked paprika. It's a very strong flavor, but it's infused in the egg, in the panko, in the flour, and when it cooks, it actually gets a little sweeter.
Yeah, I didn't
Like
know.
the best onion ring I've ever had.
That's the secret.
It's so thin. It's so crunchy.
That's huge. So we got Vidalia onion, super sweet. We're going
That's
to
not
use
fair.
a mandolin so it always comes out in level. And I like using the guide because you can see, first of all, you're always going to get a uniform slice.
Yep.
But also you're going to protect your fingers.
Yeah.
So then what you want to do with any breading station, you go one flour to egg, the other hand egg to breadcrumb. So you could take the right hand, I guess, we'll go flour.
Yep.
to the egg.
Oh gosh, this is so good.
Because if you don't, you'll
It is incredible.
Yeah.
Best
Really?
onion ring ever.
You know, you get
That
an
is a
onion ring and the
huge
onion immediately
compliment.
comes, it falls apart.
Yeah, that's
And
exactly
it's
what
thick,
it
and it's just, you don't really want
That's
the
right.
What kind of oil are you
just
using?
all
So you want to make
salt.
sure you use any kind of oil with a high smoke point. I prefer peanut.
Keep
but
talking,
anything
guys.
that hits 355
Do me a favor and
degrees.
check out the show. It's fantastic.
Oh my
We're back
God.
with
Amazing.
a great chicken franchise, and of course, you can find all the recipes at today.com/food.
Okay, one way to teach kids about the importance of traditions and culture is through family recipes, and that's exactly what our friend Marcela Valladolid is doing in her debut children's cookbook.
What is it called? Tell me what it's called.
Cocinando on Cook Street.
I love it. It's a collection of Mi Familia's recipes. Yes. And today she's making one of those recipes in the book. Marcella, we're
Yes.
so happy to have you in person.
Yes.
So welcome in.
Yes. And this is really a book for your daughter, is that right?
It really is. She always used to make me read cookbooks to her at night, but she's not in school yet, which means we only speak Spanish at home with the kids
Yeah.
until they go to school. So I would be translating in real time, and I was like, I need to write a book for her that's written in English and
Oh
Spanish.
my God,
So
you're incredible.
Here
Okay.
we are.
So we're starting with some flautas.
Yes, it's Hispanic Heritage Month, which is kind of weird for me because I celebrate Hispanic heritage like every day of my life.
Yes.
But thank you for the invitation.
Well, also thank you for coming to cook. This
No,
is delicious.
absolutely. So flautas, and this book is about all those little tips, right? So flautas are rolled up taquitos, and people usually don't know like the simple tips. Like if you warm up a tortilla, it's much easier for you to roll it up without it breaking. So you can
Yeah, that makes
microwave.
sense, right?
It's just so easy.
And that's
then
just shredded chicken?
It's
Is that
just
it?
shredded chicken that you
Okay.
can get from the rotisserie chicken
Okay.
from the market if you don't
Right.
want to boil it yourself.
Right.
Like make your life easy.
And you don't need to put anything on it to make it stick. You just kind of
You don't. And
you
the
put
trick with flautas is if you're not an experienced flauta maker, like the women in Mexico, they don't need to do the toothpick thing. They figure it out. God knows how they make it stick, but it's
Right.
stick. But if you're not a professional flauta maker, you use the toothpicks.
And you can fry the toothpicks?
Oh, absolutely. You
Am I
just have to
dropping it
make
in?
sure. Yeah, that's
My
really
little-
hot oil. But there you go. And you just leave those in there for a couple of minutes, and maybe we'll take them out so we don't burn your studio.
Okay, I have a
How
crazy
about that?
question.
Yeah.
Can you air fry flautas?
Absolutely, 100%. So my idea would be you brush it with a little bit of oil, throw it in the air fryer, and that's it.
Wait, I am going to try to air fry a flauta tonight.
You can. You can. I'll tell you what you can do. You can bake or air fry tortilla chips too, but we'll get there in a second.
Okay.
You're
All
gonna
right.
love it.
So now
Okay.
we make the rest.
So another thing about the book is introducing folks and kids to like the traditional stuff, but not too spicy. A pico de gallo salsa or salsa bandera because it has the colors of the flag. You've got some tomatoes that are seeded, some onion, cilantro for sure, jalapeno, and you can measure like.
But do you do the jalapenos without seeds?
You do it without the seed. The spice is actually in the vein, not so much the seed. Yeah, so you take out the vein, and if you don't like spice, just do a little sprinkle of jalapeno. My mom's trick: oil in the salsa.
Oil
and
lemon?
and lemon,
Salt
and a little
and
salt and pepper, and that's it. And you've got your beautiful salsa.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, and then
Oh,
to
look
dress
how
them up,
crunchy. Yum.
another great one for my mom: always dress the lettuce. A little oil, a little vinegar. brings out all of the flavor, and then you just dress it, and then go Mexican with like a big, huge, you know,
salad on top almost.
the whole thing, and you've
Okay.
got some beautiful
Let's
ones
try-
here.
here,
Here's
try
some
that. Thank
flautas.
you.
I'll dress these.
And
while
what do you add
eat.
on top? Cajita cheese?
Yeah, so dress lettuce, like that's one of the things I teach in my cooking class. Always dress the lettuce in these Mexican antojitos, a little cotija cheese and Mexican crema, because why not? Because it's so delicious. Come on over, bring your flautas, ladies.
So crunchy and yummy.
Okay, and you were having like a heart attack because we baked the chips,
I
which
think
I
it's a
love.
brilliant idea.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's the thing: tortilla chips are awesome, but if you bake them, you might be like a little more willing to put them on the dinner table,
It's
right?
good, good for your kids.
And here's what's great about this recipe: like you brush them with oil and
Can
you
I ask,
bake them.
what is this?
It's a corn tortilla.
You
Has
took a
to be
tortilla
corn.
and cut it up.
Yeah,
Okay.
you cut it up. You can cut it up into stars. You can use cookie cutters. You can have so much fun
Wait,
with
that's
this.
so cute.
So much fun. I do it for Christmas and do Christmas shapes and make like a tortilla chip Christmas tree. But
course
anyway,
you
that's
do.
a different.
I love you.
That's a different
What
segment.
is that spice you're putting on?
Anything you want. I'm using chili lime powder, a little bit of thyme, a little bit of rosemary. And that's the thing about homemade chips. You can season them with whatever you want.
And
so simple.
So they're brushed with oil, seasoned, and then you put them in the oven?
350, 15,
How
20
long?
minutes
That's
until
it?
they're nice and crisp. You want to make sure they're dried out. Nobody likes soggy tortilla chips.
Now you're going to make us a little guac.
Simplest thing in the world. All of these recipes come from my mom, which is what's so special about the book. The secret ingredient to guac is distilled white vinegar.
What?
That's why you guys were eating it and you were like, oh my
Wait,
God.
what?
It
I've never heard that.
It's how my mom used to make it when I was a kid.
And is that lime?
Yeah, and then you just mash it in salt, and that's
Lime vinegar.
all you need for a good
What about,
guacamole.
what about
You don't-
cilantro? No?
You can, but I'm a
that's not
purist
your-
when it comes to guacamole.
And you don't put
especially-
tomatoes,
I'm
which is
coming down
interesting.
here.
You
Yeah,
can.
this
You certainly
business.
can. You can find like pomegranate seeds, mango,
Yeah.
anything
Yeah.
around across Mexico.
by the
Like
way-
people are getting adventurous, but for me, guacamole is just this with some baked chips that are seasoned, and that's it.
This is amazing.
So good, right?
We love these.
Marcella.
Thank you.
Our good friend Utica in the house,
Oh, baby.
Mr. Matt
So good to
Abdu.
see you, Mr. Roker.
Like
Thank you so much for having me.
Pig Beach Barbecue here
That's
in New York
right.
and West Palm Beach.
That's right.
That's right.
Indeed.
So you are making, I mean, there's fully loaded and then there's fully
That's
loaded.
right. That's right.
So what are these hot dogs?
So what we're doing today is we're taking the hot dog, we're elevating it to the next level. And the great thing about what we're doing here is that every single thing we're making is good enough on its own, but adding it to a hot dog is just going to make it like that much more next level.
My gosh. So